I think we hit the jackpot. Today, we're going to use Cursor, AI, and V0 and some other tools to see if we can actually replicate the viral app of TikTok. So what's happening lately is this new app has been taking over the internet. It's called WikiTalk. And what this guy did was he made this app that you can just literally flick up just like this so you can actually see different things on Wikipedia. And basically, this is, if you realize this is a whole learning tool, and all this does is go through Wikipedia and pulls the images down just so that you can see them. And if you like it, you can like it there and just hit the little like button. You can share this with friends. If you want to read more about it, you hit read more and it punches you into the Wikipedia page so you can start reading. And so the magic here is the fact that there's this new way of like browsing something that's educational that can actually help you and kind of take your stuff to the next level. And so the goal today is to see if we can kind of take this kernel of idea and take the code that's currently on GitHub for this project, throw in Cursor and V0 or whatever we're going to do, and see if we can really cook. So if you're down with me, this live stream is going to be for those who are maybe beginners getting started out. If you've been coding, if you've been having trouble planning and trying to figure stuff out, we're going to just go through it here all raw. It's just going to be a complete live stream. I'm going to go as long as possible, so stay tuned. If you want to ask any questions, feel free to do so. This is your stream and my stream. Whether you're a construction worker, whether you're a teacher, whether you're a person who codes or doesn't have code, I think this stream is going to be very beneficial for you. It's just going to go through a lot of things. It's not going to be the perfect thing. As I mess up, you'll get to see the thought process for how we do these things. So the first tool that we're going to need here is called Cursor. And this is at cursor.com. You just go ahead and download that for your Mac, and that's going to get you set up as well. And so just a little bit about WikiTalk and kind of what has been blowing up is like this was featured on Hacker News 5 days ago. And this has just kind of been blowing up. Ars Technica wrote an article about it. And part of the reason why I thought about this app is because the fact that it's already getting a lot of publicity. This is very novel. And if you can kind of build on top of this, that means your idea has a lot more legs because it's still recent in terms of what people are exploring here. So the actual GitHub repo is here. I'm going to link this into the chat as well. Whoops. And so that way you can see it on YouTube. And so you'll see this kind of flying up, and feel free to comment as well. We're going to just go ahead and get this going. So appreciate Alberto signing in here saying, let's go. Missed a little bit of the start on YouTube. Yeah, I just kind of got on a little bit later, but that's okay. And so I'm also, I'm going to try to kind of take you through this workflow and kind of take you through my thinking of how I'm kind of thinking about this idea. So the code is here, and you see there's front end folder on GitHub. This is going to show us where the code lives inside of this whole thing. And so what I'm trying to do is I'm going to pull the code into Cursor and start asking some questions about the repo and to try to get a better understanding of kind of how this feature actually works. So I did a little bit of that ahead of time, but I'm going to show you how we're going to clone this right now. So if we go back to the main project, what we're going to do is go to code, hit copy, and then we're just going to open terminal here. So open, whoops. So let me see, terminal. I'm just going to create a new terminal session. Actually, Cursor right here. So if I open Cursor, at the very bottom, you'll see this toggle panel up here. So go ahead and hit that. And that's going to pop open terminal for us. And then once we're here, you should be ready to go. So I'm just going to do git clone and then paste in the actual repo. So what's going to happen is if I do this right now, it's actually going to clone it to my root folder. And if I hit Control C, before I hit enter, I'm just going to hit it open and hit space dot. And so what that's going to go ahead and do is just open up the current directory that you're in. And so in my current directory, it'll just be in my root folder Ray in here. And that's kind of where I really don't want it. I made a folder in here called workspace. So you can right click and hit new folder and do something similar. In my workspace, I pretty much have every project that I work on. I try to organize it by organizations, but sometimes that does, or sometimes that doesn't happen. I just throw stuff in here. And it's a really good way of me kind of keeping my projects in here. So we're just going to go ahead and do, since I'm already in here in the terminal, so I'm going to hit CD workspace. And so that will get me into this here. And if you do the ls command, that's basically going to do a list of all of your files in there. So I'm going to do git clone space and then paste this in here. And so what's happening right now, what we're doing is we're getting the files from the actual project and putting it onto this directory here. And when it says it's done, it's pretty much done here. So I'm going to cd WikiTalk. And then I'm going to go ahead and open space dot. So the open dot will just, like I was telling you earlier, it should just open up the Finder window. And somehow my Finder window, open dot, I don't think. I know what's going on. I think it's actually broadcasting onto my Ecamm Live into a different folder. So I'm going to pull that over here just so y'all can see this and what's going on. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is this front end folder is here. I'm going to go ahead and just like copy this into this directory here because front end will actually have all the code files we need. And so I'm just going to go ahead and rename this called WikiTalk-front end. I'm just going to just drag this out into this main area here. So there we go. So this should kind of show up here. And then with cursor, all we have to do is just go ahead and hit open project and then go into our workspace. If I hit Command Shift and G, Command Shift G will pop up this little workspace window. And then hit, I just going to type in workspace. That should basically take us right to this directory of where this is at. I sort my stuff by date added so I could see this at the very top, and I'm going to hit it open here. And so now that we have the project open, I know it took a little while, but at least we're getting this started here. I promise it's going to be a lot more fun from here. So just a little bit of lay of the land. This is what they call a Vite app. And within the Vite app, they actually have a directory called app. And that's a lot of where the code lives. And then they have these sections called components. So that's kind of describing what a specific thing will do. And this app just has basically a card that it displays. And then there's these little hooks that can tell the user interface of what it should do. And this is actually the wiki articles. And this is actually the code that is used to try to grab that information and organizing it so that it can pull it into the user interface. So just as a reminder here, here's the app. If you go to WikiTalk and you flick up, this is basically a card. And so when you're flicking up, this card is always the same structure. You notice there's just like header here, there's this description, and there's just stuff that's laid out there. And then if you want to see your likes, you go to likes and you can see all of your likes that you've done. So we're going to try to replicate this. And the app that we're going to build is basically YouTube videos. So there are all these videos that are out there that are like 3 hours plus long, like Andre Karpathy's LLM video. And so I want to see if we can actually grab these YouTube videos and have it basically figure out what are the most important topics in these YouTube videos, like a Lex Fridman podcast, maybe a Joe Rogan podcast, whatever thing that you want, and then have it generate these little short clips for us. So imagine like your own short clip generator just from YouTube. Let me play that back again. So imagine that you have this type of style thing. It's basically your own personal TikTok, but you just give it a YouTube video and it's going to like generate all the topics and clips for you. And all you have to do is just scroll up. You don't have to think about which topic or what thing you want to search for. It'll literally just show it to you. And based on how much time you spend in the app, it will like start to understand what you're trying to learn and then try to maybe even find other videos on YouTube that can help you learn better for that. So instead of the algorithm optimizing for my entertainment, I want to optimize it for my learning. And basically kind of, I'm trying to learn a new programming language. It's really hard to search through all YouTube videos, search through all the thumbnails. We live in the age of AI. AI should do that for us, right? I mean, it should already kind of start to understand. And if it's not, let's build it. So that's kind of what we're trying to do here. So yeah, that's kind of where I'm going with this, if you know what I mean. It's a little bit of the project walkthrough. And this is just going to be just straight up raw. And I kind of like doing this style of kind of thinking out loud and doing that stuff. So what I started to do is like I usually do like open up a Notion project. So I go to Notion and then I kind of start mapping what my thought process looks like. So in this idea is that we're going to be turning it into a viral learning app because I have dyslexia and I am team YouTube. Like literally I learned everything from YouTube. And it's really hard for me to just get a really thick book and just kind of read through it and just kind of be like, aha, yeah, I get this, next meaning of life or something. And I learned a lot better through shorts and clips and every little type of thing. So in this age of AI, let's just make this stuff do our work for us. So I started to jot some notes down as far as like what the landing page will be. So as soon as I get to the page, I wanted to just show a clip of the key concept from a video, just to hook the user basically. And then as far as like what I would keep track, I made this the headline. So if you do like enter and you do H2. So did my keyboard just die? I think it did. Okay. So I have another keyboard over here on my /H2 heading and it'd be like users. And that's kind of what I typed in there. And the reason why I did that is because I want to keep track of Wow, well, this thing's dead, I guess. I want to keep track of which features I'm going to launch for my users here. So that's kind of what I hear. So I want to keep track of the topics they're learning. I want to sort of have the AI create a roadmap. I want to learn about what the users are doing. And then I also want to have a section for the community as far as like showing popular videos and also show curated clips. So if, for example, if you're into a specific topic and you liked a certain clip or you bookmarked a section of a video on YouTube, I want to feed that back into the algorithm so that other people can learn from that as well. So this is like whatever you learn, everyone else can learn together. So this is going to be like a pretty big app, but it's going to be really simple actually on the surface of it. Just kind of mapping these things down. I thought we would just start very simply by trying to like clone the existing app and then trying to see if we can actually do anything cool with it, being like, let's just kind of get that started there and then kind of take it from there, right? So, all right, so we have the app that already goes out to Wikipedia and it grabs the articles and then just kind of gets us a headline and tells us just a small snippet of this here. So this is already in the code and this is actually already kind of sort of defined in here. So the way I'm going to use Cursor for this is I pull up the top right corner and it's going to show Composer, it's going to show Chat. And so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to start out a chat conversation and I'm going to just use, right now, I'm going to try a couple different things. So the first thing I'm going to try to use is like DeepSeek to see if it can kind of generate this high level plan with some of these files. So the files that I want to reference are actually this Wikipedia article here. I want to also reference the Wiki card and then also the app as well. So those are the three that I want to reference for the context. I don't think there's anything else that I necessarily need right now to ask the questions because most of the features I want are in here. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is I need to get my keyboard charged up. I'm going to try to see if I can find a cable for that. But before we do that, I'm going to just use my laptop keyboard. And I'm just going to copy this prompt in really quick and then let it cook while we go ahead and do that. So just to show you for reference, this is kind of my studio setup right now. And this is kind of my keyboard. And that's the Mac there. And so I'm going to be using this keyboard temporarily while I go look for my, like a lightning cable or something so I could plug it in. I know, right? It's kind of like, this is my first time back here to the studio here at this place. So yeah, so I'm going to go ahead and copy this here and then paste it into here. And so the goal of the chat is to try to see if we can, I think Wiki front end. Oh, I see. I'm going to go ahead and just remove some of these files. Source app. Okay. So the, I see. Yeah, there was a problem here. So the goal here is basically to, I'm explaining the current concept in this prompt, and I like to kind of turn it into a learning platform. So everything I was describing there was pretty good. And I'm going to hit, just hit submit and see if it can kind of understand what we wanted to do. So yeah, I'm going to just say at the very end, help me generate a high level approach and plan to make this work for my repo. And then I'm just going to go ahead and hit enter. And so it's just going to go ahead and start doing some thinking there. And then I'm going to move my head and make it a little bit smaller so y'all can see as well. So yeah, let's go. At least it wasn't the mouse. Yes, definitely, Alex. It's always so annoying. So yeah, when this thinking is going to get going, I'm going to play a little bit of chill beats while I'm going to go get that mouse thing real quick. My bad. This is totally like not like me. I'm usually very prepared. So I'm going to let it cook and I'll let you read the screen real quick here while I go find this mouse or this lightning cable. I hope I have one here. Dang. I got the lightning cable. This feels so good. All right, ladies and gentlemen, are y'all ready to lock in? It's about to be crazy. I think the stream's gonna be popping. I appreciate everyone kind of showing up. I know some people are into the Super Bowl and stuff, and yeah, I mean, why not, right? So I'm gonna let this do the thing. Yo, okay, we're back in the game, family. Let's go. All right, I'm all about this. How to add DeepSeek R1 into chat. You know what? Let's go ahead and do that right now. So if you're cooking with Cursor, this is what we do. We go to the top right corner And then you're going to go ahead and go to, I think it's called models right here in this left panel. Let me turn down the music a little bit. It's a little too much right now. Okay. So in this panel here, we're going to scroll down and you should see the DeepSeek R1 in there. If not, you can hit the add model and then this will just pop. You just type in DeepSeek R1 just like that. There are other models, especially like the new Gemini Flash one is Flash Thinking ones as well. So you can try them and they'll basically will use a fast request for you. You get 500 fast requests per month before it goes to the normal slow request. So just FYI. One thing that I forgot to do that I maybe could do is maybe add the @web so it can go search the web for any other resources. But I feel like we should be able to cook with this prompt if you feel me. But it's okay. But yeah, so that's kind of the way that you would do it there. Yeah, let's go back to app. Cool. Do you ever use O3 Mini in Cursor? I kind of don't, but because I want the high version and I think they don't currently use the high version of the O3 Mini. The model for here in O3 Mini, I think is just the low or medium version, and the higher version costs more money. I'll have to clarify that, but that's kind of what I remember last time, which is kind of the reason why I didn't use it. And then I'm going to try to use something called Repo prompt, and I'm going to show you what it looks like. So the reason I kind of did this first was because most people who have Cursor have access to DeepSeek R1, and then whatever models in here, it doesn't cost you any additional money. Then I could do something additional to see. We can kind of compare the differences here. So this is basically trying to break down my user requests, and it wants to transform the app, and it's trying to understand the current setup. So it's kind of cool to see the thinking in terms of how it's DeepSeek is doing its thinking here. Once the MVP is functional, it knows about the GPT-4. And so cool. And it says like the phase 1 is the MVP with hard-coded videos. So this is exactly what I wanted to do. I wanted to basically have some hard-coded videos like in a list, then have it go through and see if you can actually play something. And then update the app components, replace the articles with video clips. So this is kind of generating a video card here in the app. And then this is my hard-coded clips that I have here. So I would just put the clips in. And then for phase 2, the AI integration is fetch the YouTube URL, the transcript, extract the topic, Gemini timestamp identification, store it in a database, and then client fetches process clips. This is a really good plan here. I actually kind of like this. So let me go ahead and see if I can get, I want to try to explain this as well in TLDraw. Yeah, okay. So I think it's really good to also try to like map an idea of what your app is doing in your head, but also in like something like this. So this is something that I did a presentation with Greg on connecting with DeepSeek. And so for those who are not familiar, if you go to like deepseek.com or DeepSeek the app, your data is actually on your Mac and PC. And then when you reach out to those websites, we'll go to a container in China. And then your data laws and stuff will apply in those regions. So while you're in the US or something, or North America, which I'm based out of, any stuff that I send will be sent to that region. So just a FYI. And so when you hear the word DeepSeek, you're actually, a lot of people are referencing the AI language model. And the language model can be hosted on deepseek.com. It could be hosted on Fireworks. And it could also be hosted and many other service providers are now spinning up, like Together AI. Pretty much everyone and their mother's kind of spinning this up fast because of how popular it is. And so Cursor is actually using the Fireworks instances, and those clouds are deployed in North America. So when you're sending these requests up, the model is actually hosted in North America, and everything is following the guidelines and laws and stuff for your data and stuff like that. So this web UI would like basically just turn into Cursor. And so Cursor is basically going this way and is talking to all your models in these clouds. So once that comes back, it basically returns it back to the app here. So this is just a FYI. And so what I'm going to go ahead and do is going to see if I can create a new page or something. I don't know how this TLDraw. This is my first time or second time using this. So new project. Can I share this project, save a copy? I don't want to lose this. Allow. Okay, cool. I'm going to go ahead. Can I hit another page? Yeah, let's go ahead and hit another page. Okay, cool. So viral app. All right. So let's just try to see if I can kind of help map this out for you here. So what I'm going to go ahead and do with my app is to draw some things, draw some boxes. Okay. So there's a lot of different things kind of going on here. So we're going to fetch the transcript. We're going to extract the topic. We're going to make timestamps, and we're going to store it into a database. And then the client fetches the script. So phase one, what we're just going to go ahead and do is that we're just going to, like, my app is just going to go talk to, it's just going to go talk to YouTube. And then this thing will just turn into a cloud figure somehow. How can I change this? Edit. I want to change the shape to like a little cloud. Maybe I'll do that. I'll just do YouTube. All right, so we're just going to do that. All right, cool. So that my app is going to talk to YouTube, and then I'm going to link this app here. Oh, this is really cool stuff. I like this thing. And so it's just going to talk to YouTube, and it's basically just going to grab some information from like the transcripts or something. And then we're going to map that back into a start time. And then from there, it's going to process the stuff. So what we want is like basically the transcript. And then the app is going to do these additional functions. And so these, like, it's going to try to go to like ChatGPT eventually as a second step. So after it does this, like the next step will be to like OpenAI. And then I think I also have Gemini as well. So that'd be Google. Yeah, so you see all these different calls that we're doing. And then we're also going to do like a database, that database. So I'm going to put the database probably in like this cool little pill shape here. That database. Cool. All right, so this is like high level architecture, but these are going to be important to reference because not everyone's familiar with coding, but at least if you can kind of map this out a little bit, this will kind of help you understand what's going on in your app so that you can kind of isolate each sections of stuff, because you want to keep your code sort of modular. So at any time, basically my app can do something like this, and it's going to call out to this, and it could even do things what they call asynchronously. So depending on what action and things are going to be waiting on in our services, we're going to, basically say, hey, I'm going to wait for these things or not wait for these types of things. So, so as I move these around in space, it's kind of cool. So since this is all cloud services, I'll probably put these over here too. So yeah, so our app is going to be doing these types of things and storing stuff back. And then the client fetches the process clips. So I think the thing that we want to fix here is that the clips will not be made on the cloud. The clips will be generated from the transcripts. So the transcripts are the ones that are actually going to give the information to, so like whenever we go to a YouTube video and it's like 3 hours long, we're going to use OpenAI, and OpenAI should return a transcript. Let's see if I can kind of map that here. I'm still new to this thing. So I want to return like a heart is kind of cute. All right. So I want to return like, there's no good thing for mapping this, but basically I'm going to do a little like mini square thing, like the outline square. All right. So we'll do this with like a little like outline. So what we're going to return is a transcript. And what the transcript we're going to return, so the like entire timestamps. And then I think, yeah, so that's what's going to happen in the first phase from YouTube. So like YouTube to here will like kind of be this feature. Basically, it's like, hey, we're going to get the transcript, and somehow we're going to get the timestamps from YouTube from like this process here. So that's just kind of what we're expecting to get. And then from here, another thing that we're expecting to get. Oh, no, this is kind of messy. All right, cool. And so the second thing I think we want to get is to send this transcript to OpenAI to get like topics. So number 2 would be topics. So these topics basically would come from OpenAI, and we're going to send this, like once we get the transcript from here, we're going to send it over to OpenAI. This is going to get us like the topics. So the topics are going to be the things that we want to talk about for the app and everything. And so Yeah, like OpenAI topics. And with these topics, basically, that's how we're going to know what parts of the clips that are going to be really interesting for our learning. And then from there, we're going to go to Google Gemini, and Google Gemini will give us like exact timestamps. So 3 timestamps. And so what I'm going to go ahead and do is going to drag this little guy into here, and I'm going to drag this little guy into here. So that way, when I move these around, these are kind of associated to our little arrows. I think that makes more sense here. Okay. And then our app is going to write this to the database. I'll just move that over here to the side. Okay, cool. I think this looks a little bit better. Yeah, please forgive me. This is kind of sort of my first time doing this live, but hey, I'm just trying to show you exactly how I think about these things. So that way, when you design your apps, you can probably do something similar or think about them in these types of ways. Because I think it's just really good visually to understand kind of what's going on in your head and then try to map that into code later on. So that way, when we start to ask for certain features, we can kind of say, hey, we're only focusing Google Gemini on like just understanding topics. So that's what I'm going to clarify back into the prompt, but just walking you through this so that you can kind of understand. Why am I going to use different LLMs? Very, very good question. And why not use everything? So the reason why I'm using different LLMs is because different LLMs are actually really good at certain things. So in my experience using these for the last 6 to 8 months is Claude Sonnet is extremely proficient at writing and also at coding. So Claude Sonnet, when you write, does not sound like an AI, which is awesome. Where OpenAI will just say certain keywords that kind of give off that it's an AI. And a lot of people say, not certainly, but there's certain keywords. I just don't have them at the top of my head because I stopped using it for their writing. So it's not really fresh to me. And then Google Gemini is extremely good at what they call needle in a haystack. So you can feed it in a large context. And a context just means like how many, basically think about it in terms of how many books can you feed in. You can feed in encyclopedias of stuff into Google Gemini. And you can say, where was it that, the moon fell into this half-written place and this guy with a purple shirt did this? And it's going to be like, I'm going to search these 2 million tokens and boop, it's over here. Oh, yeah, and they also kind of vaguely mention it over here. No other LLM is like that accurate in what they call like needle in a haystack, it's looking through things, than Google Gemini. It also just so happens that Google Gemini is really, really good at searching through timestamps in YouTube videos specifically. It makes sense because they host this platform called YouTube and they have access to all of that data. So they've trained their AI models and that's actually already in its base set. So OpenAI, I've found to be really good at actually finding these topics. So it's a very good question. I'm glad you asked that because I need to give that background in terms of why I'm choosing these specific LLM providers and kind of why they do these things. So I want you to experiment as well. Choose different models and figure out what's going to work for you and test them out. If it doesn't work, try a different model, try different prompts, try different temperatures. We're going to get into that as well, but just kind of want to give a heads up. It's a really good way to ask that. So Delve, Game Changer. Yes, Luis. Yeah, definitely. Delve, Game Changer are the ones that are the ones that usually say it there. Yeah. So you have so many modules selected. Which ones does it use? So that's what we're going to go ahead and define in the code and in my request as well. So that's kind of what we're thinking. So I'm going to go, my app needs to go to YouTube to get the transcripts and timestamps. And then I also need to go to OpenAI to get the topics. And then I also need to go to Google Gemini just so I can hit the provider so I can get that exact timestamps. So basically what I'm going to send over is, I'm sending basically, send topics. And then I expect to get the timestamps back. So I'm going to tell Google Gemini is like, hey, if I send you these topics, where in these topics do I see these themes show up in the timestamps? And we should be able to get that back. And then it'd be like, yeah, these are all the topics. And then from there in my app, that's kind of where I'm going to display like a 30-second video or a 90-second video, depending on the timestamp. And all I have to do is just tell it to give me the YouTube URL and just say, here's the URL. And then YouTube will know exactly based off the URL scheme of where to start the video. I don't know if you've ever shared any timestamps with your friends, and basically it would just show you the video starting exactly there. And that's kind of what we're going to go ahead and do. So this is the actual code that's needed, and it's actually telling us here. So YouTube embed / clip video ID start time and then end time. So this is actually how you would do it. And you could just send that right to YouTube and it'll just play the clip right there for you, which is really cool. So yeah, so we have phase 2. I'm going to go ahead and update this plan because we're going to kind of give it that updated set. So YouTube transcript, topic extraction, Gemini timestamp identification, store database, client fetches, process clips. Kind of like that, I guess we can kind of go with. So add AI processing endpoint. Okay. So this is process video. Cool. Client side improvements. So paste YouTube video, handle process, create new video card, set up YouTube iframe integration. Okay. So what we can do, I'm going to go ahead and just do bun install. install. And so that should basically install all of the dependencies we need for this project that are already in this WikiTalk thing. And so if we do bun dev, we should be able to see this project live. So if I copy, and then I just go back to like Safari real quick. So this is basically my own instance of this. What the heck is this? Refresh. Okay. Yeah. Yes. So this is basically, yeah, this is the app. This is the app running currently in my local host, and you can see how smooth it is. Amazing, right? So like we haven't even, we're going to just take this code and see if we can flip this here. So this is how we do it. Okay. So yeah, YouTube challenges. All right. So let's go ahead and get started. I'm going to give it some YouTube videos, probably some of my lives and stuff or something like, yeah, it's YouTube. And then we'll see what's up. I think I'll do that a little bit later though. So I'm going to make sure I have that ready on the side. All right. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is go ahead and get this at the very bottom message where it says copy. And we're going to go over to Composer, and then I'm just going to go ahead and paste the plan into here. And then I'm just going to say, would you like me to elaborate or help the implementation? Okay. So key challenges for, I guess, please. Oops. Oh, did my keyboard die? Okay. No. Cool. All right. All right, cool. So please help me get started with this prototype. And I think that's good. Video clip storage. Let's see. I don't need clips to be generated. We plan to just use the URLs from, we plan to just use the URL with timestamp from YouTube to play the clip. Okay, so, and then there's this normal mode and there's this agent mode. So if you see this here, right where my mouse is at, I'm going to just go ahead and click agent. And you'll see the agent highlight and it says submit. So the agent means basically it's just going to start going through and just modifying and start writing code. It's basically kind of an autonomous way to do that. And if I go to features and I scroll down, one of the modes that I have selected is called YOLO mode. So in chat and composer, so under features, chat and composer, if I move my head here for a little bit, what we're going to go ahead and see is like I have YOLO mode enabled, and that's just going to keep going and executing basically without me confirming anything. And I also have large context enabled, so that way it could just keep cooking. And then I think those are the main settings I have set up there. I'm going to go ahead and resync the index for the database, for the actual thing here. So those are the main settings I have, and we're going to go ahead and see here. So I also want to give it context. So in here, I want to give it wiki articles, wiki card app. So that way it knows kind of what we're referencing and talking about here. And then I think we're good. So yeah, let's go ahead and then, so I'm just basically the instructions here. I'm basically saying, please help me get started with this prototype. I don't need clips to be generated. We just plan to use the URL with timestamp from you to play the clip. For the first version of the prototype, I just want prototype. I just want to have a list of videos with section with times stamps with YouTube URL that have timestamps in the URL to play back those sections to prove this concept. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and hit submit and see what happens. And so at the very bottom, I don't know if you noticed, it says Claude Sonnet 2024, 1022. So that when I'm in Composer, that's the model that you would use. They don't allow you to use R1 in this type of mode because it takes too long to think. And that's kind of why I'm doing this chat thinking mode and then moving it over to Composer to do this type of stuff. So yeah. All right. So will you be cursing? Yeah, I think that's one thing I'm going to get into probably next, using cursor rules for the projects, just so that folks can understand like what type of thing that we're doing here. And like, especially if it's going to start offering these different commands, like using npm instead of bun and so forth. So we're going to kind of see that here. Thanks for doing these live streams. I always learn a ton watching these. Yes. My goal this year is to do a lot more of these types of live streams. I have my studio set up here now, so that way we can kind of cook together. So I actually have like an official light, my camera, a light here, and like this is kind of my background there. And this is actually kind of like, I actually have transformed my room. So that's actually my Murphy bed now. I used to have like a big old bed in here. I'm just currently drying clothes and stuff. But basically, I've transformed my room to completely lock in on this because I feel like this is the future, if you know what I mean. Like, AI is here, and we're going to be doing like, this is changing so fast, and I can't produce a video and publish it because in that same week, like 50 new things come out, and like everything I said is just expired. Low key, no, but there's some key concepts. I also have found that people who watch the videos on the live stream and replay them learn a lot more than just watching a step-by-step, because you'll see me mess up. You'll see me do these different things that you can only know when you're doing it live. And I think that's pretty useful. The other part I like is that live streams, you get to ask questions. So I'm trying to do these more often. So if I were to do them, it'd probably be around 8 or 9 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. But I might even do some in the evenings and afternoons. Definitely shooting for at least one every weekend so that my weekend warriors, my everyday people can at least catch up with that and throughout the week. And then what I want to do is actually open up, I need to hire an editor. And right now I don't make any money from this. Literally, like, it's just me putting this out there. But if people are interested, I think I'm going to make a tier. Right now I just have a tier of like $6.99 on YouTube that you can subscribe to. And that supports me directly. And basically, I'm just going to use that money to go hire editors so that they can edit the larger live stream. So basically, you can just put in like whatever topics you want and things, and the boy will go cook. And hopefully this app, when I finish it, can help you too, right? So like, that's the other thing. I'm making this app for me because that's how I learned through YouTube. If I can just feed it my live streams and it like clips them all up super fast, and you can just flick through them on your breaks and you can like certain things or go back to them. I mean, this app would be amazing. So that's kind of what we're doing here. So yeah, for those folks who are just joining in right now on the live stream, what we got going on right now is that we're basically trying to flip the WikiTalk. So WikiTalk is basically Wikipedia all up in your browser and stuff. You could just flick it just like this. Wait, this is the app. It's already done. Hold on. Yo, cursor is bad. So we're looking at localhost. Damn, cursor. Okay, chill. Okay. So what just happened is what I have fired up right now, I totally forgot. The whole app is actually running right now live, and cursor was cooking in the background while we were just talking, and like literally just finished the app for us to prototype. Like right now, like as I'm scrolling up, I was actually trying to show you WikiTalk, which was the, but it's actually running the, damn, let's go. So WikiTalk.Vercel, that app is the real app there. And if you're scrolling up, it's basically Wikipedia. So like instead of scrolling on TikTok, you can scroll to learn like new things using Wikipedia. And so this app went super viral on like all these places, Hacker News, and all these people started writing up stuff. And so I thought, I have dyslexia. I wanted to make an app to learn, and all the stuff that I've been seeing, even my prototypes showed stuff with just a bunch of text. And it's like, no, I learned through video. I learned through audio. I need to have clips and stuff. So we're trying to make clips, like basically have series of videos that are really long, 3 hours stuff, like LLMs, learning Objective-C, learning like low-level compilers, I want those to be auto-generated because we need to get into this new AI movement. And if you only have so much time, you can flick up and just really quickly get something. And you can almost treat this like flashcards. And so that's our plan. And then what it kind of looks like is that we're going to make the app and talk to YouTube, OpenAI, Gemini to do all these series of steps so that we can get this working here. And this is already working right now. As I flick through it, you've seen these YouTube videos. You see where it starts at 3 minutes and 4 seconds. Let's go. Oh my goodness. Let's see.
Well, the task goes from comically trivial to dauntingly difficult. Unless you've been living under a rock, I think I hardly need to motivate the relevance and importance of machine learning.
Okay. So how did Cursor know to like get these YouTube video links and put them in here? Come on. Yo, this is nuts. Absolutely nuts. Okay, so let's see what it did here because it just cooked for us. Oh my goodness. Okay, so it created a video card component here. Oh my, I'm just blown away right now. I literally can't right now. I can't. Cursor, you baddie. Okay, so it created this new component for us based off of our plan. And then it says like, let me go ahead and create the app and update the app. So here's the sample clips that we talked about. And so it's getting these clips, start time, end time. So the duration's 2 minutes, 2 minutes, bro, I want to cry right now. This is so good. This is gorgeous. And so it knows that it says ready to load more clips. In the future, we can load more clips here. And I like these little comments that it drops because that's going to be helpful for the future as we continue to update these apps. So filtered clips. Oh my God. It says learning talk. Let's go. Okay. About learning talk. It even made this up for us. Liked videos. Bro, this is going to be fire. Dang. Okay. So this is our liked articles. So it's basically now doing a different context. So liked articles provider. So it basically went through and kind of updated that code there. So the linter errors occur because we're still using the use liked articles. So it's basically Cursor is fixing itself. This is kind of why I let it go in YOLO mode because I don't need to tell it to go do the things. It just does it. By the way, each kind of iteration, it will use up a fast request, but I don't mind. I'm just letting it cook. We do it for the live stream, right? So now that we've updated the video card component, the liked article context to work with our new video format, created a new video card. We updated the app component to use a sample clips instead of Wikipedia articles, display the videos in a TikTok style format. Let's go. Handle likes and sharing for videos and modify the article's context. So to test the app, the samples include the history of the internet, neural networks explained, introduction to React, 2-minute clip. The features should work: vertical scrolling, like and unlike, share videos with the correct timestamp, like the view. Sheesh, let's go. Would you like to make any adjustments? This is bonkers. This is absolute bonkers. So we have this little like button here, and then if we go to likes, it should show us the likes for the video. Stop. This is too good. This is too good. Oh my God. If I hit the share link, what does share look like? I don't know. It doesn't really do anything. Share. Okay. I can share. Okay. Oh my goodness. Okay. So let me just take this out of like this view and I'm just doing desktop view. Okay. This is pretty awesome. I'm not going to lie. Bro, do you want this in your pocket? I'm going to ship this today. Let's go. Let's go. Okay, so can you explain me how this app works that you're making? Yeah, I'm going to get to that in a little bit. So yeah, this is awesome. So man, okay, so what we're doing now, so when I'm scrolling through, the section that was highlighted here is this like 109 section.
And neural networks to the present and to the future.
And so basically what it's doing is basically...
Maybe you measure the amount of water that a city uses.
It goes directly to that topic. So sometimes, like this is an 11-minute video. Imagine if you had to wait 3 minutes for you to get to the topic that you were really interested in. That would take too long. Nobody got time for that. So what we're doing, we're kind of speeding that up. All the content is already on YouTube. I already learned through YouTube. So I want my AI to go to like a service provider, like, you know, OpenAI. I want it to understand everything in these videos, bring back the topic, tell me where I need to search for learning this topic. So if you ever learn something, for example, if you're learning to code, you got to learn how like maybe the terminal works. You got to learn how the shell works. And you don't want to sit through like a 4-hour video. All you need to know is like these commands or do these types of things. So that can kind of get you some context. And because I have dyslexia, I don't learn in this very procedural way that people normally learn in. People say, okay, start with step 1, start with step 2. It's like, nah, that's not how my brain works, homie. I got to like start with step 5. I got to start with step 3. I need an overview. I need a big picture. I need some like blankets. I need people to like show me videos. I need people like to make experiments. And that's the whole point. The whole world is doing stuff around this topic, and you can see it from all these perspectives. So if I see a video of somebody like doing a chemical experiment with dropping some Mentos in a bottle, and then someone's explaining that that's the concept of, expansion and contraction or some type of physical type of thing, that is super useful context. So then when I watch the next video, I have that context already preloaded in my brain, and then I can learn the next thing a lot faster. And that's how you learn really fast, is because you start to then apply those concepts into real world things. And guess where the real world's at? Online. It's right now what we're doing on social media. And so we need to like reconfigure these algorithms so they work for us. And that's why I'm making this app, is because like it's so hard for me to learn from a book. I can learn, but it takes 100 times more effort because of my lack of reading, basically. And that's kind of why I like to vibe code, is kind of what Andre Kaparthe calls it, but I just call it, composing software. I already know how this stuff kind of should work. And I just tell the AI like we just did, and look what it did. It's like, hey, take this app. I want you to add this feature, and then we'll just do this. One prompt, we did this. Like that's what we're doing right now. This is like, look at this. Like how, dang. All right. Look, I'm gonna get off my high horse here. Blankets. Yeah. That's how we do it. All right. Cool. Yeah. So, yeah. Everyone's kind of blowing up in the comments right now, so I definitely appreciate that. I think we're the same. How do you handle the design with an AI? I usually draft the landing page in Figma and give it to V0 Lovable or Magic Patterns. Basically, I'm just kind of giving it my thought process. What I told you was basically my raw thoughts. I'm going to go ahead and accept all these changes. And so one thing that we want to do is I want to show you how to use Git real quick. So I don't want to lose our progress so far, because we've been cooking and it already works. So like the fact that this already works, I don't want to mess with it anymore. I want to kind of seal this deal and kind of make this happen here. So one of the things is that you can do to use Git. I think this is going to be a really good segment. So for those who are just tuning in right now, we're going to get into Git and then show you how to like save this project and push it up to GitHub. So that way it'll be saved and syncing back and forth. If your laptop goes under, it's still somewhere in some cloud, and then you got that backed up. And then I'll also show you how to create like feature branches. So that way like we can experiment, and then a branch will let us kind of go off to the side, cook for a little bit. And if we really like it, we can pull it back in. If not, we'll just kind of leave that hanging there and just kind of let it do its thing. That way we don't have to like go through this linear track. We can kind of try experiments in parallel, which would be really fun. So let's go ahead and get started with that. So to do that right now, we go to the top middle corner where it says this little branch thing. So that's Git. Basically, it recognizes that this repository has not been set up. So we're going to go ahead and hit initialize repository. And so what that's going to do is going to set us up for this type of history of things. We just made a whole bunch of changes, and we haven't actually saved this project yet. So what we're going to go ahead and do, before I push anything up, I also like to take a look at what they call the git ignore file. So I'm going to go back to the files here, and I'm going to go to this middle section where it says git ignore. So sometimes I like to look for the like .env stuff and make sure that that's not get pushed up by accident. So .env and then .env local are kind of some of my favorite ones there. You could just do like also, I think .env star or something, which should also work. So yeah, that will be good. .env star. Yeah, .env dot whatever star. Star. Oh yeah, no, okay, .env local. Okay, so I'll have like a .env example so that people can see what that looks like. But yeah, I think that'll be a good one. So once I do that, so I'm going to go ahead and hit generate commit message. So these little stars up here on this left thing, I hit that little guy. And so it's going to basically take a look at everything. And it says, I apologize. Okay, let's going to try again. Let's see. It should work here. it should be able to get everything. If not, okay, so we're going to say initial commit of YouTube, TikTok, learning thing. Okay, so I'm going to hit commit. So now it's actually saved the stuff locally. We have to push this to a cloud so that we can save this for us. And we have a couple of options. So we hit publish branch. It's going to ask us here at the very top. It's going to say, do you want to publish privately or publicly? So I like to start privately. You can always make it public later. That way, if you accidentally push something up that you didn't want to push up, for example, like a secret key or something, you won't expose yourself. So I'm going to just go ahead and do that. It says private directory and then publishing to GitHub, and boom. So now we've basically published this. So I can say open GitHub, and what it does is going to take me to the GitHub page. And now we actually have this thing. And you see this little lock there? That means it's basically private, and no one else can have access to it unless you give them permission. So this is going to be sitting there, and this is going to be really important for us going forward, for us to track these types of things and kind of make these little experiments and stuff. So what's nice about it is that when you start making changes into files, like, for example, here, you could say you want to make a change saying like, this or something like that. Not only will it turn red, but it'll also tell you if it's actually going to work or not. So you can say hashtag YOLO or whatever. Or you can say, or comment. And it'll tell you that the M means it's been modified here. And then these little blue buttons here on the side will show you what's been changed in your code. So if you're scrolling down and you take a look at these line numbers, if you click them here, it's going to drop down saying, hey, you've added these 2 lines. And if you want to revert them, you could just go back to where it says revert change, and it'll revert the change for you. So that means basically, sometimes you figure out you type something in by accident. That's what's up. That's what that is there. So that's a little bit about Git for us getting started. And this is kind of complaining about some type errors, which we will get into a little bit shortly. So, okay. So now, wow. Okay. So that was quite a bit of stuff to take in there. Let's see if I can catch up a little bit with the crowd here, and let me play some mood music so we can get this going. So, yeah. Comments. I feel identified on a topic that I'm ashamed to acknowledge publicly. Can you provide the prompt you use for this? Yes. Neymar, you know what? I'm going to see if I can make this public right now. So what I have going on is I usually use Notion. So I'm going to see if I could do this live, because why not? This is our stream. So at RayFernando.ai is my blog. And so I'm going to make one for the live stream today. Notion. So I use Notion for everything. And for those who don't know, I actually run my blog through Notion. There's a template that I'm using for this, which is really, really clean. So that allows us to basically make new blog posts and stuff. So what I'm going to do is just going to hit new blog post. I'm going to drop this in saying live stream, Feb 9th, 2024. So this will probably be up temporarily, but I want it to be public so you can at least grab my prompt and work with it. So actually what I'll probably do is just use this for the workflow. So prompt will be here. And so if you go to RayFernando.ai, it should be live within like a minute or two. So, okay. So this is kind of my thinking or my thought process. So Ray's internal thoughts. Prompt, so that stays at the top. Oops. Okay. So that way you'll see what's going on. So if I exit out of this, we should see it listed towards the top. Let's see, Wiki, Feb. Okay. I think it's live. Published. Oh yeah, the published would be today. Author. Okay. Cool. So now, I think if we go to RayFernando.ai, Command-Shift-R. Okay, so just give it a minute or two. You're going to get this actual prompt live. It should be one of the first blog posts at the top. I'm going to also feature it so it shows prominently featured. Okay, it's not going to have any slug or anything, but that'll be chill. I should probably just throw something up. Add cover. We're going to change cover to red, because why not? Oh, I like this Earth one. That's kind of cool. NASA. Okay. So you'll see the Earth icon at the very top. I'm going to refresh this. It should come up. Okay, here we go. So in this live stream here is where you're going to be able to get the prompt. And so this is live right now. So whenever I make changes, it's going to keep updating. But you can just grab this prompt of what I'm using to get this. And I think this will be helpful for those who are following along to kind of see my thinking process and kind of what I'm referencing here for my internal thinking as far as how I'm developing this feature. Because I want to show you how I develop this feature. I do plan to actually make this open source because I feel like this is something that is going to be beyond me and something bigger than me. But I feel like if I make it open source, you know, and if there's a lot of traffic, I can figure out how to cover the hosting and get some support, so donations and stuff from people like you. So yeah, that'd be pretty cool. Is your cursor system prompt still the same? I don't have right now. I don't think I have a system prompt at all. So I have no rules and I have any project rules at all right now. So we're just starting completely fresh and then just kind of letting cursor do its thing. And if I need to, I may add some rules depending on what stuff we're going to work on. Because if we're going to start adding some databases, I'm going to have some rules associated with that I'm going to use for the database provider as well. So 2024, of course, right? Like I'm living in a different era right now. My mind is in the 2025 era. Oh my God. Okay, let's go 2020. All right. So yeah, you may have to update your URLs accordingly. So, okay, cool. Definitely appreciate everyone who's been tuning in. Y'all are real on this, for real. So, okay. So now that we have the landing page, we have this type of thing here. Let's kind of get situated a little bit. So let's go back to our drawing program. So far, this is WikiTalk. And so we're able to scroll and get different videos and it goes right to the video thing. And so what I want to do is I want it to autoplay the videos. So I'm going to go ahead and see if I can tell Composer to that. This is a brilliant start. So can I? Yeah. So I'm going to go ahead and start to do this. I'm going to say, this is a brilliant start and it looks like it is working. I want it to auto play videos when we first load the page. All right, so please add more sample videos as well. I'm going to see if I can do @web, maybe if it can help us. Modify the clip duration, add categories or tags to videos. Let's see, please add more sample videos as well. I think I'm going to start with this, and then I'm going to see if I can add categories and tags to videos as well. All right, let's go ahead and submit this to the agent and let it cook, and then kind of check back in a little bit. So go ahead and submit. We're going to let it cook. All right, so it's generating, and it's looking at the context from the composer. Man, this is really fun. Wow. Okay, so shout outs to everyone who's been following right now on X. I didn't realize we have 655 people on the stream on X. We've got 38 people on YouTube. Yo, that's what's up. So if you're liking this whole stream right now, definitely share this with a friend and let them know that, like, yo, if you want to like tune in and kind of chill out with Ray, this is what we do. We're just going to code stream. I'm trying to make this approachable so that if you're kind of new to Cursor, you know, let me know and I could try to explain more. I'm going to try to get through the comments right now while we're waiting some of this prompt stuff to cook. And my goal and my mission is to share back everything I learned. I don't have a college degree. I tried to go to college. I dropped out because I had so much trouble with reading and writing. I couldn't write an essay to save my life. And so I had spent the last like 12 years. I spent 12 years at Apple working as an engineer and got to work on these amazing systems and do some really complicated stuff, all because people gave me a chance early on. And within that, I just took complete advantage and like bugged everyone. So they showed me a lot of techniques of like how to think through your thoughts, how to like map your thinking as far as like, you know, architectures, put together like these little maps to try to explain maybe what you're doing and also explain the stack to other engineers and stuff. And so I've seen a lot, I've been through a lot, and I want to try to share that back, and it only comes out really through live streams. I've tried to produce videos and it just takes me too long, and it's much faster to just go with an idea and then show you together along with me. So I'm hoping to target you if you are new or you have doing some coding or you just kind of want to vibe out and just do something different. I'm not really trying to sell you anything at all. I'm just trying to build publicly and, trying to come up with my own ideas. And I'm learning AI just like the way you are. I feel like if we share back with each other, we can learn a lot faster than trying to like gatekeep or whatever. I don't have any incentives to make a course right now or anything like that. I feel like making a community where we all share, with our strengths is going to be a faster turnaround. I feel like a course for me is not something that I currently consume. I try to consume them, but I have so much trouble. So why not make apps to do that? And so for those who are feeling and want to support, you can support me on X. There's a subscribe button there. There's also a support for YouTube as well. So my goal is to try to take that money to try to see if I can hire an editor to cut up my YouTube stream, but also to make this app as well. So I'm trying to make this app so that other people can take either my live streams or new topics and try to learn along with me. So that's kind of where I'm rolling right now with this type of thing. And definitely appreciate everyone who's been able to roll through. I should probably also let you know that I got a Discord going on. So I'm going to probably announce that very shortly because I need to generate a link and everything. And you guys can get situated with that as well. So yes, let's go. Awesome. Appreciate the support. Okay, so you got RayFernando.ai. Let me put that in so that you can get the prompt thing that people are asking about. So RayFernando.ai. It's probably the best place there to get this thing that everyone is looking for. Okay, so yeah, are some folks who are watching on X who wanted to know if it was on YouTube, and definitely there because it's easier to like bookmark and save and go back later. So this is pretty awesome as far as what we're doing here. So all right, cool. Excellent. So what have we done so far here? And we have asked it to, okay, a brilliant start. Let's go ahead and update the app component. So it's basically went to the app component area and it added more example videos for us. I don't even know how it gets this stuff. This is amazing, actually. Dang. Okay. So I've added 7 new educational videos and the automatically starts playing when 70% of the video is visible. Stops playing when the video is scrolled out of view. Nice. And then uses intersection observer to detect when the video is in view. Oh, this is hot. Okay. So added linter warning about set clips. Okay. The clips now include short form content, 100 seconds for quick learning, medium content for 2 to 3 minutes for detailed explanations, and then various difficulty levels from beginner and advanced topics using different content creators and teaching styles. To test the app, first should play. This is sick. Okay, let's go ahead and just test it out. Let's see. So we have the app here, localhost. Let me just refresh it. Is it playing? I see it. I think it's trying to play, right? I think we have to
measure the amount of water that a city uses in a given day and select a pump that can match that flow rate.
Hold on.
Let's see how that would work.
Okay, so I think it hits play, but maybe YouTube's thing doesn't allow you until you actually explicitly hit it. Let me quit the app and relaunch it. That's another thing too. So let me hit quit, Control C, and then I do bun dev again, and it should run the app. If I hit command and click, it should pop me back open to the app here. And let's see. Let me move my head. Okay, so scroll. Okay. So I think what's happening, you see this little loading here at the bottom? It is playing the video, but I think YouTube prevents an autoplay. Let's just see if it can fix itself because, yeah, it says video unavailable. See, if I hit play, it does play.
We're going to need some, environment or some program that we can write all that code in.
What I'm going to show
and
you
really,
here
you can write
is
Python in any text editor. You can write it in like Notepad or TextEdit.
Okay, so there's a couple problems here as we see right now. So what's happening is the fact that the video is playing when you hit play, but when you scroll and it goes out of view, it still continues playing the previous video's audio and it doesn't like stop the scrolling. And so I think there is a part of the code that's actually working, but the other parts of the code aren't. But the fact that we're able to get this up, and I think it's pretty interesting as far as like where it starts. So this starts at the 5 minutes installing Python and PyCharm. This one starts at like 3 minutes here. This one, isn't there. So this is a good start. I mean, we're really just building the prototype right now to just understand like that this is a UI concept that we can work with here and do those types of things. So that's pretty cool. Okay, cool. So this is awesome. Wow. Cool. Let's see. So the problem with Cursor is automate my cursor rules. And when I open a new computer, it's difficult for him to know everything about my last conversation. Yes. Jose, there is sort of a way around this, and it's kind of a hack. And if you go into a specific directory in the library, you should be able to copy all of the application support, which has the database of all your conversations, over to your new computer. The problem is that it will work, but there could be a problem with some files and stuff. And so it's totally up to you if you want to try it out, but it does work. You'll have all your previous conversations and stuff. So let me show you what that looks like so you can kind of see right here. So if we go to like Finder, I'm going to go ahead and open a new window. And on my Mac, and this is kind of similar directory with your Windows, Command-Shift-G. I think it's user library, application services, like library. I think it's application support. Yes. And then we're going to do cursor, or is it cursor? Yeah, cursor. And then in here, let me make my head a little bit smaller here. If you copy everything in here, it should preserve all of your settings and everything. And you just basically copy this into your other Mac that has cursor on it. All of your settings, all of your data, all of your conversations should basically be backed up in here. And that'll just supposedly transfer over, and you should be able to continue your conversation. It's not a sync engine by any means, but it's worth a try, especially if you are migrating to another computer for the first time. That's kind of where the data container is for your Mac. There's probably a similar directory in your app folder for Windows, but yeah, just FYI. Oh, cool. That's amazing. 744 in X. Wow. Yeah, 35. Thank you so much, Fernando. This is really cool. Yeah, I appreciate everyone who's been able to tune in. I think this is really great. And so what we're doing is basically making a WikiTalk clone for those who are just joining in. So WikiTalk is basically this thing where you can flick and have this TikTok style thing that's basically like TikTok. So if you like this subject, you basically go through and just, like it and so forth. And you can go back to it later on and kind of learn more about it. So you're like, oh, I want to learn about this. And it opens up Wikipedia and you can start learning about it. So it's kind of like a fun interface and a different way to present information. And I thought this is a genius way to do that for YouTube videos. There are topics and things that I want to learn about. And I want an AI system to understand what those topics are based off of all these transcripts, and then find the exact time segments in those YouTube videos, like a 3-hour video with Andre Caparthe. And I just want to learn about tokenizers. I want to get that segment of like 30 seconds or 3 minutes that'll teach me about tokenizers explained. And then maybe another video that follows it up in a real world application, right? With somebody else implementing the code. So that like stuff like that is going to be super useful for me. It's just the way that I learn. And this WikiTalk actual project is available on GitHub. So I'm going to go back to my Notion blog here and put this into the app into the instructions so that people can download this as well. So original GitHub repo, git clone. Okay, repo is here. So if you go to RayFernando.ai, you should be able to get the GitHub repo and clone the repo there. That's the repo that we're working with for FYI, for those who are following along. So I'm going to put this into full screen. I'm going to minimize this, maybe put it in the background for now. Yeah, so that's kind of what it is. What we did was just clone the project and then put it into here. We used Git earlier to make the actual commits and then push them up to our own repository. And so that way we can kind of work with this and kind of, churn on this feature while we are kind of making the app here. So I think, would you like to add more clips on topics? Autoplay threads should currently work. So I think what I want to do is give it the feedback. So we're going to go ahead and say the app appears to show the video downloading, but I have to hit play on YouTube to get the video to start playing. The second issue is once I start playing the audio will continue playing when I scroll to the next video. And I think that's pretty much about it, right? They're going to say, Okay, submit. So I'm just telling the agent to basically go see if it can find anything about that and fix it here. What I like about this, Vite app is the fact that the files are pretty much contained to just the app itself. And then you have the components. So it's just literally a video card that we're showing instead of a wiki card. And then it has other contexts and stuff that it pulls in. So it's kind of nice because it doesn't require a lot of complexity. And we aren't doing really fancy, crazy stuff yet. And I feel like we can kind of get there as we get there, which would be pretty nice. So I'm going to go ahead and collapse this. There's a little collapse section here at the bottom. And so we're going to go ahead and let this thing kind of do its thinking here. So let me catch up a little bit. Yo, what's up? How's it going, Vlad? Welcome to the stream. I appreciate everyone who's joining in here. Will you adding this in Xcode with Cursor AI? Not right now. I'm going to have a guest on this coming week or next. His name is Rudrank, and he is, we have a masterclass previously from a couple months ago where we use Cursor with Xcode and SweetPad and some other things, but there's now a new method called Alex Sidebar. And so Alex Sidebar will basically allow you to connect your GitHub, and it's a plugin that's within GitHub. Sorry. Alex Sidebar will connect your Xcode account, Alex Sidebar.app. And so what that does, it's literally this, it connects right into Xcode directly. And so instead of using Cursor, you're using Alex Sidebar. And this is kind of what I call the Cursor version of Swift for Xcode. It's what should have been shipped by Apple. But these guys actually did it. And actually, they're now backed by Y Combinator, which is amazing. So yeah, their agent is $20 a month. So if you're doing that type of thing, you get unlimited DeepSeek R1. You get 500 Claude Sonnet messages, unlimited code. So definitely, if you're into Swift coding and you're using Xcode, check this out. I haven't played around with it very much, to be honest, but Rudrank, who did the previous stream, is just all about this. And I think he loves it so much, he actually ended up wanting to go work there. And he may be working for them, or I don't know exactly what he's doing. But I definitely check it out. A lot of people have been talking about this. And yeah, it's basically the Cursor for Xcode. And I think it could be really cool for you if you're doing that. So yeah, alexcodes.app, which is Alex Sidebar. If you just look up Alex Sidebar, and this is a 7-day free trial. That's pretty cool. That's awesome. Yeah, that's what's up. How do you build these things with Replit Agent, or is it all hype? Replit Agent is pretty cool. I definitely would recommend it if you're just getting started, just to understand and watch them work through a workflow and see what questions they ask you. I've been architecting apps for a little while, and I've been playing around with really big systems. So I'm kind of learning how to apply this into the web development space. And so I'm still learning as I go, and I've learned a lot just using Replit to begin with. One of my favorite parts of Replit is the fact that it's all cloud hosted. So that means I don't have to set up my Python environment on my computer, set up the different node environment, and then to deploy, it's literally already running in the cloud. So you just hit deploy and it's already there. So it's really cool to stand up prototypes pretty fast there. So I would definitely recommend it. V0 is starting to do that now, but it does require more manipulation and knowing of like the Vercel ecosystem, where Replit is kind of much easier. And so yeah, I would just play around, to be honest. You can do a lot with Python, especially since the AI machine learning stuff is all in Python, and those frameworks are definitely made for this type of thing. So I would definitely check it out. It just depends on the type of app you're going to make and the things you may run into. So that's what's up. I'm not a developer or designer, but I have lots of ideas of web services and apps. What platform should I use? Because Bolt and Lovable are very limiting and failing a lot. Yes. To be honest, I think you're going to be really good if you just get like Cursor or Windsurf and just use Python. Like if you use Python and just learn how to use like Streamlit or something like that to make an app, there's so many libraries in Python that are already really good, and you can get a prototype working really, really, really fast in Python. So that's probably your best bet if you're thinking about that. If you want something to work with like UI, you can try v0.dev. V0 is really good too. So they've been updating a lot of their stuff really fast, and you can get stuff working super quick. So you can take this idea of like this prompting is all you need. You can say open in v0 and then just modify this. So like, for example, I'm going to do this right now. So open in v0, right? So we're going to take the prompting all you need. So in my app, RayTranscribes, when I'm transcribing stuff, I'd love to just have something like this for fun, for people to kind of not pay attention to the loading time. So like it takes some time to get the video processed and sent back up. I'd rather have them either play a game or do something really silly and fun like this that's interactive. So I love this idea, and I'd like to turn this into a component. I'm going to make this bigger so y'all can see. So I'm typing this up on the bottom left. I like to turn this into a component where it says that it is cooking. Okay, so I like the component where, okay, so I like this idea, period, I think. So I love this idea, and I have an app that processes video and transcribes the audio. I want the text to say something funny or clever while people wait for the video to transcribe. I frequently say stuff like "let me" and other funny Gen Z slang. All right, cool. So let's just see what it comes up with, right? So I'm going to pop this into V0. And so what this is here is basically, could be an app or this could be a component. And so I can literally pull this component in to Cursor and to say, hey, can you add this component into my app? And then boom, all of a sudden, when I could just tell the composer for Cursor saying, hey, I have this prompting.tsx. This is the file. Can you add this in place when we're waiting for the audio to transcribe? So that way the users don't feel like they're waiting a very long time. And so this is, you see what I did. Like, this is already something that's really cool. It works. You can start describing like colors and things if you wanted to, instead of black and white. My colors are actually like orange and white or black and orange and stuff like that. And then it should be able to change that accordingly just by prompting it. So this is a template that someone made, but we're really using it just to kind of make our own thing here. So it actually made the transcribing thing. Okay, let's just see just what it does for fun. Okay. Please. I don't think it got this. So what I want to do is now like go back to this here. And so I love this idea, and I think I want the text to say something funny. I'm just going to change it to this. I want the text to say something funny or clever while people wait for the video to clever. I frequently say stuff like "let me cook" and other funny Gen Z slang. So I'm just going to submit this instead. What happened here was, because I gave it additional instructions about transcribing and stuff, it literally thought I wanted that type of app instead of just wanting the text to be updated. So you see what happens here when we put something in, and you can always go back to where like the prompt is and just hover over it and you hit edit message. So when you edit the message, that'll allow you basically a second try over the app itself, and then basically do its thing. So it says processing. Oh, this is pretty cool. So this actually tells you where it's actually putting the interface here. And we should basically have this game of Pong that is basically now our loading screen. Yo, this is fire. Yo, this is crazy. This is... Yo, come on. This... No cap, for real. Oh no, stop. No affiliate, generally appreciated. Yeah, it's basically a platform to generate all the prompts, all your guides, AI tools. Pretty sick. Yeah. What is his at, please? Okay. My at, RayFernando.ai 1337. Okay. Yeah. I think there's probably like a sort of a side conversation going on. So the ASI godsend will happen. Yes. Oh my God, this is crazy. So yeah, Fair Tech, hopefully that answers your question. To be honest, I'm going to use this, no cap. Oh, my camera died. That's what's up. I think what happened is that it went to sleep because it got too hot. So I'm going to change this camera angle so that we have camera A is also going to be my 4K one too. So we're going to be rocking like this, and for all my camera angles. So that's what's up. It's okay. So actually, what I'm going to do is just turn this back on because I think it just went to sleep. Okay, we should be good. Webcam in 3, 2, 1. Okay. So yeah, that's what's up. That's absolutely bonkers. So we should be back here. Okay, cool. I'm back. Yeah. Let me cook. Okay. Dude, V0 is so fun. Okay. So now that we have this code, right? So like this is literally the code. All it is just one file. Right? All of this is one file. And this is amazingly cool. So I want to show you something. So I have this app called RayTranscribes.com. So I made this on a live stream. And so I'm actually going to lower the price. I'm actually probably lower the price on the stream right now. I want to make this so that it's $5. So I have learned to deploy my own model now on a hosting service, and I can have that running 24/7. It does cost a bunch of dollars per hour to keep the instance up, but I'm trying to come up with like, if I just make the price low enough and I get, this service running all the time, it should be able to pay itself if I get like 100 users or something like that. So if I feel like I get like $500 per month or something, that should cover the cost for the server being up all the time. And that way people can just use it and it just becomes a utility. And that way I don't have to pay like OpenAI or other providers like access to their endpoints for tokens. You can just transcribe as much as you want. So I think what I'm going to do is do like a little low, I think on the stream, I think that's what I might do. Probably in the next, I got to go to the bathroom and stuff, but come back and see if we can just lower the price to $5. So there's been enough people who did support me. Like I think I had like a couple people who did buy this. So that kind of got me to here. And I made this basically on a live stream so that you can take your videos right here. You select like an hour long video, you do the transcript, and it does the processing right here on you see how fast it processes it, and it does the generating transcripts. And so in this phase of so fast, it's so ridiculous. Yeah, it's extremely fast. You get your stuff transcribed right away. So for $5 a month, imagine having unlimited access to this at this speed and that accuracy using the Whisper v3 large models is going to be bonkers. So I want to basically take the waiting screen and just let it do this type of thing while it's cooking. So it says, let me cook. And then instead of showing these little progress bars, it says processing audio. I'm just going to say like processing audio, let me cook or something like that. And you're just kind of watching this. And when it's done, it'll just finish the transcript. So just flip back and just blink, bloop, here's your transcripts. And then you could do whatever you want with them. So yeah, I think I might do that today on the stream. So you get to see how I changed the website and use, basically, I guess, Stripe. I'm going to be changing this in Stripe. And so this is a pre-order. And so you'd be able to like get access to this, once I turn it to go live. So if I go to log in, I'll show you kind of what that looks like right now. So if you log in, I'm going to do this on the side because I don't want to expose too much of my Google accounts, I guess. I don't know what it is. But here we go. Cool. And so, yeah. So this is kind of what the app looks like here. And so this is all it is right now. You just select video. I can select the video. This is like about this 44 minutes. Will process your thinking at the speed of light. So yeah, this is 44 minutes of like a whole live stream. And I hit upload and I hit generate transcripts. So right now it's processing the audio. And then, so normally to do this on my Mac, it could take like 15 to 20 minutes to run the model locally on my machine. But here I'm actually doing a bunch of magic that I'm doing underneath the hood, on device, in browser, and also sending it up to the cloud provider so that I could do this. And I want to basically unlock this so that you have it, the whole transcript. So yeah, for the people who are the founding stuff, you still get unlimited access. I'm going to be adding AI features, but I think for $5 a month, to just be able to do this, it's already working. I already shipped this. This is something that, basically doing today. So right now, I'm probably going to work on that next while we're here on the stream. But yeah, you can have, this is kind of what I built first. And this is kind of what we were building here. And I like, this is so cool how we're just able to take this V0 thing, reprompt it, and now we have a component that we can just add this code in while this stuff is waiting. So that's going to be on deck next. And this is kind of what we got so far. So this is what we started out with, was this prompt. You can take this on RayFernando.ai. I'm going to rename this, but for now you can just go on here and start using this. this is the prompt I used, and this is the GitHub repo, which is referencing the WikiTalk stuff, which is from there. And then from here, this is kind of my thoughts of how I want the app to be. And then what we're going to go ahead and do is once we get the transcript from YouTube, we're going to get these topics and send it over to OpenAI. So OpenAI is going to get that transcript and try to really understand what is in that transcript. It can be 3 hours long. And then from there, once we get those topics, we're going to send it over to Google Gemini. So as an example, with my app, like RayTranscribes, right? So app.RayTranscribes. So if I go back in, let's just go ahead and go back to this video here. So I'll show you what this looks like. I'm going to do a dry run of kind of what this should look like. So I already have a transcriber thing, and I may reuse the code here or not for this app, but just kind of showing you what this may look like and the power of these types of models. So what I want to do is going to go to platform.openai.com. So this is the playground in which you can actually do stuff with. And if you go to playground, this is like basically like a chat GPT, but for OpenAI. And this is how we're going to test these models. So I'm going to use the O01 GPT-4o mini. And then I'm going to say the max tokens, I'm going to bump it up to like 1600, because I don't think I need that much for the return. And then this is the temperature. I want it to be, let's start off with 0 because I think accuracy is really important. And so I want to, okay, so what I'm doing here is I'm hitting this little star button. So the star button will basically generate a prompt for us that will work well for what our task is. So I want to extract topics from these YouTube transcripts for a learning app. I want to know what the themes, topics, and anything that could be useful for 30 to 3-minute snippets. The goal here is that a lot of people are new to certain topics, or they can be experts. So getting the list of topics and other useful things will provide a lot of value for people. So I'm going to go ahead and hit create. I'm going to copy this real quick because sometimes this gets out of hand. So what it's going to go ahead and do is going to generate a system prompt for us. So I'm going to put this down into the Notion app so that way I don't forget about it. So I'm going to go ahead and here. So H3 platform OpenAI initial prompt. So first prompt code, and then paste this in. So I think, yeah, I'm going to just delete this here. And if I do the triangle space, it does this, and I can just drag this under here. Okay, perfect. So let me make my head smaller. So what I'm doing on RayFernando.ai, you'll see this prompt as well. And then you'll see the repo, and then you're going to see my first prompt that I put in before I did the extraction. And so let me kind of go back here and kind of show you what we're working with here. So now we have the system message to extract themes. So we hit generate. So when hitting generate with this like vague prompt, it actually generates a more like longer system message for us. So now it actually, this is a really good system message. Like this is pretty fire. So I think extract themes on topics from YouTube transcripts for use in learning application, covering snippets ranging from 30 to 3 minutes high. The aim would be to provide a comprehensive list of topics that caters both beginners and experts. So here are the actual snippets here. We may be able to just give this straight to Google Gemini, but I'm going to show you how we do this. Okay. So input transcript, a brief portion of your YouTube transcript, and then the output. So I'm going to just go ahead and leave this here. And then what I'm going to go ahead and do is go back to my app and say download that .srt file. And so the .srt file, what this is basically a breakdown of all of like the entire transcript. So this is like 44 minutes. And this is done with all the different files there. So for whatever reason, my camera keeps going to sleep. So I'm going to turn this back on. And that's where we're at. So within here, I'm going to go ahead and just copy and paste this whole thing here. and go back to the platform. And then I'm just going to go ahead and enter this transcript. Let's say, here is the, whoops. Okay. It's really slow at typing. Here is the transcript. Oh, I know why. Because I have such a long context window in this video file, it's freaking out. Okay. Okay. Here is the transcript. Okay. And I should just hit run and it should just cook, I hope. I don't think it's going to take that long. If not, I'll have to do like O1. Okay, cool. Wow. This is awesome. Okay. So the assistant comes back. I should have just did response format JSON object or JSON scheme. And so it would give us this JSON back. So it's telling us the time range for these types of themes. So this is how powerful these AI models are, right? I gave it that long 44-minute thing, and it's already telling us like introduction to AI tools, Whisper box overview, AI tool benefits. And then like, so these are the themes that it's extracted here. And then even telling us the complexity level, whether it's a beginner, whether it's an intermediate, and even tells us a summary of what's going on between these clips and segments. Isn't this crazy? Like, this is absolute bonkers, right? The fact that it's able to do this from these transcripts. So this, from that entire live stream, this is kind of what it's given us. But you can see the problem here is the fact that OpenAI just kind of stopped working right at the like 9-minute mark and 10-minute mark. So anything beyond that, we didn't really get. So one thing that I could try is to maybe do like a comparison again. So what I can do is get rid of this result here. And I can show you the difference between like something like an O1 Pro or O1 Mini. So GPT-4o Mini, I can just try a O3 Mini. And then I'm going to try the reasoning effort to do, let's do low. Let's just see what that looks like right now. So if I hit run, this should be able to use the new O3 model. And it tends to be, see, it's really fast, really, really fast. And it's much more detailed. But I don't know if it went through all the tokens. Did it do it? I mean, it came up with a lot. So below is one example of how that can be broken down, each into roughly 30 with extracted themes. So this is getting better with this type of model, right? This is really interesting. I'm going to try O3 Mini now doing the reasoning effort high, and I'm going to delete this message here. So we still have our initial thing. I'm going to hit run. So this will take longer to run. It's going to cost me more, take more tokens, but we're just trying to understand what's the output and is it even good enough for this type of app that we're doing? And so the reason why I'm doing it here instead of code is because prompting is really important for your apps. I would actually say that prompting is probably a big part of driving a lot of this experience for your app. So you can kind of think of it as like the prompting as that middle layer that kind of glues what's happening and what you want to achieve as a user at the very top. And then prompting kind of sits in the middle, and then your code is down below interfacing with the results and stuff. So look at this, O3 Mini, sheesh. This is kind of nice. So on the high effort, like look at this detail that it's providing. So this is O3 Mini high. That is beautiful. Look at that. It's actually going through the entire transcript of all the video. Yo, OpenAI, you not playing. I might just use the OpenAI model, but you see the price could be expensive, right? So 43 tokens going in, output 78 coming back. I mean, that's a bag. But there could be other cost-efficient ways, which is also why it's a good idea to explore. So if we go to AI Studio, aistudio.google.com. All right, so we're going to do this exact prompt, but in AI Studio. So in here, let me go ahead and set up some stuff real quick so that we can get this running on the right account, because I don't think it's actually running on the right account. So I'm going to do that right quick. So I appreciate you landing here right now. So it is lightning fast. Yeah, definitely appreciate. That's for RayTranscribes. Yeah. I shared a model with you to include diarization. Not sure if you had a chance to check it. Yeah, please send me another DM so that I can see it. I've been kind of overwhelmed with a lot of DMs recently. So yeah. Sorry, I meant your friends that uses Xcode and Alex codes. I see. Oh, at my friend. Oh, that's Rudrank. Yeah, let me see if I can get you that. RUDRANK. RYIYAM, I think. Let me see if I can pull this up for you. Here we go. Yes. This is who you would want to follow. Let me put this into the actual link here and also put this into the notes. I'm going to put this other notes here. Let's see, WikiTalk viral learning app. I'm going to just go ahead and compress this. And I'm going to just do another thing called /notes. Notes. Yes. Okay. So on RayFernando.ai, I also have it at the bottom. And then I'll also talk about Alex Code's app. So that way you can have these resources available to you. Because I feel like this is really important stuff that we talk about here. Okay, cool. Alex Codes. Yeah. Okay. And then we're going to AI Studio, which is here. And then we're also going to, let's see, platform.openai.com. And then, yeah, just so y'all have the lists of stuff that I talk about. I think it's really important to have these types of things. All right, so let's take a look, kids. I'm going to close this out for a sec here. Wow. Okay, so let's make this bigger so you can see. Boy, it cooked. Okay, so we see we have 44 minutes. It went through following those instructions. It pulled out these themes. It has a complexity level. It tells us a summary. And so here we are, like tool configuration, local processing. So we literally have this AI that's able to go through at this level of detail throughout the entire transcript and point out the time ranges in which these types of things happen. And so most of it's 3 minutes of, it just did like 3-minute chunks. But hey, that's a lot of information that we can extract out to do stuff with. And so this can be very helpful for our app going forward. So what we're making is this thing called WikiTalk. For those who aren't familiar, whoops. Oh gosh, did I undo it? I totally undid the result. It's okay. We can regenerate again. It's just, yeah. So cost of O3 mini. Okay, so I'll show you real quick what the cost is for something like this. So O3 mini cost is O3 mini API cost. It's 55 cents per million cached input tokens and 44 per million output tokens. So since it's not cached, I feel like this should be somewhere. O1 API cost. Okay, here we go. API pricing. All right. Okay, so here we are. So the input is $1 per million tokens, and then output is $4 per million. So that's kind of what it is. I don't know. Yeah, and so what we ran here was, I don't know how many tokens we did. So I'm going to delete this. I'm going to rerun it again. So I'm going to rerun it. Run it. So I don't think I'm burning dollars yet, but after like tons of requests, you can see how fast this can go. All right, so what we're going to go ahead and do is we're going to create a new prompt, and we're going to follow the same system instructions that we gave to OpenAI so we can test this out real quick. So we're going to go ahead and copy this and put into AI Studio. So that's the instructions that we want for this transcript. Now we're going to just grab the transcript. And so I'm going to scroll down. I should just be able to copy it just by going to the copy button. So the assistant is still running and it's probably airing out. Okay, so I'm going to go back to my file here, and then I'm just going to go to Google and paste that in. So I'm going to go say here is my transcript. And then I'm going to select the new Gemini Flash Thinking Experimental, which is their new thinking model, and it could do up to 1 million tokens. And then I'm going to set the temperature to 0, and then any advanced settings. Nope. Okay. Okay. And then paste this in. I'm going to hit run, and we're going to see how fast this runs. You see it's airing out. So what happens is sometimes when you paste in a lot of stuff in the file, bro. Dude, Google. Bruh. See, this is why we select different models, my friends. Look at it's cooking. Oh my goodness. Look at that. Dude, Gemini is a baddie. I'm telling you. See, this is why you need to try different models. So the whole thing is 63,000 tokens out of 1 million. And we're still cooking. Bro, OpenAI over here is like, yo, I kind of gave it to you, but if you really want more, you got to pay up. Bro, I feel like I'm talking to a mob boss right now with OpenAI. You know what I mean? It's like, yo, like this is the second time I ran it. It didn't even give me the results I wanted, right? Like it only went to 45 seconds. It could just be hallucinating all of those. I don't even know. This is O3 Mini, the high. The one that scored all the highest on those benchmarks. See, this is why it's important to test all the different models. And in my experience, Gemini, Google, I mean, I've been like realizing this for the past like half a year. Look at how it cooks, right? Sheesh. It's still going. Let's go. Make it rain. Come on, Google. Make it rain tokens. 49 seconds. It came up with all of this. 49 seconds. Did you see how much we cooked? We cooked, fam. Look, it's got the 30 minutes. It got like 30-second snippets. It got 29 seconds. It's got a lot of stuff. This is like hiring an intern to go over all of the details of this video. Okay, so what I think happened in this experimental model was that it literally went to 29 seconds at a time and gave me everything. Not a bad start, but it's interesting to know what it's generating for us. Jesus, this is amazing. And I bet you the cost is not even that much. Wow. So this, you can expand its thoughts. So it said it read through. I will divide the transcript into segments roughly 30 seconds to 3 minutes long based on the topic shifts and natural breaks in conversation. Okay. So that's somehow it figured that out. And then I'll structure the response in JSON. Wow. Okay. Yeah. Automation. Gemini love. Yeah, that's what's up, man. I mean, Gemini is very, very powerful as we're seeing here. And like we can now compare like a different model. So what I can do is try like pro experimental, and then I'm going to try to delete this response and just see what it does, right? So I'm going to delete this text and delete this thinking thing. And we're just going to go ahead and just try pro experimental. So the reason why I'm deleting those other files is because I don't want to include that into the run. I want to have it to be a separate run basically. And I'm going to bring the temperature back down to 0, experimental. And then there's a grounding with Google search. So what I want to find out is that there's supposedly a new way that I could send like the actual YouTube video link to Google. It's going to process the transcript and do all that stuff and get this information for us. So that's going to be a future thing. But right now I'm just trying to do it like manually by hand just to see the quality, right? Because I don't want to rely too much on an external system. I want to take it down to its essentials, which is what we're doing here. We're just getting the raw transcript and we're getting the system instructions that OpenAI graciously generated for us because they're really good at generating these instructions. And we're going to run it. All right, so let's see, fam. Okay, it's going to take some time. So this one will not tell us what it's thinking, but it's going to tell us the output probably at the end. And so just for example, I have an app called RayFernando.ai. And so I actually have a timestamp generator. So I'm going to go ahead, have already access and sign in. So I'm going to go ahead and do that real quick. So sign in, y'all. Sign in with my email so that we can get that going there. And appreciate everyone who's been able to join in. Appreciate your patience as well. We're basically doing a lot of things in a lot of coding. I'm kind of going into like a prompting section, which is going to be super helpful. So I have Gemini 1.5 Pro. And what I can do is I can drag in that exact file that I got from that 44-minute live stream and put it in here. And so what it does is analyzes the context and it basically generates the timestamps on the fly. It streams them in as it's going, which is really, really cool. And so this is basically the timestamps for that live stream I did and it has everything all day down. Isn't that crazy, right? Like it's so good. And the reason why I was able to determine that Gemini has the best one is because I tried Claude Sonnet, I tried OpenAI, I tried all the different models, and the 1.5 Pro is literally like the best one. And so apparently the new Gemini 2.0 Pro Experimental 0205 is is supposed to be equivalent. I don't know where they get the names for these types of things, but that's kind of what's up. So yeah, that's kind of what we're doing here. And so I think this did the same approach. It just didn't tell us it's thinking because it's not really a thinking model. It's kind of like this other type of model. So doing this, by the way, in AI Studio is free. So any of this prompting stuff that I'm doing doesn't cost me any money. If I'm running this in the platform.openai, it's going to cost me money for whatever the rate is that they give me. Doing this in the AI Studio for Google, free. So if you want to go crazy, go free if you're in here. Yeah. We haven't even talked about streaming real time or any starter apps and stuff that are here on the side, but this is what's up. 0 to 30 seconds. I'm not sponsored, by the way, by any one of these companies. This is completely me, Fernando, independently. I'm basically kind of doing this for me because I'm trying to learn how to code with AI and do these types of things. So I'm sharing it back. I used to be an engineer at Apple for 12 years, and now I'm basically on my own. Basically got booted out of Apple after I got sick with COVID. And, I've since recovered, which has been really nice. But that was a really crazy time. And now I'm doing way better. And I was like, well, why can't I just play with AI and learn more about this? And I'll learn way more and sharing back with you. So I definitely appreciate all the people. I think I have like 3 supporters that are currently supporting me on YouTube through the subscription, which is really nice. And I also have 1 person supporting me on X. So definitely appreciate it. I want to do this more support. I'm going to take that money, basically fund and get a person to see if they can help me do some editing for my streams. Because I know a lot of people get a lot of benefit from it. And I could share a lot more with my live stream. So my goal is to do more live streams throughout the week. Not everyone has time to watch 3 hours, but with an editor, it's going to help me basically tell them like, hey, go get these types of things in the streams. And eventually I want to make some software to help the editor, but also help you with your own personalized type of learning. So that's kind of where I'm going with this. And, any type of stuff supports Fernando and the stuff that I do here. I also have an app called RayTranscribes.com. So RayTranscribes. Later in the stream, I'm actually going to lower the cost for this. I'm going to make this a utility. So it's literally just like $5 a month. For those who are watching on the stream, because I'm going to try this out for the first time. I just want it to be self-sustaining and then have a model that's hosted on my own server and that I can run and do it unlimited times. So not having to rely on a third-party, pay per token type of thing. And so this is going to be geared towards content creators or anyone who needs stuff transcribed super fast. You can take basically 80 seconds of a video, or you can take 2-hour video. 80 seconds later, you'll have it completely processed, transcribed into text and SRT files, which is kind of what we're investigating here. So that's kind of what I'm rolling with there. Just a heads up. So this is the output. I kind of like this output. So yeah, Google Gemini is on par with this type of stuff. And you see how long it takes us to process this stuff, like upwards of, I think the shortest time I saw was 49 seconds. We're talking about like 80 seconds or so. So this is kind of why I was thinking about this V0 thing that I was telling you about. So with this type of thing, it's like if I have this kind of fun interactive thing while it's waiting, I can change the text up and literally people would just be entertained by watching this type of thing. And then we can even make it interactive where they can just type in, text, or if there are 2 people who are also waiting for something to be done, they can kind of play against each other. And then before you realize it, it's done processing and you're like, oh, okay. Or maybe you can get an email or text to continue the game with the person, or they challenge you. I don't know. Like there's a lot of cool stuff that we can do. And I just want to make it fun because I feel like these apps need to move into the AI era, and they needed to move into like, I call it the Gen Z era, or this new like Gen A or something like that. It was just like, start over with the alphabet, because like we need to rethink everything. I feel like the people before me have tried everything they can with what they have. And now we have a lot more and we can do a lot more. We're just not really realizing yet. And now the power is back into the people and us, and the fact that I can use English to help craft these things. And you're seeing how we just changed the text from what was there before to like, this exact phrase super fast, right? So there's no reason now that we have to kind of put up with really stuff that we don't want. Just make the changes. Let's go do this. So this is kind of a very long stream, but this is how we do. We just vibe. All right. So this is what the vibes are. Definitely appreciate it. So let's see. Let me cook. No cap. We got this going on. We got the prompt from AI Studio, which looks really great. And dang. Okay. So I think the next steps are, so those for Rudrang who need to follow him. We got the costs associated there. We have I'm going to put this up for people who want to check this out. So this, YouTube's timestamp generator. If you're going to the site, you can basically just sign in using to join the waitlist, and you'll be doing that there. I'm trying to incorporate this into an app itself, but that'll be kind of a later thing. I just like to build stuff. And, it might be part of the RayTranscribes utility thing, but we'll see kind of what that's about as well. So, so I'm going to put that into the show notes here too. So that's at RayFernando.ai. You'll be able to see all my notes at the bottom. My initial prompt. Okay. So we have the OpenAI initial prompt. And then what we did was then we refined prompt. And then the refined prompt is this guy. And this is kind of what we tested in Google AI Studio. So this is our refined prompt. And by the way, you don't have to stick with these prompts. You can always modify them. So I'm going to do something like this. Refined prompt space, hit paste in there. Okay, cool. So this is the exact markdown. And I'm going to just do refined prompt. And then I'm going to do refined prompt markdown. And then I think that'll be it. Okay. I know what happened. So, okay. I'm going to change out this camera because it keeps falling asleep, but it's okay. So we're going to go with the Logic K 4K Pro up ahead. And then we're going to do this guy for this camera. That way we're just doing straight up webcam vibes, right up ahead. It is what it is. Okay, whatever. I appreciate everyone who's rolling right now. So I'm doing this /code. So I'm using Notion. So Notion basically runs my entire blog, which is awesome. So the blog is actually with a Next.js theme. And then it's pulling together from a Notion page to build it and then show you there. So right now, if we go to RayFernando.ai, and if we go to my live stream here, you'll see everything I'm kind of building. And you command option, option command R will force refresh from the origin and pull the notes that I have pulled up. So then you'll see exactly here. So here's the refined prompt and markdown. All you have to do is hit this little copy button. And this is the button that you'll basically use to then paste it into the developer message here with OpenAI. So if you're going to be working with this, when you go to RayFernando.ai, you can go to the refined prompt markdown and just hit copy. This just shows you what it looks like when it's formatted. Part of the reason why I like working with Notion is because you're actually directly working with Markdown, whether you realize it or not. So Markdown is this language which you see that's in the listed here with this Markdown. So it has these little stars and all these little funny things. Because that's kind of how it's it's actually a standard. And that's actually what they're using in Notion. So whenever you make a big header, that's just the little hashtag. And then the to hashtag was like an H2. So it's kind of its own markup language. And it's just easy to transport. When I say transport, you can share them across the system, just like we're doing. And it just so happens that these large language models are extremely good at understanding this concept of Markdown. So with Markdown and this language, there's a hierarchy, right? So there's the top level thing, which is what you see, the header, and then there's these subtopics and all these types of things. So you can actually think about giving instructions to a language model like the OpenAI or Gemini, following this structure, and it'll actually be really good at following it. So that's sometimes better than just giving it a blob of a paragraph, because that paragraph, it may or may not understand what you're trying to do. And that's part of the reason why we use platform.openai. And we hit the generate button. So the generate button took that big blob of text that we had originally, which was up here for our first prompt. This is what we wrote out. We know this just a stream of thought. This is what I want. But then in platform.openai with generate, you see what it generated? It generated the markdown for us. It generated that structure that these language models need so that we can get the output that we want. And let's just kind of break this down a little bit. So you see it says the steps. It told the language model what steps to follow once you receive this information. And then it even tells it what the output format is. So when you give me the output, these are the most important things you need to give me. And here's an example. And just by doing that, along with any other notes, it helps it completely figure out what to do. And this basically makes it repeatable. We haven't got into other things like evaluations and stuff, and I don't want to confuse you, but I feel like just this first step will help you tremendously to get the amount of things you want to get out from these language models. So I think that's kind of going to be a good start for you to do when you're playing around with this AI system. So yeah, that's kind of what we're doing with this. This is like a crazy thick topic, but I think this doesn't really require code, which is great. So I want to encourage you to experiment and play around with what your ideas are and what we're going to extract. So yeah, kind of going back, WikiTalk, started out with WikiTalk, right? This app that basically lets you flick through Wikipedia. We made our own version to flip this so we can do YouTube videos. And so our local host version was basically, let me just refresh here, should be able to load up videos from YouTube. So what I want to go ahead and do is run the app again, bun dev. So we should be able to load up the app. So if we do it like this, it's not running the app. So previously, it was able to actually show us the videos and they were playing automatically. So we gave it some additional instructions, and what it did is basically kind of, I was saying, hey, when I play the videos, they were playing, but now they're not playing anymore. So, please help me fix this type of thing. And that's actually kind of, we introduce a bug. So that's how we can go back. But that's kind of our goal here. Our goal is to use this as a way to have us learn with AI. So the app, at a high level overview of what we architected was we're going to go to YouTube to grab the transcripts for these YouTube videos. We're going to OpenAI to get the topics, which is kind of what we're doing here with our prompting. So we validated that it can get topics and it can give us some interesting information based off of a file that we give, if we give it the transcripts. And you're seeing how we went to Google Gemini to get the topics and timestamps. So it's possible that we may not even need OpenAI to get the topics for us, because I'm finding that Google Gemini was able to do that super fast. So this can actually combine with like step 2 and step 3. So step 2 is send transcript and get topics with timestamps. So yeah, boom. We just eliminated this. We didn't have to code it. So that's why it's kind of important to play with these by hand, because it does save you some time. Instead of me prompting back and forth with the language model, which is also fun to do, you just see just what we did by hand, how valuable that was, because we got to validate that, yeah, this is actually what I'm looking for. And this is how I play around, and this is why I spend a lot of time prompting, is because when you prompt, you can get a lot more value from understanding what the language models are trying to return to you and why a certain model is the right thing to get. So yeah, so this is, and then from the app is just going to display the stuff and then eventually probably send it to a database for social sharing. So this is kind of the beginnings of where we're at. Dang. Okay. So that's the app there. So we use Cursor to begin with. And what happened was these changes caused an issue. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is going to go back to this restore checkpoint. So I'm going to move my head this way. So in this section here at the very top, so this is kind of the output. This is where it's basically the changes that we asked it to do, which was like to fix the autoplay and stuff, is what broke it. So I can go ahead and hit revert all files before this message, and we'll go ahead and hit continue. And so that should push the project back to where it was before. And so if we go back here, now we should be able to basically play the videos as we see them. So now that it has it here, we hit play.
It has the full power of PHP, allowing you to implement conditions.
So this is pretty cool, right? Yeah, so now it's like,
telling you what it thinks the digit is.
oh, it actually works now.
Well, the task goes from comically trivial to dauntingly difficult.
Maybe you measure the amount of water that a city uses in a given day and
Yo, this is crazy. This is so crazy. Okay, so I may have introduced a bug or something with the prompting, but you can kind of see how it's already starting to work here. And so, yeah, the problem is the fact that it does try to play, but it doesn't play the audio to begin with. And I think there could be like a browser related thing, but I have to hit play for it to do its thing. So yeah, so I can hit the heart here.
Hello everybody, Kyle here from Web Dev Simplified. In today's video, we're going to be talking about promises in JavaScript, which look incredibly difficult.
So yeah, that's what's up. So this is basically the app already working as a prototype. And then we try to introduce this type of change. And this is kind of what broke some of the things here. So the show downloading video, but hit play on YouTube. The second issue is that I start playing the video, the audio will continue playing. So this is the code that it changed here in the video card. And, it basically declared some of these global things. And then something with the iframe API is probably what caused the regression here. And that's kind of what it is right here. So, yeah, I could just go back to restore. So yeah, so by clicking this little checkout restore within Composer, that's kind of where we're able to revert the code back to something that worked beforehand. So that's kind of what's up with Cursor. So yeah, that's Safari. And then what we did as a recap again is we went to the little Git branch thing. And so whenever we have changes, we hit that little generate commit message. And earlier what we did was show you how to actually connect this repo to GitHub so that you can actually, first commit the changes locally to your computer and then push that up to GitHub. What was nice about it is it didn't really require typing in a bunch of terminal commands or asking the AI system to do it. It's all built into Cursor. It's also built into VS Code, which is pretty much the fork of this. And then you saw how we were able to submit this up as a private repo instead of public and stuff like that. So that's just really cool. I think that's kind of like a more approachable way to do this. There's also other ways to do it, but as you become more advanced, you'll get more familiar and comfortable with the command line. So don't be scared. Definitely go ahead and play. It's just a good way to experiment and play with these types of things here. So yeah, so debug with ChatGPT and save Cursor tokens. Debug it live. Yes, yeah, I think we could do that for sure. Art of pre-thought. Hey, what's up, Chris? How's it going? Definitely vibe coders. Codeguy.dev is legit. Okay. This one generates PRDs for your code base. Oh, that'd be kind of cool. So this is basically what folks are talking about is a product requirement doc. And so that allows you to see what the requirements are for your documentation. Yeah, I'm kind of a mix of both. I find that they're useful, but they're also kind of not useful. They can be overly verbose for things that may not be as important. So it just depends. I'm kind of trying to play around and experiment with both, and we'll see. Like I feel like this is kind of why I live stream, so that we can go ahead and do these types of things as well. So big shout outs to folks who are tuning in. I mean, we've got so much love so far. Total of 1,300 people. So about 1,200 people on X and then 29 people on YouTube. And this is kind of what we're doing right now. It's just going to be coding with the vibes and stuff, trying to make our WikiTalk clone. So I think, yeah, I mean, it's been really fun to see, show you some of these tools. I really am passionate about this type of stuff here. So, okay, so far is that, what did we do previously? I think we added some code to trigger when the video is 70% visible and then use mute controls. Okay, so I think in the URL it says has intersected 1 or 0, mute 0, okay. Controls relative 1. Okay, so what I'm going to go ahead and do is, since I know this code works, I'm going to go ahead and accept this code, right? Files changed. Yeah, those 3. Okay. Checked out until here. So accept all, right? Yeah. Okay. So then I think what I want to do is just go ahead and have a chat with my code base and have it try to understand this problem. So going to say that the app appears to show the video downloading, but I have to hit play on YouTube. Okay, so what I'm going to go ahead and do is, instead of having the agent go ahead and just code everything, I'm just going to have a chat and try to break down, like in simpler terms, why this could be happening. And here I like to use DeepSeek because it likes to think through things. So I can give it the different files. So I'm going to give it the video card. I'm going to give it the, what are the contexts? The app itself. And then I think use wiki articles. Yes. So I want to see what has changed file-wise. So the initial commit, we did this. We did app card. We did video card. Cool. Let me see if they got anything else. Get some water. I don't think we're using anything in WikiCard. Cool. Liked articles context. That's what we did. Liked articles context. Cool. Yeah, I think that's the only thing. So our app is pretty small. Tell me more. I also want to find out more about this embed URL. Tell me more about how the embed URL works for playing audio back in video card. Okay. So I'm basically telling it exactly kind of where in the code that it should be referencing, because I don't know what these parameters are. parameters work for playing back audio video. And it probably should give me a breakdown. And then I think that's a good start. So it's using, so the constructs also give me an overview. Please give me an overview of how we are triggering. Oh, actually, yeah, please give me an overview of how the app is going to background the audio to mute, stop playing the video when we scroll out of view. So I'm kind of forcing it to think down this specific route of this section of code that we're kind of trying to debug here. So we're going to hit code base. No, I'm just going to hit submit. So hit enter to submit. And if the command key plus enter would do the entire code base. But the only files we're working with are these three. And I'm using DeepSeek. So I'm just going to hit enter. So that's going to have it think through its things. And so the reason why I'm using DeepSeek here is because the thinking and reasoning tends to be really good. So like the fact that it can before answer, like it starts to try to reason, and we're giving it bits of code and we're telling it some of the logic that I'm thinking about. I'm hoping it can grab these different pieces and try to reason through them before it tries to answer so that I can leverage the intelligence a lot better. And so that's kind of one of the advantages and why I flipped over to chat to try to ask this of DeepSeek, because we're in this debugging phase. Once we have what we need, we can probably copy this and create a new composer session and specifically work for this problem. Once the composer session starts to go for a little while, you have so much history in the background, it may not be able to figure out that your new intention is to do something new, or you're maybe referencing too much stuff that goes too far back. But when you have all this stuff in the history going back, that basically can slow it down. So it slows it down because it has too much in its brain. And so by hitting a new composer, you're kind of like wiping your desk clean and only focusing on this specific narrow part that you want the AI to do actions on. So that's kind of why I'm doing that type of approach. I'm like going to chat, create a new chat, specifically focusing on this problem, and then going to move forward from there. So that's what we're going to do. So this has that there. So let's break this down and fix the video playback issues. So it's trying to even give us a little fix here. So it's talking about the code, right? So it's talking about that there. And then it's telling us about this. So before I do anything, what I'm going to go ahead and do is commit the existing changes because nothing has been changed so far. We know that this currently works in its state right now. So if I go like this and I hit play, it's able to play the audio, but it has some bugs. At least we're able to play.
Maybe you measure
Previously, the other route that we didn't really get us, it caused a problem. So that's kind of why we're using Git here. And it's really important to use Git this way. So I'm going to go ahead and hit the little generate commit message. It should be able to understand. It says added more educational clips and implement intersection observer for video playback. I'm going to go ahead and hit commit, and I'm going to go ahead and stick the changes. So that way the changes on my computer get pushed up to my private cloud on GitHub, and so that it's available there, and you can do that. So appreciate you for this live. Oh, definitely. Yeah. Debug with ChatGPT. Appreciate. Yeah, definitely. That was so cool. Everyone's kind of really digging the vibes right now. This is just kind of how I think through things, and I think it could be useful for other people who are doing this. And if you do find this useful, definitely tell more people about this, because I want to do more of these live streams, and I think it's just important for us to share back as a community, because we all need to learn together, and I don't want anyone to be left behind in this new AI era. And if I don't do this, then I'll get left behind too. So that's what we're doing. So I got to share as much as I possibly can with y'all. So definitely appreciate the vibes. So let's see. Autoplay issue says it's fixed. Okay, so now that we know our Git stuff is kind of cleaned up, we can just kind of YOLO from here. And I don't have to, at least I know I have a couple working states that I can snap back to if something goes wrong. So, okay. So the autoplay issue is fixed. And so it's doing something here where it basically forced play when intersecting and the key changes. So added mute 1 to autoplay without user interaction. Required in most browsers. Okay. And then added the YouTube JS API control, enable this, and then explicit playback commands using post message. Okay. Lowered intersection threshold to 50 for quicker detection. And then it tells me how the playback control works. So the intersection observer monitors when 50% of the video is visible, sends the YouTube API play, pause. Okay. Let's try it out. Let's see this. So technically this is a small little fix that we need. Okay. Wow, that was fast. I'm going to get rid of this real quick on the side. So I knew it had to do with this parameters. So this looks the same though, low key, right? Am I missing something? Start. I think it's the same. Has selected. Mute. I think that's the same though. The only thing we added was this force play when intersecting. We sent an event command, and then when not intersecting, and lowered the threshold. I think that's it. But let's accept it. Let's see. So what I'm going to do is just restart the server here and then go back. See, it's playing now. That's what's up. What's nice is that it's muted by default, which is kind of cool because sometimes you don't want it always to be. See, dude, it worked. Look at that. We cooked. Fam, we cooked. We cooked. We... Stop it. This is absolutely cool. It actually works now. This is so cool, actually. Bruh. Oh my goodness. Yo, this is really fun. I love this stuff. This is what I live for, fam. This is so crazy. I don't know. It gets me so excited to just realize that we can just do stuff with code, you know? It's what a time to be alive. Dang, no way. Yo, did we realize what just happened here? All right, I'm gonna commit this before I forget. So I'm gonna go into this little branch thing, and all we did was change these files, and I'm gonna go ahead and commit it. So improve video card autoplay and intersection behavior. Yeah, that's it, fam. So I'm gonna sync the changes right now. Wow. Okay, so that's what we did. What I'm gonna go ahead and do is just make sure that the audio kind of plays back. So I'm gonna refresh this here, and then make sure the audio is cool. So play or
power of PHP allow.
Okay.
Well, the task goes from comically trivial to daunting.
So it does autoplay, which is cool, but it doesn't unmute. I have to like unmute every time.
Let's see how that.
But at least that autoplays. That's cool. Wow. Wow, this is so cool. Okay. Okay. We are this works. Exclamation point. And so what I'm going to tell it to say that like the only problem now is that we have to hit unmute every time we scroll to a new video. We should be able to keep track of the user preference so that it either stays muted or not, depending on when they enabled it. Cool. So I'm going to go ahead and hit enter, and it should be able to use DeepSeek here to cook. DeepSeek is so good. Claude Sonnet probably could have figured... Actually, Claude Sonnet tried this, by the way. That's what we did here in Composer. So when we go back to Composer, we told it this exact same problem, and it tried to do something a little too clever, to be honest, and it didn't really work out. So the difference here, though, is that we went to chat and we hit new. And when we went to hit new, it's like clearing everything off the plate, and we told it to just focus on that one file. And then we told it the exact same problem, and that pretty much cooked, right? So like, that's kind of the difference. It's hard to tell whether it was just the model alone or us just kind of clearing out the context and just saying start fresh again. But, you know, that's kind of why you have to try these things, because it's not always really repeatable. And this is just some of the techniques that I'm using. So I'm going to keep this chat going until we kind of refine and finish this last bug, because it's still kind of within the context of fixing this. And then I might have to create a new chat for following up on different features, or create a new Composer session if you want to start cooking with some more stuff here. So this is kind of how we take these smaller changes and kind of work with them here. So first I'll create a new context for audio preferences. Cool. So what it's doing is it basically creating some context. What that means is like at a higher layer above the app, it's going to try to keep track of that state for when you're signed in or when you're using the app. And so that's kind of nice. So we don't have to put the code into every file. It just kind of keeps it above and kind of keeps it going. So that way you can kind of start to see how these are layered a little bit, right? We have our little card view, and the card view is just standalone. What's nice is that we don't have to touch that file for the code for this, playback things. Whenever we're dealing with playback, that deals specifically with the card when you have to do that. But this playback engine type of thing is sort of abstracted a little bit away from it. So that's kind of nice that we're able to keep that in there. So I got a super chat from Hertzfeld Labs. Let's go. Yo, man, this is wild. Definitely appreciate the super chat, Hertzfeld Labs. That's so awesome. Yeah, $9.99. Dude, that's what's up. Yo, Hertzfeld, what feature do you want me to implement? Because I have a little goal right now that's heading up on YouTube where if we reach that threshold, I can build a feature. But if you tell me right now, I'll throw up V0 and we'll start cooking and just add this in. or what if you need help with something, let me know. I mean, I'll do that right now. Basically, anyone who's supporting me right now, I definitely appreciate it because this goes into the money that we're going to use to get an editor to chop the stream up. Eventually, when we ship this app, that'll be something that you can use as well. So yeah, definitely appreciate the super duper chat. And for anyone who wants to do that, you're welcome to support that. I have that currently live on YouTube. If you're watching on X, you can head on over there. If you're watching on X, you can also support, just by hitting the subscribe button on my profile. And you can do that. It's like a monthly support type of thing. And then I currently have something going on right now for my YouTube channel as well. You can support there. So definitely appreciate that. That's super awesome. So let me know. This is cool. Ideas come to life. Yes, this is really cool. It's magic. And the AI brings this to the table for all of us. I think you could add a feature that turns the video snippets into a nice PDF for eventually generating a book, depending on the search topic. I think that could be really interesting. I like this idea because one is that once you have this data collected, like you say, people learn in different ways. I want to turn it into flashcards. I wanted to turn it into a voice chat, right? I want to walk on a podcast and have it like use Google podcasting to generate the speaking people that talk to me on the recent things that I've just been learning. So like you can say, hey, can you just present this to me in a different way? And then the AI system can go off and get really creative and then maybe pull in other content that can re-explain the concept in a different way so that you can kind of connect the dots together. So one of the secrets of learning is the fact that if you're learning a programming language, it's actually helpful to learn multiple programming languages at the same time. It sounds counterintuitive, but you'll start to see patterns that show up in a different way. Same with like learning a different instrument. Like if you're playing an instrument and you're kind of learning something, if you play a different instrument, you'll kind of pick up patterns that you didn't see because you're so focused on this one instrument that are showing up in a different instrument. So like drumming, like for example, if you get into drumming, it's not really like a notes type of thing. It's more of like a beat pattern, right? But then if you play the flute, like then you'll start to understand how the beat pattern intersects with the flute because there is like this type of steady movement and cadence. It's a different perspective. It's still music, but then it teaches you a little bit of like staying on rhythm. And so by kind of doing both at the same time, it just kind of gets you exposed. Learning is kind of the same way. As you're learning a topic, we're using video here to swipe and see different videos and snippets. And then you're using the likes to kind of gauge your interest. If we have these flashcards, if we have podcasts, we have different ways of it telling us back the same information we're just learning. That's going to embed those ideas and make them stronger for us. And so the goal here is to make basically this TikTok style learning algorithm, but just actually make it for learning new topics like coding, AI, things that you're interested in. It could be gardening, all this type of stuff. So this is kind of where we're going with this. I like this idea, Gerardo. This is really great. Appreciate it. I think it's really cool. Please, I'm struggling with prompting. What's the best model for coding? Claude Sonnet and DeepSeek are going to be your top two models right now. The DeepSeek R1. As far as like that type of thing for prompting, I would just say start trying to solve problems using the platform.OpenAI. And so I have a little post here that you can use at RayFernando.ai, which will actually kind of go through. Definitely, I appreciate everyone who's been like kind of chiming in because this is kind of the way we're trying to cook here. So RayFernando.ai, let me just go ahead and get that in Safari real quick. I have the prompt that I'm using for that I was using in actually a Cursor. But for OpenAI, I was showing you on platform.openai, the initial prompt you put into here. And then what you're going to go ahead and do is hit generate. And so this is the prompt that we put in. It was just a free-form thought that we had that says, I want to extract these topics from YouTube, and I want to know what themes and anything that could be useful for 30 seconds to 3-minute snippets. The goal here is that a lot of people are new to certain topics and they can be experts. So getting a list of things. So when we hit that generate and we hit update, what that does is it generates a new refined prompt that is very specific so that these language models can give us the output we want. Once you see this, you can sort of start modifying this to the way that you want it. For me, it just looks perfect. So it works for me. And that way you can start to sort of experiment with these different things. I have this app called TruthTorch.ai that literally I generated this prompt to try to understand truth. So the problem right now is that a lot of people, when they post stuff online, they like just are talking out of their behind, if you know what I mean. And it's hard to really tell because they're so convincing that, you know, this should be truthful or not. So like a post here from like Mark Andreessen, he wrote this manifesto of, you know, this like kind of tech manifesto of calling to action and do these types of things. So I just have a little snippet for you. And basically what this does is this generates an output and helps you think about the analysis of what he wrote. So it tells you the tone that they use, emotional appeals. So it says like, it tells you that he's using fear here. And these are the examples that he's using. He's also appealing to hope. And he's also telling you like this app that I made tells you about the logical fallacies. So like the arguments that they're using and why. And so the text represents an exaggerated version of the anti-technology argument, suggesting that all technology is viewed as harmful. So like these are techniques that these like people who are very well like spoken will try to use them to like against you actually, really, and makes you think about, yeah, maybe it is this way. And you start to believe it if you start to listen to this all this time. And then like it even tells you if they're using any type of reasoning at all to make their claims. And then even if there's confirmation bias or personal feelings, and also any unsupported claims. So we are told to denounce our birthright, our intelligence, our control over nature. So this claim lacks evidence or examples of how technology is a birthright or how it's being denounced. So this is just like him going off, right? But it's so convincing because they write in such an emotional tone that you start to believe them. And you should really just be challenging them. And sometimes it's really hard to do that. And this is something that people like have learned to do going through college education. That's something I really struggled with when I was trying to learn language. And it's kind of like, you know, dyslexia again, right? But now we have these AI tools that can help us reorganize the information and kind of view it in a different way with examples. So that's why this AI technology is very transformative. And I want to help show you how just prompting can change your life. And it's changing my life and it's helping me in this way. And I think it's literally just prompts, like just giving these instructions of what you want and then trying to refine them and do it over and over again, that you can get some cool output that literally produces this. Like, this is crazy, right? So like, I don't know, we can go to like x.com. We can go to look at like Elon Musk's recent post and we're going to just get a bunch of shenanigans. Elon Musk. All right. So here he is. White House tech support. Oh my gosh. I don't even know if like I want to go through this stuff. There's always a bunch of stuff in here. Let's see. One that has like a bunch of stuff that's in here. I don't know. So I don't know. Where's these like crazy? Well, you know who has a bunch of them? I think it's Truth. I have them here. Truth Torch samples. Here we go. Okay. So these are going to be some good samples I have already pulled up. So Bill Ackman, like he is known for doing these like slippery slope type of logical fallacies where he tries to suggest something so slyly and then like makes it seem like a whole another group is against another one. So like he'll quote people that support his views as well. So if we select this here and then we go into like Truth Torch and hit the little plus sign to get the new analysis, and we paste this in, right? So you get to see like the nonsense that these people like push out. And that's why I want to build these tools, because like they're actually helpful, right? Using AI to help us like see the nonsense, right? So it gives us a summary of what's kind of going on. It gives us the tone of the text. So like the tone is crucial and urgent. So they'll use it in this way to kind of try to make fear into you, right? So they'll say, the text uses fear to emphasize the threat posed by these people. And by stating that these entities are determined to destroy the current world order, the author aims to instill a sense of urgency and danger into the audience. So that's how they frame these things, right? And then once they frame it this way, then they start inserting all of their different things, right? They'll say false dilemma, things that are like generalizations, right? And then how they do their reasoning, any bias they actually may have, along with personal feelings, will be in there as well. And so this is just a way that you can test how stuff is written. You know, people are going to have bias, and that's cool. But sometimes it can just be too much or too overwhelming. It could almost feel like it's a smoke bomb. When you're reading this stuff, you're like, man, that's like too much to take in. I can't really handle it. Where here, you can kind of digest it in little pieces, and it's going to be helpful for you doing these types of things. So yeah, that's truthtorch.ai. If you're interested, it's free. I made it free. I want you to use this. I don't want to charge as a service. It costs me money, but I feel like the truth needs to be to the people, and y'all could use this for good, please. And you can share them too. So like if you got something you want that's really important, you want to share with your friends, you hit this little share button, and this allows you to copy the link out. So you hit copy again, and you can share this with your friends. So you can just hit paste. And this would, you could share this to your mom. You're like, hey, I saw that article. I put it in here, and like, this is kind of what's going on. You know? Oh, I didn't know that. Yeah. So like, that's the power of prompting. It's just like this. It all came from very similar techniques of doing this type of stuff. So that's what happens when you prompt. So yeah. Let's see. Why use Cursor for that? I don't know what you're talking about. Once the template's produced, it can be applied to hundreds of topics. Yes. Thanks, Ray. My appreciation. We need an API call to this under every YouTube video shown in the app. With result being mobile browser. Oh, I see. Yes. Yeah, you would either get a list of these YouTube videos. The other thing too is, we haven't talked about this, but this could probably be a more advanced thing that we do later on, is now that we have a database involved, in the secondary step for some optimizations, you'll hear this term called caching, if you're not familiar with it. And that's just basically taking the data and storing it. And instead of going back to YouTube and going back to Gemini to look up these types of things, we'll have them available in our database so that we don't have to go look up those videos again. So for example, if somebody pastes another link for another YouTube video, if it's already inside of our database, we can just, either tell them it's already there, or like, don't have to run the processing stuff, which makes it super easy and more reliable, and it seemed like a lot faster to do these things. So I think my goal is to try to get these categories of videos, by the community. Like they'll say, hey, I want to learn about this. So everyone will put their YouTube videos in, and it'll make those snippets and stuff for, in the background for us, or do the analysis to do the background. But once it's saved for us, then we have that available for everyone else to use, which makes it really cool. So there is some technology I'm exploring to understand what this could be. Because like one database provider that comes to mind is convex.dev. So this could be really cool for this type of use case, because we're doing something in real time. And so as people are adding and as the analysis happens in real time, everyone can benefit, and I don't have to refresh their app. It literally will just, because they're connected to the app, they're already getting like a stream of real time of what's happening. And so whoever likes it, you'll see the likes go across everyone's app, which is kind of insane. So yeah, it's pretty cool. Convex is awesome. It's something I'm still trying to learn myself. But what I like about it is that it abstracts away things that I just can think about. The database as basically functions. I don't have to think about it as like what's my row level security like? What's my different, types of things? I could just say, okay, this is a server function. I just need to get this data to display the user. That's it. Here's a file. Go figure out how to, what the schema is for that type of stuff. So that to me is very appealing. And for me, being able to scale and move really fast is really fun. And it, it does play well with things. So I'm still playing around. I'm not sponsored by any of these people, but I'm still exploring these types of technologies so that I can better understand, how to make these apps better. So, yeah, that's kind of that there. a big overview of how this stuff works. Cool. Can you please share the link to your blog? Oh yes, RayFernando.ai. And then the post for the prompt will actually be right at the front. So if you go to the RayFernando.ai at the very top, you'll see it featured. So I have it featured at the very top. Here's one of the first blog posts that are up here. And I'm going to rename it when the stream is done, and I'll put the stream up so that people can go back and reference that. So that's what's up. Wow, a doctrine filter. Yes. McKay Wrigley, yo, what's up, man? Ray's that GOAT AI streamer. Dude, I appreciate that, man. I have a crazy setup, as you may know, and I try really hard to make this easier as possible. So thankfully, I'm no longer in the kitchen. I basically have converted my room into a full-fledged like studio. So the clothes on the floor are drying, but basically that bed now is a Murphy bed. So that way I can have more space to like just have my studio lights up. So I have like this big old light up above, and then I actually have my little light down below with my camera. And this is kind of how we roll in down here with the desk as well. So yeah, we got the official stuff. It's just coming in. It's my first time streaming here from California. I was streaming in Hawaii, so I'm so glad to be back. But for those who haven't followed, McKay Wrigley is like a legend in the AI community. I remember actually using his first chat stuff to learn like Next.js. So McKay Wrigley, here we go. And he actually has this cool course thing. So it's called Join Takeoff. So go check that out. Go jointakeoff.com. And so if you're trying to learn AI stuff, he's spending a lot of time right now building content, especially around Cursor. Like the boy is cracked with Cursor and like O1 Pro, and is really pushing the limits all the time to try to leverage these things so that he can have work done for him. And I think he has a code here for the launch discount too, which is pretty cool. So yeah, his jointakeoff.com is, you can get the discount now for the next like I guess day or so. And this is his platform. Obviously I'm not sponsored. I'm not getting any kickbacks. I just like to support people who do good stuff in the community, and I just want to let you know about them. So if you don't know, definitely now you know. So you can learn to code with AI. And what I like about what he's doing is that, for me, I don't have an editor. This is totally like my own thing. He's taken the time to make this content that's chunking it out. There's so many people who have signed up for this courses and stuff. And you can do that there to get started as far as like a roadmap. So there's like a complete Cursor course. He has like a building fill stacks with AI agents, coders, RAG retrieval, prompt engineering and stuff. So you can see kind of what this looks like. So there's these sections here. It's 3 hours of content. There's a lot of content on here. So he breaks it down to the intros, prompt generators. So definitely go check it out. It's definitely worth checking out. So that's jointakeoff.com. That's McKay Wrigley's type of thing. And yeah, total legend in this space. Definitely appreciate it. So if you're looking to learn how to code, that's probably like especially with AI stuff, the boy's cooking and it's got a lot of stuff going on all the time. And definitely check out his X profile as well to go do that type of thing. So McKay Wrigley for sure. Yeah. So that's what's up. Yeah. So we've gone over a lot of type of things. Dude, you're the GOAT. It's so fun. Like people who do good stuff, like we all got to share. It's just so beautiful to do this. So yeah, for those who are just joining in, what we're doing is basically we're trying to take this Wikipedia like TikTok type of clone, and we're basically making it our own version using YouTube videos. So instead of like YouTube shorts, we're basically just turning it to education. So we're using an OpenAI endpoint to go over and scan every transcript for different videos that are submitted, and it's going to generate different topics for us. So all we have to do is just scroll, and it's going to generate topics for us. And depending on the topics that you like, you'll stick with those types of topics so that you can keep learning. So one of the things about learning is that fact that you can try different topics, whether you're beginning, middle, or advanced. We should be able to understand what that is and feed you the appropriate videos. So right now I'm going on a lesson with Andre Kaparthe. And, it's a 3-hour video, and I want to learn about tokenizers. So like I should be able to just take that section of his tokenizer video, as I'm watching it, I hit the like, or just hit learn more like this and just keep scrolling and seeing other people who've posted, or maybe within his video, other sections or timestamps will just be, it goes right there. So as we're scrolling, you see how this goes to those specific timestamps here, these videos, it just starts right to it. So imagine if you had to wait 3 minutes for a video to start, or 1 minute and 20 seconds to get right into the topic that you're looking for. In this one, you have to wait 2 minutes for them to talk about this specific thing about the history of the internet. Like, you save so much time. It's just so cool. So I this is going to be like what we're doing. And so we've been able to kind of get this project started. And so we started with Git and we cloned it. And then we showed you how to like start a new project with, with Cursor, and then use the actual source control stuff to actually commit this over into this little interface and make sure we save our stuff. And then how we prompted with Cursor and so forth, using Composer and chat, made some plans with chat and so forth. So we've covered a lot of stuff today. It's only been like 2 hours and 30 minutes, and it's pretty much moving. We have 1,600 people on X. Sheesh, let's go. 35 people who are currently watching the stream on YouTube. Definitely appreciate everyone. You guys are all like super awesome. And then huge shout outs to the super chat from Hertzfeld Labs. Super duper awesome. We're on a mission here to, I'm using this money that I earned to try to see if I can get an editor so we can, edit these videos and stuff, and also build out this app, which is really fun. So all the support is like really appreciated, and I'm doing this by myself. I'm not paid. I'm not sponsored by anyone, and my goal is just to really share back with you as I'm kind of going through this journey, because this is really confusing, and just having an audience to learn from, and I teach you, you teach me as well. So like there's a lot of stuff I don't know. I'm learning from everyone who pops on the stream, so I definitely appreciate that. All right, so what we did recently was that we fixed a bug, but the problem is that we now have to hit unmute every time we are going through the app. So that was the problem here. So can you share the link to the learning talk? So the link is not yet public. I might show you how I do that with Vercel pretty soon. So yeah, stay tuned, local union. And if you have to go, just go to RayFernando.ai. I'm having the whole breakdown of this entire stream. I'm doing this in real time. I have Notion hooked up to my blog. And so you will see the link in there, or me talking about it. So this is just kind of like a raw dump of what's going on in there. So let's go ahead and see. This is the changes that it did. So it creates a new context for the audio preferences. It updates the video card components. Okay. And then let me move myself. Actually, let me make myself smaller. So this should be able to fix the things that we're looking for here. Okay, cool. And update the app to include the new provider. Okay. And then we're doing Lucid React. So don't forget to install the Volume X icons from Lucid React. I think the problem here is this should be I think I should talk about the video. So it says that, let me just read through the reasoning real quick just to understand where it's thinking and how it came up with these thoughts. So the user wants to persist the mute state across videos. I need to track the mute state globally. I'll start creating a new context, video card, wait until the user's method. Testing this. Why? So I guess there's a couple of options here. Is that it made an assumption about this global mute when I'm talking about the mute state for the. I also need to update the embed URL in the video card to use mute state from the context instead of hard coding mute one. That way each video respects the user's choice. Okay. Testing this when a user toggles mute, it should update all the videos, persist across reloads, make sure the local storage is updated in the initial state. Dude, this thinking is really good. I'm not going to lie. This is super helpful. I like this. I should check if the context is properly set up and provided by the app component. So one thing that I could do is, okay, I'm going to check. Okay, so nothing is committed. This is kind of the plan it generated. And then I'm going to create a rule because it's talking about NPM and I'm using bun. So I'm going to go ahead and go into here. And I'm going to go ahead and go to project rules. So this is something that's new that Cursor is offering, is the ability to do these project rules. So we're going to go ahead and hit a new rule. So instead of a Cursor rule for AI and generally, I'm just going to do one for the project. And so I'm going to say use bun install. Lower letters and hyphens. Okay. Use bun. So enter. Okay. So a description of the task that this rule is helpful for. basically the rule is helpful for when use bun when installing packages. So your rule context, you can app files, use Markdown, but you don't have to. Okay. So rule context. So I think use bun when installing packages. Using use bun when for installing packages instead of npm or pnpm. Okay. So if I do show preview, okay, I think that's it. So use bun rules. Okay. So this puts a new file up here to the top left called usebun.mdc, and that stays with our project. So we go back to the settings, we go to general, and we scroll down which says project rules. So it says add new rule, no new rules found. Click the new button. I think use bun, save. Okay. So if I close this, yeah. So now it says use bun MDC. Okay, cool. Yeah, I had to close this basically here. Okay, cool. So now we have a thing there. So as far as what this project is talking about, says I created a new context to store mute preferences. We added a global mute button that persists across videos, enable the embed URL to respect the user's mute preference. Or is it doing that? Whoops. And then the video mute state will persist between page refreshes across different videos. Oh, that's hot. Users can now toggle sound on and off in a single button that works for all videos. The mute appears at the top right corner of each video card, but maintains a consistent state across all videos. The user's preference will be remembered between sessions. Okay, so what I want to do is I want to go ahead and copy this message and hit Composer and hit New. So I'm going to use Claude Sonnet to implement this in the code. And then I'm going to go to here and just figure out they're using app, video card, and audio preferences context. Okay, so I'm going to just do app, video card. Okay, I'm going to paste in the plan. So instead of the mute button appears at the top right corner, I'm going to say that was the initial thinking and plan, but I want the mute button to be at the bottom right corner of each video. Okay, cool. Yeah, so I'm going to turn this into the agent mode. And in our settings for Cursor, if you haven't done this already, if I go to features, there is a feature in chat and Composer that says enable YOLO mode. So I have that enabled so that way it could just keep going. I just want to kind of automate this as much as possible. And so up above here, this is our prompt from the chat. So I just hit this copy message at the very bottom right corner, which will copy entire code and everything. And then I'm just going to basically let this cook with our latest prompt and hit submit. And then we should see it try to implement the code using Claude Sonnet. So that's what it's going to do here. And so what's nice about the agent is basically going to apply the changes for us automatically. And if there's any linting errors, it'll go ahead and fix them and do that type of stuff. I find that kind of easier to work with sometimes than just applying the changes in chat, because we already kind of know what we want, and all the stuff that I read through looks pretty good. So that's awesome. And so if I wanted to see kind of the file, I can go ahead and check where it says audio preferences. So here it created this new preferences file. Let me make myself a little bit smaller. And so as we're seeing here, basically creates a new context to track the actual, whether it's muted or not, use within the audio preferences provider. Okay. And then it's now looking for the video card, and then it's now adding that into the video card thing. So what it's doing is should basically pass that in as a parameter so that it knows if it's muted or not. So yeah, so is muted 1 or 0. So then basically that's going to be passed into the actual card itself from the provider up above. So that way the video as it's playing should know what state it's in. And then here at the left, what else are we doing? So that on this little sidebar, by the way, this blue, green. So the green is generated by the AI, as you're seeing this here. And the blue just means code changes to your project. So that way you know if code has been changed in your project, since the last commit. So that's kind of what we're working with here. So here, it's now having a button that is introduced and put it into the bottom right corner. So is muted to mute videos. That's awesome. So basically kind of treating it like a TikTok, right? So then we're going to go back to the app and see the new context brought in for the preferences provider. Scrolling down to the screen sections where the code is generated, it shifted the code down so that way all this code changes. It got removed about the show about stuff and put it down here. Okay. And just wrapped everything. Okay. I think this should be good. So just real quick, it says the mute button now is positioned at the bottom right. It should have refreshed the app. Let's go ahead and check it right now. Let's see. Localhost refresh. WikiTalk. So there's the mute button.
ML. It has the full power of PHP.
Telling you what it thinks the digit is.
Bro, this is so... Yo, this is cool. This is actually cool. It works. Look at with the mute button now.
You measure the amount of water.
It has the full power of PHP, allowing you to implement conditional logic.
So the problem is, and then we refresh the page and you see it's still kept unmuted. That's pretty cool. Refresh again. I'm just having trouble loading YouTube. Yeah, that's cool. Mute it. That's cool. Wow.
No, it has the full.
Okay, so yeah, it basically partially works right now. So what we're seeing basically is the fact that it kind of works. So the things that do work right now is like if we scroll while it's muted, it stays muted the entire time. If we unmute it, it basically will continue to play. But then we sort of introduce a regression here, which is when we're scrolling, the other audio didn't like unmute for the other videos. And so we have to tell it that before we forget, because then otherwise you'll have all this audio that's playing over and over and over again. So that's pretty cool. We're scrolling.
Hello, you measure the amount of water that a city uses in a given day and select a...
Oh my God, it sounds like 50 people are talking to me. This is so crazy. So that's pretty cool. That's already there. So I'm gonna go ahead and save all. I'm gonna accept these changes so far. So like this fact that this is works is so crazy. Yeah, this is amazing. Excellent point on what LLMs are the best at. Yes, I agree. I find that the previous video keeps playing while the current video is playing. Yes. Yeah, I think that's kind of what's going on. Is we still need to kind of fix that part as well. So yeah, that's what's up. Dang, that's awesome. So this is going. And that's still going. Because in some ways, you still want the video to... Does it pause? Let's see, 5 seconds. 6 seconds. So 8, set 9, 10. I think it does pause because according to the code, after it passes the 50% mark, it pauses it. So yeah, it does pause the video once it goes through. But I think there's a weird section where it sort of still is playing while it overlaps. That's kind of why it sounds like there's two. So that's the other thing. Let's see. Yeah.
ML. It has the full power of PHP, allowing you to...
Telling you what it thinks the digit
paused
is. Well, the task goes from comically trivial.
Maybe you measure the amount of water that a city uses
I think it works,
in a given
actually.
day and select a...
It's like I'm a single-threaded non-blocking asynchronous concurrent language.
Hello everybody, Kyle here from Web Dev Simplified.
React, a JavaScript library for building.
Yo, no, actually, I think this works. Wow. Okay, so I think it was just a problem with my hot reloading stuff, right? So could not refresh, export is incompatible, see more here, something like that. Okay. There's something going on here that I probably need to look at and see what's going on. So it's cannot fast refresh, use audio preferences, Command P, and then paste. Oops, I'm going to go to the search bar. Where is this being referenced? So undefined. Why? export is incompatible. Oh, okay. So yeah, let me just quit this and then relaunch the app. I think there was a problem because we updated the code. So I think that's what it is. Okay. Now I get it. So what we did was we changed the fundamental like layer in the app. And what happened was because it's trying to do a hot reload, that layer has to be completely rebuilt. And so that's kind of why we had this error where it made this assumption. So we had part of the code, new code running, and the other part of the code had not reloaded yet. And that's kind of why we had this weird error. And then it wasn't until like a hard refresh where this error came up in the actual command line saying it either rebuilt itself or something like that. So sometimes when you make these big changes with Cursor, you just hit Command C and rerun the project again. But most of the time it does this thing called hot reloading. So depending on where the changes are made in your app, it should normally just work. Very few instances you'll have to kill it, which is what we did here anyways. But whenever we're doing like big changes like this, it's always good practice or hygiene just to Control C, which is to stop the app from running, and then bun dev to make it run again. So that way, for sure that like the app has been rebuilt and all your new code is actually running. Because sometimes you could run into bugs that you think are happening, but you just didn't really kill the app and start it back up again. And the code actually did fix it. So that's kind of another problem. Just a FYI, and this is kind of what's going on. By the way, this does not happen at small scale stuff. This also happens at really large companies where they change one comment like in a build and it can actually wreck a feature because of the way that the build system puts stuff together. And build systems are very complex and it's just a whole nother beast. And I'll probably get into that another day. But basically, there's a lot of assumptions that get made once you hand the code off to a system that builds your software, because then that's a whole nother like theory, whole nother engineering like realm of basically turning that code into like the actual bits of ones and zeros that will actually run on your device. And whenever you have different devices and different types and things, like that starts to go into a whole frenzy of things that we don't really have to worry about, to be honest, because for the most part, it just works. Okay. So just as a FYI, for those building software and you see these different types of issues, it's not limited to JavaScript. I'm new to the web development world, which is kind of fun, but it's definitely seen a lot on the client side devices, and all this code runs on the client. So, you're going to run it on a server, you're going to run it on a device. Has to be compiled for that specific architecture, and on your devices is it's just a miracle how everything just works. So it's just So the long story short, Command C, and then if you hit the up button on your terminal, you'll get the previous command. Hit enter, and the previous command was bun dev, and then option click, which basically runs the app and refreshes it. Now we have the code, everything hot, reloaded, and running, and just now it respects the actual new module that we made here. So yeah, it should basically play it.
ML. It has the full
telling you what it thinks the digit is.
So
you
cool.
Measure the amount of water that a city uses in a given day and select a pump that can match that flow rate. Let's see how that would.
Isn't that crazy? Like it goes exactly to like the three. That's just so cool. This is so cool. I mean, I can't believe how far we've gone with this. Yeah. The audio, we're on the board. Yeah. Oh man, this is so cool. I love this stuff. I love coding with AI. V0, we got to figure out how to like cook with this, because this is so cool, right? Like the fact that we made this thing, I want to put this in my app. Like this is kind of where we got to go. So I think it's kind of time to switch gears. I need to use the restroom and take a little bit of a break and then come back. I'm going to try to play like a previous video of mine or a previous live stream where I'm cooking with Cursor. So if you just joined in, you can kind of watch that, how we make the RayTranscribes, because that'll be super cool. I feel like you got to get some history on that. I made that not too long ago, so we'll be able to cook with that. So we're at 1,920 people on X who've been watching the stream. You guys are the true MVPs. YouTube, we got like 27 people on the stream as well. So let's go ahead and continue this rolling, because I know people are trying to do different stuff. So let me go to YouTube at RayFernando1337. And so I want to play a video stream. This is me live right now. That's what's up. Yeah, we got to watch the one where I did making an app live with Cursor code streams. So where is it? $1 million app. Is it this one? Yeah. 0 to 1 million. Is it this? Live. We'll go to popular And then it should be one of the most popular ones. Is it this one? Launch app with AI, make money, V0. I think this is the one right here. This is the one. It's pretty bonkers if you think about it. But this is, I think I do. Today, I'm launching an app with AI, and I'm going to see if I can actually make some money. So some of the tools I'm going to be using today are going to be Cursor. Cursor's been used to make some apps and stuff, and I'm also going to be using Claude Sonnet 3.5 in my little arsenal to see if we can actually use this. I've also made a prototype using V0, so I'm going to show you a little bit about how I did that. And then how we're going to make this app, it's going to be... we're going to also use Grok for our endpoint at the back end. So Grok, if you don't know, is an extremely fast AI inference, and basically what it does. So yeah, for those who are just tuning in right now, basically I got to go take a bathroom break, and you're going to watch how I made RayTranscribes for like a couple minutes. While I come back, I get some water, do a quick break. But I want to leave you with this live stream real quick because we cooked on this, and you're going to have a little bit of context on why I made my app, how I made my app. And it's a really good primer for what we're going to get into, because we're going to take that section of code that we made here that I was showing you in V0, and then we're going to add it to RayTranscribes. And so this is the live stream that I did this back in 4 months ago. So we made this 4 months ago. That's what's up. So I'm going to go take care of my business real quick, and I'll be right back. It's just like connecting to OpenAI, but just super fast. And this is going to be really fun to build with today. So far, what I've got so far is this little app to do some transcriptions. And I made a prototype in V0. And so with this app, we're going to just transcribe by videos by just go ahead and selecting a video and hit generate transcriptions. And so what it's going to do is just going to process at an insanely fast speed, because that's just kind of what Grok offers. And so we're going to cook today, my friends. This is just going to be epic, like so crazy epic. So we're going to chill, do a lot of really cool stuff here. And as you can see, this is just a prototype right now. Of course, I should move my head and kind of do the demonstration again, because this is totally live. And so I appreciate my friends doing this thing here. So refresh this here. And what we got going on is in V0, let me just make this a little bit bigger so you can see. I'm going to kind of walk you through a little bit of my prompts that I used to build this. And this has actually taken Twitter by storm in some ways, because people were actually kind of very interested in this app. And I thought, dude, why don't I just make this a real app and see if we can, I've been using AI to do programming and stuff like that, and to assist me, and been telling people how awesome it is, especially doing these demonstrations with Cursor. And this actually got 140,000 people to view, and like so many likes and retweets. So it's very clear that there's demand for something like this. And if this is something that you want to check it out, definitely drop the comments. So I appreciate everyone kind of joining in. I'll just slide you right in. How's it going, Extra? How's it going, Mark? Thank you so much for joining in. I told people I was basically going to be doing a live stream and just finished eating. And so, yeah, so Cursor, Claude Sonnet, V0. I already have the prototype that's working right now. This is what you saw in the video. And and then what I also am using with Claude Sonnet, besides that, I actually sat down. Let me just kind of give you an overview of really quick of the actual prompts that I am using right now. So I wrote this text out to describe my app. So it's really important when you're developing apps to completely write out the way that you're thinking about how you want the app to be structured. And in this case, I want to use TypeScript and Tailwind CSS along with Next.js 14. And then a friend of mine told me about using FFmpeg so they can use it in the browser. And that way, when you upload the video, you'll be able to do the conversion in the browser and then send over the audio to Grok. And so I'm using Grok along with the Vercel AI SDK. And so I basically told it the other additional requirements that I want to do, and then have gathered documentation from Grok as far as like what their endpoints are and other types of things that they support there and how they want the audios to be processed. And then I've also put together the AI SDK documents from Vercel, and I put that in there because I'm going to be using their OpenAI SDK along with Grok. And then I made a Python app already that does this. So this is kind of already there. So I'm just kind of getting you a sneak preview of like all the different things that have been going on to get this going on. Hey, Nico, how's it going? This guy is amazing. Yes. If you haven't followed him, Nico's from Vercel. He actually works at Vercel now. It makes one of my most favorite tools. And I may be able to give you a demonstration. It's called Kinemasi.dev. So we can get into that a little bit. And let's see, we got this here. And I also have this TypeScript example from this repo. So these are like all of this is kind of what I've dumped into Notion. And the reason why I'm telling you this is because to build with AI, it's really important to just be very organized at the very beginning. And I'm showing you a little bit of what's going on behind the scenes. For me to kind of dump this together in like one stream, I could do that and it would be very long, but I just kind of want to front load this a little bit. That way we just kind of make this a little bit easier. And so my challenge today is to try to see if I can make this into an app that I can actually, make some money with, because everyone talks about making stuff with AI, but I don't see anyone making like real crazy amounts of money. And the people who do, they have like teams that they hire that kind of finish out the apps and stuff. And so I'm literally just going to take it day by day. Whatever we finish, and whatever we don't, we'll work on it the next day. And when I say we, I mean me. And you're just going to be able to kind of follow me through this process. I think that'd be kind of fun. And so let me just get some of the beats up in here so that we can chill and hang out. So this is just going to be like a nice chill session where we're going to be like coding and hanging out and doing our things that we do. So I appreciate everyone kind of doing that. So far, my friends, let's just get this mood right. And love everyone kind of popping in the comments saying hello, what's going on, happy Sunday, my friends. We got this. Let's get this vibe rolling here. So remember that big prompt that I have in Notion? What I've done is I've gone to Claude, and then in Claude Sonnet I've created a new project. So on the side you can go to projects, and I hit create project. And what I did here is I actually have a project for Next.js and 14 and Tailwind CSS. And I've made like a third revision to this. And in here, basically what I have is the rules for my Next.js development. So in here, I basically have things about bun, using the app router, and I also have like code structure and syntax. And if you want to see this, I actually have this available at RayFernando.ai. And here I actually have a Swift cursor rules, but here I have the building with Claude Sonnet. And in my first live stream just about a month ago, I actually covered a little bit of like how you can just copy this prompt by literally going here. And so this is the entire system prompt. If you want to go ahead and check it out, you can modify it to whatever rules and stuff that you do. But for the most part, I find this generates code and it works extremely well because I give it a lot of directions. And Claude Sonnet's so good at its token link to be able to do these types of things. So just to FYI, a little bit of background. So I create a little project and all I do is just dump all my files in there. I was able to take that prototype from V0 that I generated, which is this little guy here. And what V0 does is actually gives you the code for it. So if we scroll down to my like last revision here on my app, I have video transcriber. So this is the actual one. And if you go to page.tsx, this is the entire code for this app. So I've just basically put that into my project, and I've put in my Python app as well that I had already done something locally, but not using the Grok API. And then I also put in some additional documentation from the Next.js stuff. And that was basically all the stuff that's in my Notion document here, literally just dumping it, my entire Notion document all up in here. So that's what I did with Claude. And so what it did was then gave me an app already for how I should do this. And I noticed that the app was not using server actions, and I wanted to use server actions there. And so what I did was I went to the AI SDK, and in the States just basically went in here and just copied the documentation as much as possible, and then just put that into Claude. So that's kind of how we're doing that there to get additional information. So like it's always good to have these like multiple chats and stuff with as something spits out like, hey, I noticed something's not going on here, and I'm just kind of walking you through my process of stuff that I've learned. I'm still new to web development and like server side, backend, front end stuff with like the latest AI things. I used to be an engineer at Apple for 12 years, and a lot of the stuff I worked on were very like low level kernel client side stuff. And so this is totally new, and just kind of giving you a heads up. So for those folks who are just joining in the stream, what we're building today is I'm going to actually ship this app, the video transcriber app. I'm actually building with AI, using AI tools, and we're going to see if we can actually make some money. I mean, that's the whole point of this, right? Like to make apps and see if you can make some money, but also share some knowledge along the process. And just taking you through kind of all the prompts and things that we're doing here. So so just a heads up, gave this conversation to Claude. So Claude Sonnet is basically doing my initial build out. And the reason kind of why I'm starting here is because this workflow really works for me. And then I'll just kind of put it into Cursor, and that's where we're going to kind of cook some more. So yeah, so Cursor is going to be the next thing that we're going to take a look at here. So I did this. We have Grok. We have this here. Okay, so I've done more back and forth with adding shadcn. And so the files that I put into Cursor now that it gave me are the, let's see, where are we here? All right. So before this, okay. So it's just literally, what it did is it took my UI and then I put it into the page here. And then in the page, if hit the command key and click, it takes me to the components here that it generated. So we generated the transcript form. And so what this is just basically like a form that we're going to use for like the upload thing, and then the server action. So this is the server action that's defining, you know, the API for Grok, and then how we're going to hit the endpoint with our API key. And then within that, that's pretty much it. It's basically just going to hit the endpoint, and then we're going to cook. So if I go to everything here, it's like bun run dev. I think I should have this up here. I already had an app loaded. I was just testing it out. So this is our app now, and this is currently hosted on my machine. And then I have the environment variable here. So like the environment for the API key is set in my little local here. And so I should be able to select the video. And so we're going to see if we can use this app here. This is like one of my previous live streams as a first step. And let's see, upload, generate transcripts. So it's going to be try to generate the transcripts. And then while we're watching it, you can see it does a get. It says, I got a 500. Interesting. Processing using Grok's Whisper model. Okay. I don't know what it's doing right now, but we're seeing. It should be able to come back with transcripts. Okay, yeah. So boom, there we go. Yeah. So yeah, this is the transcript of that entire video generated successfully. That is awesome. So, wow. That's a lot of transcript. Cool. So as of right now, what Claude Sonnet has basically done is it took my idea from V0, and this was V0, and it didn't, V0 doesn't have the code to connect to the Grok API. All it did was just build the user interface that we saw it kind of, you know, in the demonstration there. And then what Claude Sonnet has done is then connect it to the Grok endpoints. And that's kind of what we dropped into here in the server actions. And so what's great is now that we actually have, I know that it's actually working. So it's connecting to Grok. And if I go to my console, console.grok.com, let's see what's going on here. Put myself over here. And I should be able to go to maybe API keys, maybe? No. Back. I think it's somewhere like in billing or something like that. I'm going to see if I can find it and then kind of show you real quick on the side. But yeah, so now that we have this up and running here, I should be able to download transcripts and nothing's happening. Okay, cool. So let's just go ahead and take a look and see if we can have it review the code and then kind of tell me like what's going on here. So what I'm going to do is just going to open up a new chat. I'm going to say, please review the code. And let me know what this does. Okay. So I'm just doing basically having the AI tell me what it's doing so that I kind of know a little bit of what's going on as far as the steps. And so whenever you do this is a good way to actually ask it some questions like, okay, you know, if you don't really know how to read the code, you can just use this like as a way to assist you to do that. So that'd be kind of cool. So right now it basically just does a file upload and it shows a visual indicator, a multi-step process. It converts the video to audio, so uses MPEG loaded from a CDM. And then the FFM library is loaded asynchronously when needed. And then the transcription process happens in the server-side action, which is going to be taking us to there. And it's using this. Once it's complete, it displays the transcribed text in the scrollable area. Cool. It also provides a button to download the transcripts though the download functionality is not implemented in this code. See, this is actually pretty awesome. So now we know that, hey, this code is actually not working. That's why when I clicked it, like nothing happened, you know, so that's kind of interesting. So the UI components, the component uses the custom UI components like button and progress. And then, yeah, so that's awesome. Responsive design. This layout is designed to be centered on the page and responsive for maximum width. All right, cool. So that's pretty sweet. And what I want to do is, since this is already working and already connects to an endpoint, I want to see if I can check this into Git. So I'm just going to go to GitHub. And then what I'm going to do is just go ahead and create a new repository. So people have asked me like, hey, how do you do this stuff? I'm going to go ahead and show you how to do this right now. So a new repository, and we're just going to name it Transcribe Grok. Okay. And then I'm just going to make this private for now. And then go ahead and hit create repository. Cool. So I'm just going to follow these steps literally to see if I can, do it here. So push an existing repository from the command line. So I'm just going to go ahead and do this here. Let's see. Oh, I should probably create a new repository on the command line and push it. Okay, so I should be able to do this one. I don't think I actually have a Git repository, but I think I do when I do this thing here. I'm going to get rid of the chat. And then I'm going to move my face a little bit up here so y'all can see how I do this. All right, so I'm going to hit the little Command C to quit and then clear this out. And then I'm going to go just add the origin. Great. And then branch M, main, boop. Okay. And then git push. Cool. So now I should actually refresh this and I should have my repo. And so this actually shows like the initial commit that was made when I started the project. And then like over here, there's this little git thing here. And I should be able just to add all these files and hit commit. So like initial prototype made, commit. Yes, stage all of them. And then post sync it. Okay. Sweet. So now if I refresh here, I should have everything up in here now. So that's awesome. Cool. So now my code is available on GitHub, just like that. So if you're watching this a little bit later, you can just kind of replay that. But basically, we were able to just create a new repository on GitHub and then just follow the commands because we had an existing repository whenever you initiate something. And then what's nice about this is like going forward, if we want to make any more changes, we can always revert back to that last change that we did there. So yeah, just a heads up there. So yeah, okay, looks like there's like some more folks joining in the stream. Just giving a heads up, basically what we're building is just, I'm taking my app that I had originally published on Twitter. So /ref RayFernando. And here is basically this transcriber app. So in essence, what happened was that I posted this app and this app idea from V0, and so many people loved it. And they're like, hey, I want to use this. This is really cool. And I thought, well, this is a good way to see if I can actually launch a SaaS, And there are some ways to do this. And I thought this would be really fun to make because that's something I've been really interested in and I have made something already. So if you aren't familiar, I've made one called RayFernando MLX Transcribe, I think. Okay, yeah. So I used one using the Whisper UI. And so this is like one of the original ones I made, and this runs completely local on your Mac. And so what you can do is actually just attach your video. And what it does is it transcribes the entire video. So I could do like hours of a live stream, and it does it all locally using your machine. So the problem that I had here and a lot of other people had was they're like, hey, does this work on Windows? Does this work on my Mac? That's, my little MacBook Air. And yes, it does. It can work on these other platforms, not the Apple, only on Apple platforms right now. But your computer has to be fairly beefy for this to actually run it and work efficiently. And not a lot of people have the best machines. And so this is a really great opportunity for me to use Grok. And so if you aren't familiar with Grok, it's like really insanely fast inference. And so what you can do is like talk to it, you can send it audio, you can just give it, everything you would normally do with like ChatGPT and these other things. But it's just, the output is just insanely fast and so good. So, yo, how are we doing, fam? For example, if we're... Is this a little bit of a background So yeah, I just took a little bit of a break while I was kind of giving you a history here of my app RayTranscribes. And this is a previous live stream if you want to check it out at on my YouTube channel, RayFernando.ai. And this was actually done like 4 months ago. And we made this live on stream. This is now RayTranscribes.com, which is pretty awesome. And so, yeah, I definitely would encourage you to go take a look back. And you could even see how much we've changed a lot with Cursor and what it does now. And it's just really impressive, like how far we've come with AI. And this is not even a year old. Claude Sonnet just came out in April of last year. And it got integrated in Cursor and got really good in August. And this is what we're cooking with. And now we're here just like creating stuff left and right. So you're not behind. And I'm making these videos now to kind of take you through this process so that we can kind of really cook with this. I mean, you saw how fast we can do the transcription. This all started from this live stream, just like boom, one shot. So yeah, this is available here. This was made like, 4 months ago. And yeah, you can do that. There's also the join button. So the join is the one I was talking about where you can join the channel. It's like $6.99 a month. And that just supports me. I'll be using this money to actually, hire an editor. Right now I don't have I'm just kind of doing all this on my own and doing live streams. So I will be doing more live streams and there'll be a bunch out there, but I know not everyone has a lot of time. And so it costs me a lot of time too, to edit the videos where I'd rather just do a live stream. And so if you're feeling this vibe and you're supporting it, definitely go support because that helps me as well, as far as like trying to get this stuff off the ground. To help you as well. So that's kind of what we're dealing with there. So for those who haven't been following, earlier in the stream, what we'd started with was we were trying to make this WikiTalk clone. So this, for those who are there's this WikiTalk, which is basically Wikipedia that you can just treat like exactly you would with TikTok. And you can scroll and learn new stuff as you just keep scrolling, which is really amazing. And so the guy published the code on GitHub. His name is Isaac Gamal. And we took the code here, we cloned it, and we just added our like swiping idea up on top of it because we thought, I want to learn with YouTube videos. And so the goal is to try to take these YouTube videos and get the transcripts from them and then see if we can send the transcripts over to like Google Gemini to get the topics and the timestamps. And so we did that earlier. We also experimented with OpenAI. And we used OpenAI's generate thing on the platform to actually generate the prompt that we needed. And so on RayFernando.ai, I actually showed you exactly the prompt steps that we did there. So in here, let me just kind of refresh this here. We gave it this like raw prompt. And then basically what OpenAI's platform does is as soon as you tell it what you want to change and hit update, it generates a beautiful developer message. And that's what we were using. And when we were testing it out, we gave it the entire transcript of a previous live stream for 44 minutes. And it didn't really give us the results that we wanted. It kind of stops. It says 45 seconds. And I was using the O3 mini model at high. I'm like, yo, OpenAI, I'm giving you a bag and this is what you come back with? Nah. And that's why we tried these different models. So then we went to the AI Studio from Google and then we gave it the prompt and boom, like it really, really cooked with this whole thing. So I think I lost the prompt in the instructions, but basically earlier in the stream, we did that and it was very, very thorough and it gave us all these instructions and details as far as what we wanted for the messages and stuff. And we thought, man, that's really good. Originally, we were just going to use OpenAI to try to grab the topics and everything, but we learned that it could work, but it's going to be just faster going to this one model, and it gave us everything we wanted. So we eliminated one step, and we were kind of doing this diagram first to get a better sense of what is the app going to do, and instead of doing it all in code, so that way we don't waste a lot of tokens. And that actually ended up being a really good idea because we were able to kind of visually test it out through prompting. So that's kind of what we ended up with. And so in demoing the prototype, the prompts that we used was basically telling it to change the app and just find snippets using YouTube videos. And that's kind of what I did there with the prompt from RayFernando.ai. So the prompt that we told it was we kind of put our thoughts together and said, this is the concept. I want to like improve learning. I have dyslexia, so I want the AI system to go figure out, what types of other topics that I should be learning if I'm a beginner or if I'm new at this or whatever, and to build this prototype. And that's what Cursor did. So we went into the chat feature, and in chat, you can actually chat with the R1, DeepSeek R1, and that's what we use to generate the plan. And then we copied that plan over into the Composer section and just let Composer in YOLO mode just really cook for us. And so within a couple shots, we got that all set up for us. And then we used Git to basically save everything and commit it up so that way we have everything available for us. And so, yeah, that was a pretty much like the first couple of hours or almost 2 to 3 hours of our live stream. So now we're entering like hour 3 in a live stream, hour 3:20. And I took a little bit of a break because I had to get some water and stuff. And appreciate everyone who's been sticking along because y'all been crushing it. But, I feel like it's a Sunday. You got to do stuff. You're coming back. I'm going to have timestamps available down below, using these different types of tools. So definitely appreciate everyone who's been giving like thumbs up and likes, who's been sharing this across with friends, because this is pretty much an epic stream. And I'd rather be coding and doing stuff with AI and sharing it back with you than watching a football game, to be honest. I just love this stuff. And I think you're going to be along with the vibes. So that's as far as we got. We got this prototype now that's actually working with us. When we scroll with this hard-coded set of videos, it's able to do this. Eventually I'm just going to have users submit their YouTube links, and then that way these YouTube links will be kind of cut up into topics and doing these types of things. But I just wanted to make sure I had this prototype working. And so far we got it working. We also made some changes to the mute button at the bottom. So right below me, I have the heart icon. So if you heart it, but then you put the mute, it will unmute, and then it'll keep that going throughout the session. That way you don't have to keep, unmuting this type of thing at the bottom. So that's what we cooked. And so that's what we put up into our repo. And I showed you how to do that with Cursor and push it up so it's a private repo. For now, I plan to make this public probably after the stream. I just want to make sure everything looks okay. And then I might even push it up to like hosting provider. So actually right now, if you're watching the stream, we have a couple of options and a couple different directions to go because I want to make the stream for you. We made this component here earlier in the stream, and we took an existing template and just added this in. The reason why I made this is because I wanted to show, someone asked about prompting, and I kind of showed how you can take an existing template from V0 and just kind of modify it to make it your own. And that's basically what we did here. And I want to, I have a couple of different directions I want to go. So this could be going into RayTranscribes to deal with the waiting screen. So instead of right now, when you go to RayTranscribes and you actually do a transcription, what you see is basically like the loading app. So once you put the video in, it's kind of fun to watch the loading, but it's even more fun if you have an animation. And so I feel like in the age of AI, progress bars are something I worked on a lot because I worked a lot on the update mechanism for these devices and stuff. And I saw a lot of progress bars. So I feel like we can do different stuff that's not so... progress bars are so 1980s, 1990s type of thing. And they're there for a reason. They have this historical context. And for the Apple Watch with the update mechanism, it was really clever. They came up with this concept of these little ticks that go around. So you have 100 ticks that go around, and each tick signifies a percentage. So if you're updating your watch and you see the Apple logo and it goes the little ticks that go around, that signifies, the update progress. So that is something that's really cool and very thoughtful, and they still kind of stayed with this progress idea. But I'm trying to change that up. I don't work at that company anymore. And I do my own thing. I'm working for me. So, and I'm working for you in essence. So that's kind of why I thought I'd flip it up a little bit. So we thought why don't we make these, because we have to wait for the stuff to stream and come back down. Why don't we make that really fun and have something interactive where you kind of forget about it and then you realize oh yeah, it's already done. So yeah, this is really cool. Whoever made this up is really awesome. But I want to see if I can implement this into my app, RayTranscribes. So instead of, waiting for the progress bar, we'll just have it in here and boom, it'll just pop into the transcript. That's one option that we can do. The other option was to, I think keep kind of actually hooking up this whole thing into the AI system and maybe actually grab stuff using the YouTube API. We could do that. Like that's other thing. Oh, and the third thing I want to do is maybe see like if we want to host it. I know people I use Vercel for my hosting, along with Cloudflare. I use everything to host. I use Railway as well. And with this type of app, I feel like Vercel is like the easiest to host it with because it's super fast and it's just a single page app, and it just has to live on the edge, and it kind of works on its own, right? So it's just a hard-coded app. So yeah, I don't know. I think you may benefit if I just show you how I do this with Vercel super fast or something, but it's probably a lot easier than we realize here. So yeah. Thank you so much. Better than football. If I'm being honest. Yeah. I mean, that's the vibes. Everyone's kind of doing their own thing today. And some people are forced to hang out with other people because of the game. But if you're at the game and you're watching me stream right now, it's pretty cool. Let me know if you need help with anything. Hit me up on the DMs 2080 through X. Show me your portfolio of stuff on YouTube, and we'll talk. That'd be cool. Why don't you use dark theme? I'm a light theme kind of guy. I go back and forth, to be honest. It just depends on what the lighting is. So I like really bright environments. I frequently live in Hawaii a lot too, so it's really bright out there. And like anything with dark is just really straining for your eyes in those types of environments. So right now I'm kind of in a light environment here in California. So yeah, that's what's up. I'm kind of like the studio vibes. But yeah, let me know if can I do a dark theme here? Darkness, preferences, theme, dark. You guys feel this vibe? Let me know. I'm down to roll with this. This is kind of cool. Yeah. I see it's the opposite. Oh, okay. Yeah, in the UK, it's probably what? 1 a.m.? Oh, bro. Sir Robin of Locksley. Thank you so much for being alive at 1:50 a.m. Such a pleasure to be with you today. I don't speak this type of English, but I thought it would be kind of fun to try. I like doing this thing. That's way cool. Yeah. So I appreciate these people. Like, this is so fun to just be live and do these things because we have complete autonomy, and it's just basically the AI Super Bowl. That's what's up. Okay. All right, folks. So let's try this. Okay. Let's get this app deployed on Vercel, because why not, right? Because like this should be really fast. So I think if I go to vercel.com, okay, and then I just hit add new, because I have the app on deployed via Git. I either need to push these latest changes, because I forgot what I did. We fixed some bugs, right? Composer, gosh, what did it do? So finally update the video card component. Yeah, I think we fixed the volume. We show muted. Yeah, this is all the stuff we changed. We need to push this commit up. So I'm going to go ahead and add audio preference, mute, unmute. Okay, so let's push the latest changes up real quick, sync the changes, and then I'll show you real quick how we do this on Vercel, because that'd be really cool. I think this would be kind of a fun thing to do it. And that way you can hit the endpoint right now. You can kind of test this live on your app, which would be kind of awesome. 2240 actually. Oh, typo. Yes. Whoa. Okay. Cool. So what I'm going to go ahead and do here, I go to just vercel.com. I hit add new project. And so in here, I should be able to select the projects that are all in my GitHub repository. So here, the Wiki front end is the one that I pushed up, and you notice it has a little private icon. See, that's what's kind of cool. It's like it's just private. Hit import. And so this should be able to pull this from my GitHub. And then this is a Vite project. Cool. There's no environment variables. We should just be able to deploy. It should be ready to go. I just give you the link. Super fast, right? Build logs. Building. All right. Let's play some beats. Let's see. Oh, I know why. Because I'm doing the wrong thing. We have a build error. Oh no. Does this urgent music make it faster? Or does it make you more worried? No, that's just too crazy. Okay. All right. So what's the build error? Dang. Okay. So it's declared but never read. So these are all TypeScript build errors. And so what I can do is just go ahead and copy these build errors, put them back into Cursor and let it. So bun run build. Okay, so theoretically, I should be able to just run bun run build and catch these build errors. And these build errors are probably all related to these TypeScript errors here. So if you go to these TypeScript errors and it says like any, it says, I have these ESLint rules that basically don't allow me to publish the app unless I fix them. So we have a couple of options. What I'm going to go ahead and do is, yeah, everything is saved. And in Vercel, it's just saying, okay, so it says inspect deployment, deployment summary, go to project, add audio preferences. Okay, let's just say go to project. Okay, so what Vercel did is it built the project and it's kind of waiting for us here for us to, basically deploy our app on the apps on our side. And I think right now it's basically can listen to any of the Git signals. So when I push a new change up, it should be able to grab that new change and build it for us. So now that we're kind of set up already in Vercel, let's just kind of continue cooking here so that we can have the app deployed and you can hit this as a URL, which would be kind of fun. So if we hit here in terminal at the bottom, I'm going to just do bun run build. So this does the build command and this will show us all the errors that show up. So I'm going to copy these errors and I'm just going to go and hit a new composer session. And then I'm going to say, please fix these build errors and then paste them in, Command V. And then it has them in here for the terminal. And then I shouldn't have to reference these. It should already know where these live because these are already listed in here, but we'll see. I have agent mode enabled. I have Claude Sonnet, and let's just go ahead and let it cook. So it should be able to go through and do the things and fix all the stuff. So we'll get to see the power of the agent. It's actually quite good as far as how it does its thing. So it's going to do, let's see, what did it do here? Await JSON. It added it as a, so it sets a wiki response type and then it tells the type here. Okay. Interesting. Buffer. Okay. So what is it saying? Let's fix the any in the articles here. So it defines a proper interface. I like that it's doing that. It's pretty cool. Oh yeah. So here's the interface. So that's wiki page response type. So yeah. Interfaces. What are interfaces and how are they used in TypeScript? And is that like an object? We can ask these types of questions. I feel like we can, let's see, can I do ChatGPT voice? Let's see. I think there's a voice thing here. O3 Mini. Can I do O3 Mini? I'll just do GPT 4.0. Yeah. Okay, cool. GPT 4.0. I'm going to just chat with ChatGPT. Whoops. Where did my app go? I think my app disappeared. Let's see. Oh, I see. It kind of moves to the side. Are you there? Hello. Hello there, Robertson.
I'm here.
Okay, cool.
Seems like you might. Great. Let me know if there's anything else you need help with.
Hey.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, so can you explain what an interface is in TypeScript? I'm trying to explain this on my live stream, and like I'm used to other programming languages defining these things like in object-oriented languages, but maybe help explain this to someone who's new to coding and kind of why they're important in TypeScript.
Sure. In TypeScript, an interface is like a blueprint for an object. It defines the structure by specifying what properties and methods an object should have. Why is it important? Consistency. It ensures that objects follow a specific structure, which helps catch errors and makes your code more predictable. Readability. It makes the code easier to understand by clearly showing what an object should look like. Example, interface user. Name is string. Age is number. Email, optional property. So that means any object implementing user must have name and age properties. Interfaces help maintain structure and clarity in your code. Does that make sense?
Yeah. How do you think of these when designing your apps? Like, I don't normally think of stuff like this when I first come up with some ideas, but like, what are some best ways to think about this and some like non-coding ways to explain this to maybe a fifth grader?
When designing apps, Think of interfaces like a recipe or a blueprint. Simple analogy. Just like a blueprint for a house shows the rooms and layout, an interface shows what properties an object should have. Recipe. Think of an interface like a recipe that lists all the ingredients you need. Each ingredient or property is necessary to make the dish or object correct. Best practices. 1. Plan ahead. Think about the structure and what properties you need before coding. 2. Consistency. Use interfaces to keep your code organized and consistent. 3. Communication. Think of interfaces as a way to clearly communicate what each part of your app does, just like a recipe communicates how to cook a dish. Explaining it this way can help people understand the importance of planning and structure, even if they're new to coding.
Yo,
Does
you
that
got
help?
this whole cooking thing down, so I'm totally vibing with that. So one thing is that I like to code a lot with AI, and so sometimes I really don't know what an interface will look like or what these recipes will look like. It's kind of like asking you to design like a pepperoni pizza, and like, you know, you spend way too much details doing that where there's a bunch of pre-built recipes, and I don't want to spend a lot of time going through those types of details. So since AI can solve a lot of that understanding for me, and I like to keep things at a higher level, how can I best incorporate this as a best practice for talking to an AI language model to help me code?
It's great that you're getting AI to handle some of the nitty-gritty details. Here's how you can effectively incorporate interfaces when working with AI. Best practices. 1. High-level planning. Focus on defining the general structure and let AI fill in the details. You can specify essential properties and leave room for flexibility. Incremental refinement. Start with broad interfaces and refine them as needed. AI can suggest improvements or additions based on context. Pre-built templates. Use AI to generate or suggest interfaces based on common patterns. This saves time and ensures consistency. Collaborative iteration. Treat AI as a coding partner. You can iterate on AI-generated interfaces, refining them as your app evolves. By keeping things high level, you can focus on the overall design and let AI help with the specifics. Does that align with your approach?
Yo, that's Gucci fam. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Glad to help. Let me know if you need anything else.
So for those who don't know, you can use ChatGPT. This is the new 4.0 like mini model. I think I just use ChatGPT voice, and you could just start talking to it. So if you see things like interfaces, especially since I'm new to a programming language, there are things I just really don't understand. So that can be very, very helpful to, as we saw, kind of explain it back at a 5th grade level. And one of my favorite and recent commands right now is to have it explain it to me as a 5th grader. And then after that, how would this 5th grader explain it to a 3rd grader? Like that is a really amazing prompt, because you're taking a concept and you're making it kind of available to the 5th grader. But then now that person has to then explain it to someone who is much younger to them. And so you kind of get these forward chains and backward chains of thinking where it's like, okay, it needs to be very simple enough so that even a 3rd grader can understand, but enough for a 5th grader to like also comprehend and explain it down. So like that is also helpful for me because I get to see different perspectives of the same idea or topic. And I feel like that can be very helpful for you. So make sure you use that. ChatGPT 4.0, I think voice is available to everyone for free. So you can use voice for free. I think you could even call 1-800-CHAT-GPT on your phone, either on WhatsApp or your phone with a phone number, and talk to voice just like this for free. I think they give you 15 minutes for free on that phone line. But with the app, I think you can talk, I don't know how long. And then if you pay, I think it's like $15 a month, you can talk pretty much for a long time. Pro is like infinite. Yeah, I could talk to this voice model as much as I want. So while we're live, I'm just going to talk to it. It's my companion. And I don't see why not, right? We should use everything we can in our tool belt. So just wanted to give you that heads up on how ChatGPT, the app is on your Mac, on your PC. You can have that up and running and just start chatting like that. It's really cool. So yes. How did you make that AI? So yeah, that was ChatGPT. Will this be recorded in live? Yeah, so this is actually recorded. So this is going to be available after the stream. You can go back. This is completely thing. So great idea for chunking each small step. Like I didn't even know what an interface is. I didn't really fully understand the gobbledygook it was saying. Yeah, basically what it does is kind of, it constricts your, like you're basically defining of everything that you can have into like what you're sort of expecting, so that later on when you're making the app, you can kind of abstract these topics to build on top of each other. So like the best way to think about it is like when building a house, like, you know, you're going to define a brick, and a brick has these properties, and then you're going to define what a wall is. You're going to define what the paint is, right? And so in order for you to like build a house, you're going to have to grab the brick interface, you're going to grab, you know, the cement interface, and like kind of combine them together into recipes. And so it's just kind of a way that before AI, programmers used to try to model the world. So that way, with this data model, they can kind of force a lot of the thinking. And when new people join in to build on top of the software, this type of thinking kind of has to get passed down. And it's easier to pass down that type of structure to someone who joins new to the project or to existing people, so that you can keep building off this version of the world that you're building in code. And so that's probably the best way to think about it, to be honest, is that these programmers who are senior define these models of the world so that when they're making changes, they already can leverage those types of things, right? So if you already have an oven, you don't need to make another oven. You just use the oven to bake a new recipe, right? You don't need to make a new oven type of model type of thing. So that's the power of software. It's the fact that you don't have to rewrite things. You don't have to rebuild things from scratch. It's like, you know, you just take everything in the oven that you already made and then just start throwing other recipes in there. So that's just a way, like you're trying to reflect the model back. And so when AI is coding, it has all that history and context of what these developers did. And it's the artificial intelligence has been trained on all this code and has made all these types of inference about what it's seen in the world. And it's basically repeating that back. So it's kind of good to know this context, because when you're going to be coding, it's going to be generating these types of interfaces that it's going to generate for you. And you're like, what do I do with these? Should I even need them? Are they useful? And one thing that we can possibly do later on in a chat is ask DeepSeek or ask Claude Sonnet to maybe rethink about our interface. Is this the right model for the world that we're trying to achieve, or the right problem we're trying to solve? And then try to see if we can refactor that for us, because that can be helpful for us to think about our problem. And then we can even have it generate like a document that can help us understand what this, you know, modeling of the world that it is seeing, right? And that could be helpful to steer the AI in the future when it starts to build features for us, saying, this is our current data model, this is what it's using, and this is what it understands about the problem we're solving. Make sure you reference these interfaces before you make these new changes. So I know I just said a lot of things, but I think that's kind of the long story short about interfaces and why they're there and kind of where it's going to be going, if you know what I mean. So yeah, that's pretty much, yeah. It's an abstract upon abstract. Yeah, for the reason of just generating code that actually kind of works without having to review everything. and that's kind of why these types of systems are there, because it's very logical and it's like math. You know, you can follow down the route of when you generate this object, let me pull in the interfaces this is inheriting. And if I follow up this tree, it should all be okay. And if you're missing something, it's going to call out before you push it to production, which is why this app did not go to production. Because it's like, hey, you're pushing up something and I don't see all the stuff there that I need. So I need to define them. So instead of me defining, I let AI define it for me. So that's the other power of AI. So, okay, so we have all of this stuff that's been generated. So try to fix everything. That's unused variables in video card. Okay. Oh yeah, we did some refactoring as well. So we kind of got rid of some things. Now fix all the type build errors. Removed is visible. Okay. So we still have some issues here with thumbnail. So let me just button run build again. And then we should still see some issues here. And then there's fix the remaining issue. So fix the remaining issue and then let it run. Okay. So that should be that there. Awesome. Cool. Shout outs to the 2,563 people. Let's go on X. And we got 30 people on YouTube watching. Dang, thank you so much. We're really cooking here. All right. So there's a type mismatch in the wiki page, and it says it made some, when the mapping wiki article, now I construct the thumbnail object with all the required fields. Great. Awesome. Okay, I think we're good. We should be able to basically save all, accept all, and then run. I do Command K to clear the build, and I just hit bun run build. Bun run build. Hello there, builder. I think we're Gucci, fam. Sheesh. Okay, cool. All right. And then if I go to package.json, so Command P gets me to this, and then package.json. And if I go to my commands, so if I build lint preview, so if I do preview, bun preview, bun run preview, it should take this build that is in here and use that. So that's how we know it's going to work. Yo. Nice.
ML. It has the full power of PHP.
Telling you what it thinks.
That's awesome.
Maybe you measure the amount of water that.
Yo, this is pretty cool, actually. Yo, this is awesome, actually. Yeah, let's go. Let's go. Okay, so this is what we're going to do, kids. So now that we got this up and running and we got our build issues fixed, I'm going to hit this little generate commit message. So it's just going to generate the commit message for me. Refactor components, improve wiki article handling. Let's go. Just commit it. Sync the changes. And so now what we should do is we should be able to see the changes get pushed up to here. And now it's actually running the build in Vercel. So because of us already starting off and kicking off the project, well, then what's going to happen shortly after that, after it's done building, it usually builds super fast. 12 seconds. We're live. Isn't that crazy? So let's go visit. So now the app is live, like on Vercel, like that's it. We deployed it. It's done. Just like that. Yo, this is crazy. Okay. So, and it generated like okay, so it's WikiTalk front end, Vercel.app. Okay. So I'll probably change this domain later, but I'm going to put this right now in the actual chat so that you can actually hit this right now. So let me hit this on my phone because that'd be really cool too. So on my phone, it should look like this. You know, that's pretty cool. Learning talk. This is awesome. Yo, outstanding. Glad to see you. Yeah, this is crazy. Okay, so let's just see. WikiTalk. No way, bro. This is actually cool. Let's see. I'm going to go on my phone. Paste. Yeah, so it's basically happening on my phone right now. It's loading up. I don't know if you can see. I'm going to do it this way, I guess. Yeah, actually, I'm going to do this over here so you can see me. This is so crazy. So this should work. Oh, does it the touch? It doesn't work, huh? On phone? Okay, let's see. Oh, I see. So it works with the mouse, but it doesn't work with... Oh, it does work. Okay, so I have to grab the bottom. I can't touch the video. So if I touch the video itself, it doesn't do anything. But if I flick from the bottom, it does work here. So down here. Oh, I see. And hit this little sign. Let's see. Refresh.
ML. It has the full power of PHP, allowing you to implement conditional logic and loops with a familiar syntax. But Laravel comes with a ton of other built-in features.
It kind of really doesn't work. It's kind of gets... Oh, I see. I think it's the touchscreen stuff. We could probably optimize for that. Wow. This is crazy. This is so crazy. We just basically went from like 12 seconds. Yo, this is nuts. This is nuts. Yeah, that's what's up. Go. Works on my laptop here in the UK. Yeah. It's literally just loading a YouTube video, which is pretty cool. I'm going to turn the brightness down so it's like a little more chill. Okay. Yeah. Literally. Yo, that's epic. So yeah, we're deployed already. So for those who want to go, it's like wikitalk-frontend.vercel.app, and we're already in production. 12-second build time. That was fast. There's pretty much, that's it. Yo, that's actually pretty fire. Logs, functions, source, open graph. Okay. Wow, that's so cool. Yeah, so that's our app in a nutshell. Deployed really fast, right? Like super amazing. So the app is basically a prototype right now. So what we have running is a prototype that is going to get us like just started a little bit. And that's how we're able to grab an existing repo, go to Cursor, make those changes, deploy to Vercel, see it, and now we're able to see something wrong with our phone and all that stuff. So it's pretty important to test these types of things. But the fact that we already have it kind of working is pretty damn awesome, actually. I find that really, really cool. So yeah, there's really like not much logs because this app just gets deployed to your phone, and your phone is the one that's actually going to YouTube and doing these types of things. So if you want the prompts, RayFernando.ai is going to be the place to get these types of things here. It's the live stream here. And then that's kind of where I have the stuff laid out here. And then this is the original repo. And then let me just update the Notion so you can try it. WikiTalk Vercel.app. So Notion, and I'm using Notion to update this entire blog right now. And so prototype is live on Vercel. Okay. And that's awesome. Cool. So yeah, that's there. So that way you can try it. Wow. Okay. And these are kind of my thoughts on how I was thinking about the app and like what we did earlier in my thinking for what I'm trying to do and where I'm trying to go with these features. And so I'm going to add this to the notes here too. Cool. And then these are all the other things that we kind of talked about earlier in the stream. So this is a pretty epic stream right now. We've got a lot of stuff going on. We talked about platform.openai, Google with checking these types of things, the YouTube timestamp generator, and then we're also talking about RayTranscribes. So while we're still going, gets beamed up on type of tech. Yeah, no, this stuff is really cool. What we're able to do is just really impressive with AI. And then with Cursor real quick, just like coding it up super fast and kind of having it delegate the stuff for us. Yeah, because I mean, you're seeing how big of a speed increase we're getting just with these types of stuff. So, yeah. Okay, so I think, let's see, we have this app that I want to update right now. And I think the biggest update that I want to do is the fact that I want to make this so that it's just instead of $99, because all of the people who have been able to support me early on, like a handful of people have done so and have been able to get my app kind of off the ground, which has been super awesome. So I want to do a basically $5 pre-order for this exact live stream. So this is like a marathon stream right now, and it's like 3 hours and 52 minutes. And we've had like 2,683 people who have been watching. So definitely appreciate that. On YouTube, got like 30 or so people who are watching live now, 33. And I thought we'd just keep it going. I want you to try this. And my goal is to actually make this more of a commodity because it's so useful for people who are making content. And I've been doing this for a while as far as like running these local models. And now I could do stuff on the cloud and have a server that's running all the time, which can save me more costs. And I want to make this more of a utility and more accessible to more people because more people should have this type of thing. And I appreciate the people who were early on in the founding journey of helping me get this started because I did this literally 4 months ago, as you saw on stream. And now have pretty much cooked it to this far. And I want to take this further. And so the money that gets poured in here is going to keep pouring in to make this better. And so the first thing I need to do is just kind of make this pre-order available to more people. So let's go ahead and do that right now. So I have the project in 2 different places. The front end, which is this part, which is the website. And then I have the back end. And this is actually based off of a thing called Asseternity UI. And so I'm using this as my templates. And this is a UI design template, which is really, really awesome. And it basically allows me to grab these custom components to make my landing pages. So you have cool stuff like this that you can literally just do like a MacBook scroll for your landing page. The code is here and you could just take this. That's it. It's so fast, right? Animated testimonials. Like I need to add some testimonials and stuff because I do have some testimonials of people who've used the app. for free and stuff, and other people who've paid as well who've used it. Like, isn't that so cool? Like, you could just add these things in and it makes your app look so fire. And now you could even open them in V0 and get the code and put them in there. So, I mean, this is so crazy. So I have the premium version of this. So I think if I go to component packs, here's all the component packs. So like I can like add like feature sections to my landing page to just make them super saucy, right? Like these are really cool. So yeah, let's go ahead and do that. I think that'd be really cool to update so y'all can see this right now. Hey, Eric, how's it going? What's up? Yo, Cursor fam in the building. Yeah, just streaming some Cursor stuff and kind of playing around with and showing everyone how to cook. It's been really cool. We've been doing a lot. It's pretty much a monster stream. We're at 3 hours, 55 minutes. And I've appreciated everyone. So you haven't had a chance to go follow Eric and stay up on the latest and greatest of things. So yeah. What's up, man? What's going on? And let's go ahead and see if we can make this app legit. So I'm going to go ahead and so now that we're going to put this basically this WikiTalk, this front end thing, this learning one aside now, because we have that deployed and running, and we're probably going to get back to that in the next stream. So we're just going to keep building all that. Pretty cool. And then RayFernando.ai will have my all of my prompts and things that I was using to get that and how we reference that repo. And then I'm going to work on cleaning that up so that has a different thing. So can we make sure they are put in the right places? Yes, I think you're talking about these prompts and stuff. I'm gonna reorganize that. I think it's probably what you're talking about. But if not, you could just clarify and I'll let you know here. So yeah. So, okay, that's WikiTalk. Yes, that was really cool. All right, so let's go ahead and get this thing here. So I'm gonna go ahead and open recent, let's see. So it's not my app, Ray. So in my app here, I think it's Vercel. And then, yeah, RayTranscribes app. Is this the one? Yeah, I think this is it. Cool. So it's, yeah, Ray-Transcribes. Okay, file open. And more. Ray-Transcribes. Perfect. Cool. So here we are. Awesome. Cool. So what we have here is going to be this here. Awesome. So I think I'm using Bun for this. It's been a little while since I've touched the front end, so I got to get a little reacquainted here of what's going on. So I think, am I using PNPM? Yeah, it's PNPM package lock. Okay, cool. So let me just run this PNPM dev. And then localhost. That should theoretically show me the page that's running for the front end. Yes, I think that's it. Okay, cool. Yeah, so this is some of my initial ideas that I was playing around with, but I think what I want to do is just go ahead and just change this all to $5. And so, yeah, I think what I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to tell Cursor to see if I could just change this whole thing to just have 2 plans. Or just right now, just do a special offer for folks who are starting on the stream. And we're just going to have like one plan. It's just $5 a month. And it's like a special pre-order for those who are watching the stream right now, who are getting started, who want this type of utility. I think there was a theme I was going through with like the 9s. So like 5. So I could do like $6.99 or something like that, which would be kind of fun. $5 or $6. I feel like $6.99 for, like, let's see, transcribe, unlimited. Like, how much do people pay for this stuff already? Free download. How long does it take them to do this stuff? Free for 15 minutes. What? How are you supposed to do this, like, hours of content? Pro? Oh my God. I don't want to sign up. Huh. Cost? I don't think they have pricing. Stockholm price. Wow, trash. Okay, so pricing. Okay. Let's take a look. Plans. What? People pay $100 a year? Okay. Wow. So you only get 5 hours a month? No way. 500 files? You're kidding me. Okay, you get free for getting started? 30 hours each month? So you only get 35 hours for $400 a month? Or no, for 400 a year? No way. 33 bucks. Okay. Nah, y'all playing too much. $6.99 unlimited. Let's go. Just one price. Let's go. Okay. Okay. So I want to understand, like, I want to make changes to my pricing, to make it one price for 6.99. 99 pre-sale. I'm still in the early stages of ramping this up, and the app works really great for many people. I don't have uptime guarantees or anything like that because this isn't an enterprise offering, and I'm still ramping up on building features. I want to give early access to people who are creators and who need a service like this to help them. Many other competitors are charging upwards $30 a month or more and don't offer unlimited transcription the way I do. Okay, so I think that's a good place to start, and I'm going to do at Codebase. So it's been a while since I've talked to my Codebase for the front end, and I just don't remember all the different parts of where all the pricing, like data, logic, or whatever stuff that's involved with that. And so I'm just going to just say, let's just go ahead and let, DeepSeek R1 cook and look at everything I possibly can to do this type of thing. You know what I mean? So how can we make sure that I think you're talking about the design components. Yeah, this is kind of where we're going to get the stuff from V0, and I'm going to show you a little bit of how that we can kind of tell Cursor where to put it and say, hey, this is the component that I got from the designer, and please drop it into the right places and stuff like that. So use deep research to make a similar report on pricing. I agree, but I think right now I just need to test the market. Clearly, the $99 price for founding members has been super awesome, and I'm going to keep those folks as founding members. So they'll get more features like AI features and other things that I do that come up in the pipeline. But right now, I feel to get started, basic transcription should not be like $30 a month. I could spin up a server and run something for like, I don't know, so many hundreds of dollars a day or hour per month. And like, if I get enough people to sign up, it should be able to support the server costs to do that. If I just run the open model with so many GPUs and stuff. And then I might even apply to some grants depending on how many people sign up and how much traction I get. That way, it can sort of offset the cost, and I can offer it to more people, because I feel like this stuff should be fast. And you saw how fast I did this stuff, and this is all made with Cursor. And sure, you can build your own, but I want to make it so that like you can build your own, but it's probably going to cost you more to do this. And I'm already doing this anyways. I need this as a content creator. So if you only have these like one-off uses, you don't have to feel like you're using up as much quota per month. Like, I just want to make it like, yeah, that's simple. Like, $6.99 a month is just like a no-brainer. And if you don't need it, you just cancel and then go back on again. I mean, I feel like that's that's just probably like the best way to do it. So, okay. So, yeah, I think that's kind of where I'm thinking about this. The economy is a toilet. I have $3 in my accounts and live on $111 a week. Yeah. I think these tools and things are, can get quite pricey, especially start to add them up over time. So if you're in this type of situation, definitely start to try to leverage as much as you can to start building, which is part of the reason why I do these free live streams, because I want you to see the power that AI is capable of right now, especially with Cursor. Like, even though you don't have to pay the premium prices for the fast requests, like you can just pay once and then like you can see how much that $20 of leverage can have on even just improving your designs or improving something that you can sell of value or give of value to another human being, so that you can have more than that to save. So Sarah Robin of Loxley, I think it's really smart that you've been able to stay tuned in and kind of learn from this type of stuff. And I encourage others to kind of do the same, you know, because like it's going to get crazy out there. And I feel like, you know, AI is here. It's constantly moving, and this is a really fun place to kind of start with this. I'd rather be doing this than watching a football game, to be honest. Okay, cool. So, like, how's my branching situation going on? Okay, we're good. So one of the other apps I use for all this type of stuff is Git Tower. So I see Git Tower dot. And so my favorite feature with Git Tower is the visualization of my branches, which is really fun. And so here, what I'm using is this update landing here. And this is basically a visual way that I like to keep track of my stuff. It does cost money per year, but I just wanted to show you kind of what my workflow is. I mostly use the stuff in Cursor as much as possible. But when we're dealing with branches and dealing with tags and various things, I just like another GUI, and Tower is really, really great. So I'll put that in the live stream notes as well. So Git-Tower. I think I also have a referral link, so I want to hook you up on that too. But yeah, Git Tower is great. I've been using this for a decade plus. It's so good. Yeah, $69 per user annually. And then you can go to enterprise. If you can get your company to pay for it, that's probably the best way to do it. But yeah, I used to deal with build systems and thousands of projects, and I don't know, can't even tell you the numbers of tags and features and branches, and oh, man, it used to be kind of a nightmare. So I'm very visual, I'm very fast, and so that was the best way for me to just keep track of everything, or Frankenstein builds together in these really complicated build systems. So that was kind of my way. I just got so used to using it, I just love it so much. So that's kind of my thing. So we're in this thing here, and I think we should be able to just let Cursor do its thing. So let's upgrade the pricing component. So this is where it's referenced here, and then update the hero section as well. So, oh, did my app crash? Okay, no. I saw a beach ball. I was like, oh, I wonder, I don't think I've ever done this long of a stream, 4 hours. Damn. But we're rolling right now. So update the hero section with this pricing. Cancel anytime. All right, cool. Update the pricing constants if needed. Verify your Stripe link is correct. I think it's just that simple. Okay, let's just go ahead and see if we can put these changes in. Apply. So here we go. I'm going to apply them. So constants. Why? Where is constants? So constants pricing? I don't see it. Okay. Oh, I see. Constants is down here. I don't understand. Reject file. Where did constants come from? It's sort of not mentioned here. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and just copy this and put this into Composer. And then make a new window here. All right, let me put this in here. And then please, to test these changes. Okay. And please implement the plan above to make the for pricing. Okay. Just pricing. Okay, submit. Let's see. So one of the reasons why I use Composer with the agent mode here at the bottom is because it's going to basically apply the changes for us automatically. And it also is really good at searching your code base. As you can see, it takes those sections of code, line 92 and all these different lines, and puts that into its context to try to read different files and make the stuff accordingly. So that basically makes the cursor agent much smarter than it would if it just didn't have that type of access. It's an advantage over the chat because the chat doesn't necessarily do that building on the fly. And so the other part of the agent is the fact that it can sort of iterate on itself. So it's probably at the first run is going to be like, hey, we added this constants thing, but I don't see it correctly. So let me just make sure it's still there. And to me, I feel like it's very thorough when it does these types of changes. And we'll get to see that as well. So in the hero here, it's also adding in the different arrows. Now let's update the hero section. Let me fix the apostrophe linting error. Okay. Now let's finally update to the navigate. Update the nav bar. Okay, cool. Yeah, save all. Let's review them. PM dev and see what happened. So here we are. Early access $69.99 a month. I like 69. Okay, let's dark mode it. Okay, converts video to text 89 times faster. Your 2-hour becomes this $6.99. Get early access. Founders pricing. Cool. Cancel anytime. I like this. Yeah. This is pretty hot. Get early access. Cool. So it still goes to my pre-order. So I'm going to fix that. And that's literally just a Stripe link on my backend. Yeah, let's go ahead and update the copy at the bottom. Update this looks good. Now we need to update the copy at the bottom to not say. Let's just see what it says. Okay, so what I want to do is I like this change. I'm going to go ahead and accept all so far. And then I'm going to go ahead and commit this because I like to do these incremental commits. That way, if I mess anything up royally, I at least have something that's already working and it looks kind of like the way that I want to make it look. So I'm going to go ahead and commit. Sync the changes. This is awesome. And that's going to be doing the same. Cool. So that'll be that there. And then I'm going to go ahead and submit this thing for the agent so it can do its little cooking there. That'd be awesome. So that's what we're working with right now. Cool. So it's reading the file. I have to go use the restroom and be right back. So, okay. Yes. And in the meantime, what I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to play some vibes for y'all or play something. Like, what did I do last time? So I think what I did was I loaded up video. So I think what we can do is just load up the same video, right? Earlier today, we did a launch AI app and chill. Okay, that'd be kind of cool. So yeah, we'll just continue. I think I do when I do this thing here. I'm gonna get rid of the chat. I'll be right back. I gotta go to the bathroom. And then I'm gonna move my face a little bit up here so y'all can see. So this was me earlier, 4 months ago, building this app live in a live stream using Cursor and stuff. So you get to kind of see this a little bit of how it went down. And then maybe I'll fast forward into kind of what, because we were like able to make the app and create the SRT files. And I'll just kind of start you off here with like these rules and kind of how I do the prompting here. So yeah, I'll let it cook and I'll be right back. TT format. So I think that's the only thing that's missing. So I think what we're going to go ahead and do is a component, set that up here. So, okay, let's see. So, all right. So I'm going to, yeah. All right. So here, I'm going to go ahead and create Notepad and then create.srt and .btt files. So that's going to be like the whole purpose of this thing. And then so type in your thoughts and use @mention files. Okay, so there's like use in Composer and then use in AI chat and then use in editor. So this is the new update. I'm actually still kind of getting myself familiar with this. And so I could say open as editor, use in AI chat, and then use in Composer. Oh, I see. So this is the notebook feature. So with the notepad, you just type in your thoughts and what we want to do. And I want to be able to drag this, but I can't really drag this down. Dang it. Okay. Use in editor. Oh, I can. Oh, I see. Yo, okay. Command Shift I. Okay. So if I has this open as editor, it puts it down in here into the chat window, I think. And then if you hit plus, you can actually use the notepad in this chat. I like this. This is very handy. Okay. I want to set up my cursor rules really quick. So I don't have a cursor rules file. And I think in here, you can just do rules for AI.cursor rules file. And so let me just go ahead and set that up. So in my project, because I want to replicate what's going on in my cursor rules here, I have a product knowledge, and I'm just going to go ahead and copy and paste this. So in cursor rules, so new file up here. Whoops, new file. .cursor rules. And then hit. All right, cool. So let me just kind of move this aside. Let me also stop the server. And then, so yeah, this is my cursor rules from my Next.js project, which has the details of how I want my apps for Next.js 14 to be made. So that's going to be there. Great. So now that I have, current cursor rules file, I don't need that right now. All right. So we're going to be chatting with this. And then, so this is already enabled here, which is awesome. Okay. And I'm going to go ahead and close this now. Whoops. Cursor settings. Okay. So we're good there. And then now that we have this set up, I'm going to go cursor. So I have actions, and then I have this here. And so I'm a little confused right now on this. So create a new VTT file and your thoughts and use @mentions to add files. Okay. And then what's this? Using Composer? Oh, okay. So I take the notebook and then whatever notes and stuff I have here. Okay, so what I think what I'm going to do right now is the notebook I'm going to use to like develop each feature. So what we're doing basically is like we have this idea for this grand project and we have to kind of break it down into smaller components so they can ship them and make them better. And so I think what I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to create a new branch. So that way I can work on the feature on a different branch and I don't mess up the main thing. And then when I'm done, I'll be able to merge the branch back in. So I'll show you how we do that and get everything together. So definitely appreciate everyone who's been joining in and kind of hanging out for this thing. So one of my favorite apps, besides using the Git stuff up here, I like to use Git Tower. Git Tower is really cool for me. And what's nice about Git Tower is, let me see if I can bring it to this main window. Show in all windows. Yo. We cooking. Yeah, appreciate everyone who's been able to stay for this like really monster stream and stuff. So I had to take a little bit of a break there just so I could use the restroom. But now we're back in action and we're kind of verifying the changes that were just recently made. So it looks like we set up the early access. So those folks who want to try RayTranscribes, I'm almost done. So I have this set up now with the new pricing changes. Cursor kind of helped me figure that out. We have the video, we have the early access pricing, 1 hour episode in 3 minutes. I think that's actually false. It's actually a lot faster than that. Priority feature requests, accuracy guarantee, so forth. So I'm going to adjust some of that. Transform your content in minutes, not hours. Get accurate transcripts in record time. Yeah, okay. 2 hour video in 80 seconds. So early access. Perfect. I don't think there's many developers, but I'm going to just kind of change this up a little bit here. So that's what's up. All right, so let's go ahead and update. So the stuff that we're kind of messing with here is now like update and copy and stuff. So I'm going to go ahead and save all except because this looks like it's still working. So it basically updated the call to action here. And in the call to action, let's just take a look here. Looks good. Cool. And this all this animation stuff, which is pretty cool. And then trusted by, I think, basically 100 plus by. Basically, I've had already 200,000 seconds of podcast episodes of, yeah, basically. Cool. And then I think that looks pretty good. Join my early access program. I guess this is my app. Yeah. So I think I look for hour. Oh, hour. All right, cool. So that's looking pretty good there. I think I'm liking this so far. Gonna hit commit here, and then there's one more pricing change thing I want to make before I do this. I think the changes, and that'll be chill. So wow, we're really cooking here. So pretty heavy. We're almost at 3K subscribers live. This is crazy. On X 2,939. We're definitely hitting that up. If you're liking everything, just hit the thumbs up for the algorithm, obviously, and then sharing it with friends is super helpful. So if you need a little break from the big old football stuff, go ahead and do that. We've been going for 4 hours and 20 minutes. And yeah, I mean, I've been able to take a little bit of breaks and stuff, and probably in the next hour, I have to definitely walk my dog. So that's going to be that thing, and may have to do some stuff. But what we're doing right now, our goal is to first launch RayTranscribes at the new price point. So $6.99. And so that will allow us to onboard more people so that you can just use this, which is going to be really great. And you get unlimited hours. All these people are charging 30 plus, and they're only giving you barely any hours to transcribe. And I'm going to just straight up be like, yo, cook, just go cook. And this will allow you to use the app. I feel like the more people I get on, the more servers I can bring up online. The more people that use it, the more it pays for the server costs and infrastructure to host the model. So that way I can keep it fast and running, and I don't have to pay per tokens. So that's kind of like the way it's going. I really want to make this a place where you can do it on your own. And to be honest, you don't need to buy a really beefy machine. You can save all that money and just do it through this type of thing. So that'd be really cool. Because I know some people don't have the top tier machines, and I think this is just going to be super helpful for you as well. So I'm going to fix this as well. And yeah, limited slots available. Yeah, because this will change really quick. And then once this sells out, then, or if I get too much demand, it's too crazy. But I don't think so. I want this to work. I want it to work. And if it doesn't work, I'm going to keep fixing bugs till it gets there. You can cancel anytime, which would be awesome. So, okay, so we have this, and I need to fix this type of thing to make it more accurate because founder special. So help me update this copy here. What are your things? What are your thoughts for the copy? Is that the pricing one? It's under pricing, I think. What are your thoughts? What are your thoughts to improve the plan here as I am able to transcribe a 2-hour podcast in 80 seconds, but I want it to resonate with other content creators who are being charged a lot more for this. It is unlimited for the time being. Okay, so let me just hit enter. So I want to see what type of copy you can give me that's a little bit better. I'm using DeepSeek right now, but I'm going to try this exact same prompt with Claude Sonnet, and I'll show you how we're going to do this right now. So this is going to basically go through its thinking, and part of the thinking there is just kind of trying to think about things maybe to show a strike through price for a competitor price. Yeah, so we'll see. kind of how it does this. We also kind of have to fix the layout as well. So will these be re-uploaded somewhere? Yes. So the great thing is that this is actually going to be on X and also on YouTube. So if you go to YouTube at RayFernando1337, that's actually where you can watch the stream right now in like the full resolution, 1080p or whatever. And then you can also, RayFernando.ai will also have the like the notes and also have the video for YouTube as well. So that's kind of where you're able to get those. Yeah. Yeah. So this is kind of where it's going to be at. Okay. So let's see what's happening here. So it's saying add a comparative metrics to your pricing card. Yeah, something like that. Proven content creator pricing. Yes, I like this. I like this exact pricing type of thing at the bottom. I think save $400 a month monthly. Yeah. I think I like where this is going. Yeah, I think let me see if I can. Let's just compare the difference. So I'm gonna do this exact same thing. Hit plus, and then we're gonna choose Claude Sonnet, 3 point whatever. Yeah, and I'm gonna do it on the code base as well. Just gonna see what it thinks about. What are the transcriptions used for? So what happens is I generate these .srt files and the text files. So I'll show you an example. So Claude is here, and what I do is I actually have a project that'll generate blog posts for me. So let me show you how we cook with this. So I have a SEO, I get a transcript and I put it into here. So I have one for like a newsletter type of thing. So this is a video newsletter that I was doing. And so I basically got the transcript and I had it generate a newsletter for me based off the transcript. So this is the actual newsletter it generated for me, which was awesome, based off the video. So like I recorded myself in the video and it made a whole newsletter for me super fast. Like that's really crazy. And I also put the newsletter up on RayFernando.ai. So basically just try to speed up my workflow. And so the actual transcript turned into this. Let me kind of put this up here. Yeah, so the transcript turned into this whole thing here. And let me kind of fix this here. Yep. So this is kind of what it turns into, like blog posts, newsletters, everything. So this sped up my workflow so much, and it can speed up for other people. And that's kind of where I'm going to be going with this. So the first step is literally just make the transcription app work, which is what we have. And then add the AI features, which would be probably like an add-on cost or something like that, or an upgrade. And for people who paid for the lifetime access, or not the lifetime, people who paid for the founding membership, I think it was like a $99 thing. They're going to just get to try those features out first, so that's because people supported me early on. It's really pricey, but that's kind of what happened. So I'll show you another one. So like this is one for this transcript, which is like pretty massive. Let's see, where is it? Generate a blog post from transcript. So this one here, this transcript is about all of these lines. And what my analysis does is it tries to go through like generate titles and stuff. So it actually took the analysis of the live stream and tried to generate a whole title from it. And it does an evaluation. So it says like, okay, which one has good SEO? Which is the target audience? What's the curiosity of this? So like, does it actually make it interesting as far as, for this type of title? How do people actually think about this? And then it gives me a recommendation for the title as far as the metadata description that needs to go in a blog post as well. And then anything else that I can enhance the content with. So like this workflow is something I repeat so often, and it just like makes so much sense to do something like this. So here's the actual blog post. So this is like the R1 cursor, setup assistant guide. And this is from the video of the live stream of everything I walk through. So instead of me writing it down, I could just run it through something like this and it outputs a thing. And that's the AI features I want to add to my app eventually. And, those I could probably charge more per month for that, especially if you're doing this to make professional content. But I wanted to make it be very accessible at the very beginning, right? I mean, that's kind of the whole point of this. It's just like, get something that works really well, have it work all the time, and then add other features that can work really well for your workflows. So that's kind of where I'm going with this. And that's kind of what the transcriptions will be used for. And people will have like meetings that they have or Zooms. They could just put the links in and they should be able to do that as well in the future. So right now that's not capable. I can't get like a link and do something with it, but I will be able to add that on depending on who's requesting the features. And, you know, like if you haven't signed up yet and you do sign up, let me know what feature you want and we could build it, right? I'll probably build it live. Why not? It'd be kind of fun. So that's kind of where we're going with this. And yeah, so let's see how it's done with this here. So, okay, so in the chat, Claude Sonnet says, it says kind of the same thing. That's interesting. Social proof, a generic thing, pricing structure suggestion. So, get creator access. Let's just try this. I'm really curious. So I don't have anything going on, so I'm going to just try to apply to pricing. Let's just see how it does this. So it has a little strike through, save 60%. I don't know if I like that. I'm just going to be straight up. Yeah, normally people get charged 29 bucks a month easy. But now they're just, yeah, unlimited transcription hours, save thousands a month. I'd say save hundreds a month. That's cool. I'm going to go ahead and accept this and then accept this as well. Get creator access. Get early access. Yeah. Okay. Save this as well. So save hundreds a month. Custom vocabulary for your niche. I don't think I have that yet. Yeah, that's going to be in the future. 80 seconds, multiple formats, TXT. Speaker identification is not there. That's going to be a premium thing too. Timestamps and chapter markers, timestamps. SRT and VTT formats. Priority support for creators. Early access to AI features. Yeah, why not? I feel like that'll be my second tier. Okay. This looks pretty good so far. Awesome. Update the hero to emphasize the savings. So your 2 hour becomes text in 80 seconds. So, okay. Okay. And then where else do we have? Value communication. So where's the hero? Oops. In the hero here, I have your text becomes text. Your 2 hour video becomes text in 80 seconds. So update the hero text to emphasize the savings. So I don't change it to something like save thousands a month transcription. Okay. I think I like this kind of call to action here. Okay. So let me kind of move this aside and put this side by side so that way we can kind of see what we're working with here. Okay. So convert text faster. Okay. I want to make this succinct. I think I had some headlines before. Help me make this succinct for my landing page. Okay, so let me go to Claude. I have one that says improve writing projects. RayTranscribes. Help me make this succinct for my hero. Let's see. Get your life back. Your 2 hour. Give me other taglines. So I recommend the hero for the core transformation. Interesting. Huh. That's an interesting thing. So like, yeah, marketing is a big deal. Like trying to communicate what your value is so that people really understand it. So like to me, get your life back doesn't necessarily like feel helpful. More from your weekends are yours, create more, wait less. From video to possibilities. I mean, I think this is really simple. It transcribes your video super duper fast. Never wait for transcripts again. I like that idea. Stupidly fast video transcription. Yeah, just very direct. Ridiculously fast. Insanely fast. I like the insanely fast. What about insanely fast? Your 2-hour video becomes text in 80 seconds. Okay, so the way it's being laid out, yeah, insanely fast. Okay, so, and then I'm doing something in the orange here. So what does that look like? 89x faster, 89x faster. So I think I put the span up here, convert video to text. Okay. Above this, I think this is what I'll do. I'll put this up here. How does this look like? Okay. Insanely fast transcription. And I'm just going to take off this. Yeah. I like this. Insanely. Or like insanely fast. Like the fast is going to be transcription. Insanely fast transcription. Insanely fast video. I think it had to use the words video. Yeah. But I could do audio soon too. So, and then on the phone, it should look like this. That's kind of hot. I'm not going to lie. Let's go. Almost done. Okay. Yo, we just crossed 3K. Let's go. All right, let's go. It's popping. So insanely fast video transcription. Your 2-hour video becomes text in 80 seconds. $6.99. Early access, unlimited hours, founder pricing. Early access setup within 12 hours. Cancel anytime. Yeah, I think we're good. Damn. Okay, so now we just need to center this pricing tag, and I think we're good. Okay, this looks amazing. So I'm going to basically move this around here. All right, I'm going to check in this change because this looks Gucci, my friends. We're so Gucci. I'm going to do this here, and I'm just going to check my Git tower real quick and just do a quick review of the code. So stage all. I just changed this. I got rid of this at the bottom, and then I just changed the wording here from founder special to creator special. I kind of like founder special. I'm going to just unstage those lines. Yeah, so this should update now. Founders special. Did it not? Oh, did I kill the app already? Yeah, let me rerun it. That's strange. Should have done that. Let me go back into the code here. Pricing. Oh, yeah, I didn't. Founder special. Okay. Now it should have did it. Yeah, here we go. Founder special. Yeah. Okay, cool. All right. And let me just check this out again. So move my head here. All right. So now we're doing unlimited transcription, save hundreds a month, 80-second processing for 2-hour episodes, timestamps, priorities, support for creators. Yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah, I think this is what people normally pay. It's like $29, $30 a month to do this type of thing. You're getting this pro level stuff for free, like unlimited. Not okay, cool. So that looks pretty good. And refined hero pricing sections with creator processing. Commit, sync changes. That's how fast we go, friends. I mean, it's about to be what's up. So affordable video to text transcriber hosted in America. Yeah. It does not. Like I like Apple's thing was like designed in California, and like they were trying like yeah. So it's like designed and made in California, and in Hawaii sometimes too. Shout out to my brothers in Hawaii. I love y'all, brothers and sisters. Everything. Everyone's cool. I mean, we got to keep the peaceful vibes up in here, you know. So my question to you, if you're watching this stream, do you mind if there's audio in the background? Like I have some beats, and I didn't play it this stream at all. And some people watch it back at 2x speed. So I don't know if that messes with your audio processing capabilities. But I've been doing this stream clean and would love your feedback. If you made it this far, we're 4 hours and 40 minutes into this stream. We got 3,158 people. Holy guacamole. If you've been watching this, amazing. Thank you so much. Can't believe we've made it this far so far. We're doing a lot of things. So we started with the whole idea of like making this WikiTalk thing to, our YouTube, TikTok stuff to now shipping updates for my app. And, folks on X, we got 3,137. Got folks on YouTube, 22 people on YouTube. And that's kind of what we're doing right now. We're just cooking with the app, coding with AI, and we're going to fix this UI bug here before, I really ship this stuff. So, and then I also got to fix the actual Stripe link as well. So, a lot of stuff cooking. So that's amazing here. Love the beats. I love your intro jam too. Okay. You know what? Let's do that. I'm going to pull up cause I feel like it's a vibe, you know what I mean? So I'm going to do iTunes, iMusic. I actually have music that's licensed so that I can use for live streams. And so that's what's up. I'm going to go ahead and do that right now. I wonder how my processes are doing right now too. Because right now my apps are dying. Okay, let's see. Cool. So I have a whole Ray live stream and chill lo-fi. So let's just go ahead and see if we can cook with that. Yeah. Y'all feeling the vibe? I'm feeling the vibe right now. I'm feeling the vibe RN. Okay. Welcome to Cursor and Chill. I'm actually doing the effect for real. And it's like, hi, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight, we're going to cook with Cursor and other things, but mostly Cursor because right now it's the GOAT of AI. AGI has been achieved and Cursor is the one that's unlocked it. So here we go. All right. So we're rolling right now, keeping it real chill. Keep rolling 100. We're updating my app pricing to lower the price so that more people can use this and so that we can cook. So RayTranscribes.com. This will be live extremely soon. And okay, so we've got this. We've Founders Special. And let's see. I feel like I should keep the existing $99 pre-order, I guess. I don't know. I guess I'll get rid of that. So Founders Special here. And then I need to update the pricing card is currently not. Okay, so we have checked all the files in. Everything's good. So I'm going to start a new window maybe. Okay. So right now, the pricing card is not centered. It is the on desktop. Things that are on devices that are larger than mobile. Since we only have one pricing card, let's make sure it stays centered. So I'm just going to hit submit. The agent should be able to know what to do with this. Would be a great feature for a YouTube app idea to add your beats to not have to 2x for 2x people. Yeah. So like to kind of have an audio track removed, that would be so cool. I actually agree with that. Like customize your videos as you go. Yeah. I think that's kind of a really cool idea. So we're cooking with cursor. Let me kind of get this back up a little bit. Up in here, so we can see this. Okay, so it's looking at my pricing grid, and I did something like this to have 3 columns, I guess. But since we only have 1 card, we should adjust it. Remove the grid layout classes since we only have 1 card. Keep the max auto. Okay, this looks cool. Let's just see how it looks like here. Should adjust it accordingly. Yeah. Okay. I'm down with that. Sheesh. Let's go. Okay. And then I need to fix this so that you can see it a little bit better. Okay, cool. My bad. All right. So cool. This is my first live stream back from Hawaii. So we're doing it from my new studio at home. All right. So we got the light mode. We got the dark mode. Right, so we got dark mode if you're on the dark mode screen. We got this going on. We have this with the new pricing. Let's go. And then I'll add some testimonials a little bit later. But I wanted to get at least this new pricing up so that since y'all watching, you guys try this as well. And then I could, manually onboard you and stuff. So, all right. So what I'm using here, pre-order. Okay. So what I need to do next, since that looks pretty good, I'm going to accept the file. We're going to go ahead and commit the change so that it's in our system. Simplify pricing section grid layout. Sync the changes up. And then I think the only thing now we have to do is in our constants. Let's see. So in our plan for the pricing, it's using a Stripe link. And the Stripe link is the one that's basically here. Pay RayTranscribes. So I want to update this Stripe link. So this is something I need to go to Stripe to do that for. And once I do that, I should be able to just push the changes live and go through a sale and kind of get that going through. So yeah, let me go ahead and see if I could do some of that stuff here while I'm with you on the camera. So I'm going to do this, make sure Stripe is up.com, dashboard.stripe.com. How that works. Yeah. So, and yeah, so for those who are tuning in, I basically have the camera like up above. I got the camera here, and like this is literally my webcam because my other camera kept dying. I could probably try to see if I could spin it up again, but basically it's just like my Action 5 Pro, and I was using it through USB, and for whatever reason it just kept kind of like conking out, which I didn't really appreciate, but it's okay. Stuff happens. It's out of my control. And I think what happens is when I turn it on, it goes into webcam mode, and then it just kind of, conks out after that. Let's see. So let's see. Can you, oh, I see. I have to replug it in. So that'd be this thing here. Webcam. Okay, preparing webcam. All right, so let's go. Action Pro. Yo, okay. This is more the vibe. So yeah, so we're chilling. And what I've done is actually I've transformed my room from like the bedroom and stuff. I basically just got rid of my bed and put into a Murphy bed. So that way I could just cook. And then right now I have my clothes that are drying. So, and I'm still unpacking for my Hawaii trip. So I got this like extra monitor stuff. And this is my studio setup. I got this whole lights going on back here, which is pretty awesome. And I got my little atrium over there. And this is basically a studio with the lights. This is me cooking right here. We got the stuff in the background. If you kind of follow me behind me, got the little setup back there. And then got the camera gear and all that stuff going on back there. So yeah, that's a quick tour of my new studio setup. And so we're basically doing like the Super Bowl stream because this is 4 hours and 48 minutes. Sheesh. Yeah, that's how we do it. All right, so let's go ahead and set up Stripe real quick. So I'm trying to do that right now so that we can get that stuff going. So I don't want to leak any like customer data. So that's kind of the reason why I'm doing this a little bit off the stream, so that I can kind of try to generate a new pricing thing. And so I think it's literally under like the product catalog here that I'm working with, which is the stuff that will basically show you kind of where the pricing is. So I have like this pre-order type of thing that I had before. And like with this type of thing, this is something that, you know, I feel like I kind of had to set up again, or like maybe duplicate and try to see if I can, you know, put that off into another thing. And then from here, I should be able to get like one specific link. And that's the link that I'm going to put in my code. And so that link will just generate here. And then that's kind of what happens for the cart checkout. So once that happens, what ends up happening for me is the fact that like I'll like get a notification, and then I just go to dashboard.clerk.com, and I use Clerk for authentication, and that's what I'm using to manage the current authentication for this app, which is really awesome. And so what happens with Clerk is I'll actually be able to, in my dashboard, generate an invite. So I can say invite user and put their email here. And so I'm doing this by hand right now, and eventually I'll probably have this implemented in code. But the whole reason to do it by hand is because I kind of want to see like, you know, how this is working. Is it even worth me like doing all the code to put it in so it's automated? The second part is that I also want to establish a relationship over email so that I can talk with you about the features that you want or don't want. And I'm a real human, so this is not some third-party service that like just doesn't care about you or doesn't do anything. You know, I'm putting on my personal guarantee that, you know, I want this to work. So that's kind of how I'm kind of going with this, and that's kind of why I'm doing things. And it's also the reason kind of why I chose Clerk, because of how good they are with like making their app kind of providing user authentication without having a lot of users. Like if you don't have a lot of users, you're gonna be okay, you know, as far as like using this type of thing. And so people talk about, you know, lock-in and that type of stuff. And yeah, lock-in stuff can happen. And I feel like you have to surpass like 10,000 or 20,000 users in order for you to get to that point. And if you're not even charging yet for your app and you have that many users, you need to test the market. And if you aren't testing the market, then why are you even making the app? You know, I feel like this is a real market and you got to provide some real value. And if it's free, it's cool. But if you're not funded and you're still making it free, then you're not really learning from the market. You have to learn how to charge. And that's what I'm learning to do. That's something that I would mimic other builders, you know, that are doing. It's like building random things is fun. It's cool for a demo, but at the end of the day, utilities pay the bills. So like a utility like this, I use all the time. And I do have this open source as well. So on my GitHub, RayFernando.1237. Let's see, at RayFernando.1337. I have an open source version of basically RayTranscribes. That's kind of how it all started. So that's MLX video transcriber. I'm going to put this in the show notes as well. So I'll put this in here. So within here, if you just go to the GitHub, you should be able to get this as well. And so in here is basically my free version. Is actually featured on Cocktail Peanuts one-click install. So you can actually install this if you have the Cocktail Peanut thing, Pinocchio. So Pinocchio is like an AI installer, and you should be able to get this MLX video transcriber. So the only downside is it does not work on your Mac or on a PC. So if you have a PC, this won't work. And it's part of the reason why I made RayTranscribes, because one, I wanted a faster transcription service. With my machine, it's a little slower. And then two is that I also wanted something cross-platform. So you can do it on your phone, you can do it on your Mac, you can do it on a PC, you can do it with Linux, doesn't matter. You should be able to make it cook. But for those who have a Mac, and most people who are doing content creation, a lot of them have Macs, not everyone, but this can be extremely beneficial. But installing this by hand is kind of crazy. So that's where I was telling you about Pinocchio, Pinokio.computer. And so this is basically, you can get all the latest AI stuff with one-click install. And I personally don't use it because kind kind of weary of an app that wants to take care of like loosening my system restrictions. So at the kernel level, it's basically allowing the restrictions, like my system to be more open to vulnerabilities. And so that's not something that I want at all. I want the operating system level protection so that someone doesn't have physical access to my computer and starts, you know, reading stuff from memory and doing these types of things. I'm just trying to basically limit the attack surface for myself. And it's just the way that I believe in security. And I used to work on these operating systems, so I know a lot of how these things work. I'm not recommending this. I'm not saying that, you know, whatever, but like it's just kind of informing you of what's out there. So that's kind of the way that I roll. That's kind of why I put it up as an open source thing. But obviously, if you want to play around with this stuff, this is probably the fastest way to do these types of things. And it's super fast. Mac only super fast ML. He added super fast to this because it is super fast. That's just how I roll. One-click install. These are all the tweets they're talking about it. It's blowing up on the internet. Yeah, this is kind of how it all started, August. Yeah, this got a lot of, at that time, my account was really small and got a lot of people to do it. So yeah, utilities. So that's that there. So we're gonna get this live very soon. So I'll have to work on that stuff on the side. And the other thing that we wanted to do after that was to try to incorporate this component into the waiting screen. So that'll be really fun. Let me see. Before I sign off, I want to do this because I have to go walk my dog in 20 minutes. And I think that we should be able to get this component into my app with like 1 or 2 prompts. So if you're down with that, hit the thumbs up right now. Hit the comments. Drop the comments. I want to see if you're down to see this. Like if we can actually put this into my app in like 1 or 2 prompts, I got you, fam. Also, big shout outs to Hertzfeld Labs coming through with that super chat. $9.99. Holy guacamole. That is so awesome. I really appreciate the support. I'm doing this for free, and this is kind of what I want to do more often is I have been blessed to been able to go through a lot of opportunities to share my knowledge. Live streams are going to be my things in the future. They may not be as long. Today is extra long because of the Super Bowl, and I don't want to watch the Super Bowl. I'd rather be here giving myself value, getting stuff done, and giving back to you. So like, you know, if you watch the Super Bowl, you get entertainment value. If you watch this, you get educational value that you can take with you. So teach a man to fish, and they'll learn to fish. So man, woman, whatever you are, hopefully you can take this information and make something of it and earn income and spread more knowledge, because the rest of the world is moving really fast now with this AI stuff, and it's ridiculously capable. So let's go ahead and wrap it up here so we can get this like component launched and loaded into this stuff here. So Alberto is with us right now, so he's so down. Let's show you how we get this code from this file, this single file, and we get it put into my app. So what I'm going to go ahead and do, spin up another MVP, and Super Bowl will fly on by. Yeah, I think that's possible, but I got to walk my dog in 20 minutes. So yeah. I think, okay. So insanely fast video subscription. I think what I wanted to do was to put it in my app. So RayTranscribes, when it's doing the transcription here to like this type of thing, it's taking a little while. So I'm going to go ahead and open up that project. So I have that project in a different window. So I'm going to go ahead and open a new window. I'm going to put this over here. And then for now, I'm just going to pause this one. I think I have all the changes checked in. Okay. So I'm going to minimize that. All right. So here, I think it's just called RayTranscribes. Oh, okay. Okay. This is the project here. So, okay. So this is the project. Awesome. And let's see. I think this is Bun. I did Bun. Yeah. Bun dev. All right, cool. This is how we roll. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. This is the entire app. I think I was working on some refactoring. Let me just make sure that everything still works. This is running locally, by the way. So this is running on my machine, and then it's hitting up my endpoints and everything. And let me just double check as well the Git tower. Okay. Whoops. Dang. Where are you? App. Okay. So yeah, let me put that down here. My bad. Excuse me for all this jarring screen stuff here. All right. Boom, boom, boom. Okay. So yeah, I basically did a big refactor. I will share more about this later, but basically Cursor did a one-shot AGI style refactor. When I say AGI, it just basically means that like I have this super smart, intelligent thing. With one prompt, I was able to refactor all my code using the super secret version of a Cursor build that you're not allowed to see yet. So more on that later, and I don't want to like hype it up too much because it's really good though. All right, cool. All right, so back to here. So I'm going to create a new composer. Okay, so I think this is my refactored version. I'm just going to double check here. Yeah, so this is my whole refactored version with hooks and steps and everything. Upload step. Okay, so what I want to do is I want to take the existing V0 component, and here we go. And then I want to implement this so that instead of the progress bars, it will just show this window while we wait. So, okay. So I'm going to go ahead and chat first. I'm going to create a new chat and I'm going to just chat with the code base. And so that way we can kind of sort of build a plan before I implement it. This is kind of my thing here. So I like to do this with R1. So I just choose DeepSeek R1 and then I say, I want to, let's see, upload step, result step, processing. Yeah, okay. So I want to use the following code below in place of the progress bars so that users will be entertained while they wait. So once we are done, we can show them. Okay, so I think I'll start it with this really vague. Please review the code base and let me know how we can implement it. And then I'm going to hit chat with code base. So we got the code from V0. And that code was basically over here. If we go to from preview and we go to code at the very top, right behind me in my head, you'll see all the code here. And you could just hit this little copy button or hit the download button if you want to download it. I just hit copy. So it gets all the code. I paste it into Cursor and we're telling it that we want to put this code in somewhere. Likely it'll place it in our components and like do some other type of thing, but I'm just trying to see how smart this system is. Because Cursor is a lot smarter than it was before. So we hit chat with code base and then let's see. So now it's actually reviewing the code. You can see it going through the code base here. And it's trying to think through everything. So this is kind of fun. So this would be really cool to see if it I don't know. I think this is it's like the little things that happen that kind of make it really fun to chat with this stuff. So it's just doing a lot of these wait. The provided processing step is a div with some text progress bars. Replacing those game component would place the canvas inside that div. And so it's pretty cool to actually see it thinking through. I'm really curious if it's going to be able to finish thinking through the whole thing. Okay, so this requires some design decisions. The current process step has this. So it's doing like a code review into thinking. It's still not done thinking, by the way. This is bonkers. This is really good. I'm really curious to see how this is going to land, to be honest. But if this does it in one prop, I swear to God. Yo, okay, so it's still going. Yeah, there's a lot of code here that is required. But the game is an animation that doesn't depend on progress. So the text can say, and the game is shown below, replacing both the progress bars. The conditional part for when the progress is 100% can display generate transcript text, but the game remains. Okay. Yo, this thing is cooking. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Okay, updated code. Remove the progress components and replace with the animation. Keep both processing messages, but display them over the animation. Wow. Cool. So let's try to do this. All right. So prompting game. And so where does it want me to put the UI prompting game? So it'd be under components, UI. Is that? Let's see. App, components, UI, prompting game. New file. I'll just call it prompting game.tsx. Actually, you know what? I'm going to just let Composer do it all. Why not, right? Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this whole message. I'm going to go to Composer, hit new, and then I'm just going to paste this in here for the plan. And then I'm going to give it the code from here, or the file. Copy. And then here is the prompting game code. So, okay, cool. So, all right. So we have the whole thing here, and we're just going to let the agent do this thing. So that's the whole point. So like, I wanted to do this whole thing in 2 prompts. And it's like, okay, let me step back a little bit. Let's see how it does in the coding. So that'd be kind of cool, you know? So we should have this cool new prompting waiting bar thing when it's all said and done. Props to your prompts. I just tuned back in. What are we building now? Okay, diffuse agency. Welcome back, man. So now what we're going to do is basically cook with this let me cook. And so let me make myself smaller. So we're going to get this and actually put it into my app. And we basically are telling it with RayTranscribes in the middle of the transcription, instead of showing progress bars, we're going to literally just show this cool game. And so that way you're kind of entertained while it's doing the transcription stuff. And when it comes back, it'll just show us the final results. So I gave the prompt so far to R1 to let it cook, and R1, like the thinking tokens, like it thought for a long time. It was actually going through, is thinking, looked through my code, was thinking some more, looking through my code, and then like finally gave us like some nice output here. And then now we're just letting Composer like really cook for us. So it creates a checkpoint, and now it entered the prompting game UI stuff here. So hot, super hot, beautiful. And then it's going into the processing step here, and it's updating all that. I refactored the code earlier because I wanted to make changes to the UI. Nothing this drastic, to be honest, but I'm kind of glad I did the refactoring because it makes it a lot easier to process and understand each specific step. Part of the reason why I do refactoring is because of this type of stuff. It just makes the AI. So now it has like these processing phases. So prompting is all you need. So that gets inserted in processing audio. Let me cook is now put into there. Dang. So where is prompting all you need? I don't see it. So prompting is all you need. Oh, it's right here down below. Okay, got it. So then it'll disappear as the steps change. Nice. Okay. And then we go to prompting step. Okay, I noticed that we created the prompting game in the component, but we aren't trying to import it from this. Let me fix that import path. See, that's why I give it to the agent. Modified processing step in the component. Great. The game features the pixel that says, let me cook for no cap for real. Let's save all. I think this is going to work. Fam, this is going to work. If it works, it's game over. Oh, it's already in use? What? Oh, I see. My bad. Okay. Let me clear this out. Bun dev. Let's go back. Yo, we cook it, fam. Okay, so we do this. I'm going to drop this in here. Let's go. Okay, I don't see the game. Come on. Let's see. It's supposed to have it in. Oh my God. You didn't do the game. Okay, so yeah, enjoying the live stream. Hey, thanks so much, Hertzfeld. That's so cool. Oh yeah, locked in for sure. Okay, so the game did not work, which is kind of weird. So, okay. So I think I'm going to save all. I dropped the video, selected the options, and then let's see, new transcription. Hit generate transcripts and I don't see the game come up. So let's just go ahead and tell the agent that, you know, you're kind of there, but almost there, but not there yet. So we'll see. Okay, so it's actually updating the prompting game code viewport. So it's basically the way that it renders on screen. So, okay, to ensure it has the right dimensions and z-index. So z-index, for those who are following, is like when you're looking at an app, you can think about it as like, you know, level 0, level 1, level 2 to like infinity up, and also going back down. So that's like the z-index. So you can have like, think about it as papers on top of each other. And so when a website loads, it's literally like these little papers that are loading in all these stacks. So it's possible that the whole game was rendered, but it was actually underneath everything. We couldn't really see it. So I think that's kind of what's happening here. So that's what it's saying. In the game component game this year, remove the fixed positioning, added a container div using resized, and then added overflow hidden, rounded corners and stuff. Okay, so let's just go ahead and take a look and see how it looks like. This is really fun. So let's refresh and then go here, generate transcripts. I don't see it. I'm going to go ahead and inspect the code. Did I kill it? Let me just kill this and restart. Refresh, select video. Yeah, I don't see it. Interesting. Let me cook. So it is, yeah, I don't see the game. Yeah, it's not being rendered. Okay. Save all while the container processing. Huh. I don't see it. Okay, so I don't see it being rendered, and I don't see it being rendered. The UI, I still see progress bars after hitting generate transcripts. If maybe add some debugging so we can fix this. Okay. If this doesn't work, I'm going to try one last step before I sign off, is to try to see if we can use R1 to see if it can think through why it's not rendering. So I bet you R1 would figure this out real fast. Yeah. So the processing step, let's see. Because it should, I think that's what's going on. Processing with care. Yeah. I just woke up. Yeah, bro. 5 hours, 13 minutes. It's 4:27. I got to walk my dog like in 3 minutes. So we're trying to get this last prompt in to work. So we're like, okay, so what we're trying to do, we're trying to get it so that when it's doing the status bar stuff, I want it to show this game while it's cooking. It's like, there's no reason why we can't have games. You know what I mean? Like that's what's up. So now let's add debugging. I've added several debugging elements. Save all. Okay. Yeah. Did we have? Okay. Did it even do it though? Let's see. I don't even see the files applied. Okay. I don't think it's actually applying the files. I think there's a bug here. Let me restart this. Upload. Yeah, I don't see anything. Let me see. Console. I don't. Yeah, there's nothing that's showing up. I don't see the. I think there's a problem. Okay, so I'm going to try one more thing in chat. What I'm going to do is I dropped the video options and it doesn't come up. So I'm going to go back to this state here, restore, because that was kind of the last state that like we just implemented it and it just didn't work. And then I'm going to accept these changes. And then what I'm going to go ahead and do is go back to chat, hit a new chat. And then here is the context for what we did earlier. And then I'm going to go back to Composer and I'm going to grab all of this like stuff that we talked about earlier. Okay. Oh, sorry. Up above it. So up above here, these are all the different things we talked about. I'm going to drop this into the chat. And so that way it has that here. I don't even know if I need that extra thing here. All that code. I don't think I need that, to be honest. I'm just going to have it search the code base. All right. Just going to get rid of that. So I dropped the video. Okay. So I'm just going to get rid of this because this is too much context. So, okay. And then what I'm just going to do is just hit code base. So I'm trying to see if R1 plus the chat with the code base and searching the indexes of files can be enough context for the reasoning model to reason through it and then find the problem. And then maybe we'll hit that back over into Composer and see if we can fix that for us as well. So that's what's up. Yeah, this is a marathon stream. This is like massive. This is my first ever longer than, like my longest stream was the first one that blew up, which was 3 hours. And that's the stream that actually blew me up. It was like in August, this girl who was 8 years old made a chat with Harry Potter app and the world went bonkers. And she used Cursor. I mean, like I already knew it was good. I was using it all the time. And then I was just showing you, we made the transcription app. That's kind of how this all started. And so, yeah, I mean, we're cooking today. So yeah, RayTranscribes.com. I'm going to put up the new link soon. So shortly after the stream and walking my dog, I'm going to update it so that you can pay $6.99 a month for unlimited transcripts generation. I mean, just cook. All right. I don't want to slow you down. That'll go live soon. So, okay, cool. So the main issues could be the game component prompting. So this is kind of similar to the last time. Let's just go ahead and set it up here. So I'm going to go ahead and copy, go to Composer, hit plus, and then we're just going to say, what files did it reference? It shouldn't matter. I'm just going to put this into Composer. Help me fix this issue. And it should also have my, okay, just submit. Let's go. So this is like kind of like low-key vibes coding and stuff and a bunch of other things kind of going on here. So we're doing a lot of things. I do need to kind of get up and get moving. So dang. So 4:32, probably the Super Bowl's going. I have no clue. I'm going to ask Siri what's going on with Super Bowl while we wait. Yo, what's going on with the Super Bowl? Hopefully no one's like watching with the spoilers.
Here's some news about Super Bowl.
You see why? Okay, 15 years later, Siri, come on. Ask ChatGPT what's going on with the Super Bowl. Come on. Like, this is sad. Like, really? I could probably ask Cursor with the @web and it's going to tell me what's going on before this thing even comes back. Come on, look at this. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, please. Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. What am I sorry for? They should be sorry. I'm paying them money. All right, let's go. After analyzing the code, I can see that the game component prompting is a canvas-based game, should be visible during the processing step. All right, so it cooked. Now let me update the game component within the container. Okay, I like this. Added overflow. Prompting is all you need. Okay, let's get this. Let's see. Let's see, because I got to get this last step before I go walk my doggy. My doggy. All right, let's go. I don't see the game. I don't see the game. Get in the game. Okay. It goes to processing audio. Okay, I made some code changes. But and I'm still not seeing the game. After hitting the generate transcripts button. And then what I'm going to go ahead and do is just copy this like last part of these messages. So, and then hit code base. So the chat is going to use DeepSeek R1 because it has a little bit of that context that we did before. It's going to go back and try to see if it can reindex the files again, and then try to figure out and reason through like why it could be broken. You know what I mean? So that's kind of the process here. It's kind of like recycling a little bit because R1 is not necessarily available in the composer. And I kind of going back and forth between these two steps because I'm trying to leverage a reasoning model who's really good at like tying all the code together. And then Cursor, as you see, it says search through 27 files and found the files, right, that are needed for this prompt. And then even search the Cursor rules, which is pretty cool. Created a final code base context. So it got the lines of the files that we needed for this code base. There's my dog. So she's going. I know, I'll be right there, Smooch. She wants to go out. Poor thing. I really wanted to make this happen today, but it could or could not, and we'll see. The other possibility is I play a live stream video. I'd like to continue playing the live stream video and we come back and we keep this going for like 6 or 7 hours. So that's a possibility, but I don't know if I want to keep you that long. Well, I don't know if you're not really keeping me that long. It's already a previous stream. I'll just continue it on. So that's what's up. Damn, R1's pretty cool, but damn, it won't stop thinking and talking. You kind of need that thinking and talking. There is a video. There's not a video. There is a paper that was done where they gave the thinking tokens to a GPT 3.5 and the intelligence level just went. So those are very important. And that's why I think OpenAI doesn't give them to you because that's the sauce. All right. So let's fix the canvas sizing. Change from this to this. This will update the actual display size instead of window dimensions. Handle the high DPI match containers. Okay, so I think this could be it. I'm going to do this because I really got to bounce real quick. So you can see my dog. My poor doggy. Yeah, we'll walk our dogs and come back too. Okay, cool. So yeah, I'm going to continue this. I'm going to go back to a previous stream and play that. And then I'll come back. So that way you'll be watching a live stream of RayTranscribes 4 months ago from when I started this app and like kind of where I got and where I'm building. So that was like a multiple hour video because I want to come back. This is pretty cool. And my little doggy has to walk too. And even if you've been hanging along the stream, why not continue? Because I know other people, I don't want to watch the Super Bowl. So what am I going to do anyways? Let's save. I know, Miss Smoochie, I'll be right there. Poor doggy. Let's see. Oh, the game is not playing. Okay. So yeah, unfortunately it's not working right now. I'll have to debug. It's probably something simple and I should probably just review the code. I was kind of in a rush, but I was trying to see if I could do this in a couple of prompts. So yeah, it's nearly 1 a.m. It's break time. We'll regroup in a little bit. Yeah. So I'm going to go ahead and get the, I'm going to pause this music. I'm going to play a previous stream and I'll come back. We're going to try to play with this a little bit. So, yeah, we're going to go to YouTube, go to my history, and then I'll get my dog going. So yeah, poor little thing. She wants a little walk. And we're going to get her walking. When I do this thing here, I'm going to get rid of the chat. And then I'm going to move my face a little bit up here so y'all can see how I do this. All right. So I'm going to hit the little Command C to quit and then clear this out. And then I'm going to go just add the origin. Oh, smooth. Great. And then branch M, main. Boop. Okay.
Okay.
And then git push. This is really cool. And I thought, well,
all right, I'll be right
this is
back,
a good
folks. I
way
gotta
to
walk
see
my
if I
dog.
can actually launch a SaaS, you know? And there are some ways to do this. And I thought this would be really fun to make because that's something I've been really interested in and I have made something already. So if you aren't familiar, I've made one called RayFernando MLX Transcribe, I think. Okay. Yeah. So I used one using the Whisper UI. And so this is like one of the original ones. Best of luck. Yeah. I think right now we're all trying to learn together. And so I'm going to go ahead and now that I have this, cool. And you can kind of see what we did. I've just been so used to using this workflow. Maybe in Composer? Because there used to be a way. What if I create new notepad? Okay. I thought there was using Composer. So there used to be a way to add like files at files. No? Let me see. Use at to mention files. Okay. So there used to be a way to dump like knowledge stuff into like a knowledge base, but I don't see that right here anymore. So I guess I'll just dump my thoughts and stuff that I have in here. So in this app, what I've done was I've given it, this is my UI. This is the Grok endpoint information. This is the Python file for .srt. Okay, so I'm just going to give it my Python app. And so, here is a Python app where I was able to get the .vtt timestamps for the files generated, and I want this to be in available in the same way. Okay. And I also gave it a description of what this Python app does. And so this is actually something that I had in my Notion document. So in Notion here, just a FYI, so you know kind of where I'm at. So in my Notion document, I basically organized all the stuff I needed for this app to be completed since I already did some parts of it. So this is actually how I got this outputting. And this is that MLX thing that I showed you. So that's going to be there. And so I haven't used this new notebook feature. I've used the older version, but this will be really interesting to see what happens. And so I'm going to go ahead and now that I have this I'm going to go ahead and hit this little using Composer button. So now that we have this using Composer button, we have the notepad as a reference. So the notepad has like a little bit of my thoughts right here. And then what is this other thing here? I don't even know what this is. Oh yeah, this is my whole prompt. Okay. So I just have like this feature I'm going to work on. So I have the notepad mentioned, and I also want to reference the, I don't think we need that. Let's see. Open floating composer. Yes, I like this. All right. So the code that I have running is actually is it transcription? Yeah, so I should probably put transcription in here too. Transcription form, and then server action. I don't think I need anything for server action because everything that I feel is going to be running is going to be in my actual transcription form thing. This is where it's handling some of this conversion. So I'm going to get some of that part of the chat. So let's go ahead. Please implement the download button so that I can download. Please implement the download button so I can download the .txt, .vtt, and .srt formats for the transcription. All right, so I think that's about it, right? Let me just double check. SRT, VTT, yeah. All right, cool. Let's go ahead and do that. See what happens. And let it cook. Certainly. Thank you. Thank you. All right. You can add files in Composer, not in Notepad. Gotcha. So I could just drag the files in, I guess. That's interesting. Can you please share the link to the prompts? Oh yeah, let me get that for you while it's doing its thing here. RayFernando.ai. And the prompt one is going to be this one, building with Claude. And I'm going to put that into the YouTube chat so y'all can do that right now and get this. So it's really funny. The link is actually RayFernando.ai/Claude cursor sauce for real. So just FYI. All right, let's get back. Let's see what's happening so far. So did it cook? So it says let's update the transcript form components to include the download functionality. So, okay, so they're updating the actions TS. We've generated a generate subtitle files function that creates a transcription text and generates the formatted strings. And then this function helps for both formats. And then we've added the new state variable. And the new handle function handles and stores the result. And we've implemented download file function. Great. In the UI, we've added 3 separate download buttons. Ooh, okay, I would prefer one, but sure. It's a basic structure, which is nice. And note that the timestamp generation is simplified, assuming each line is about 5 seconds, and may not be accurate for real-world use. For precise timestamps, you'll need to implement a more sophisticated algorithm. Use timestamp information by the transcription API if available. Okay. So let me go ahead and review the code. So it looks like it touched the actions TS file. So let's go ahead and go here. I'm going to just, what's this do here? Whoops. Oh, I'm going to put this to the side. Let's go ahead and stretch this out a little more. And then I'm going to move this for now. So what it did is I got rid of the model string and then put that in here. Okay. Format timestamp. I will like this. Generate subtitle files, assuming each line takes about 5 seconds. Okay. And then we also got into here. And what did it do here? So it just says, okay, it says app actions. It added the new generate subtitle app action thing. And it has this thing to use the state for the button. I think it's going to work. Okay, so this is what our buttons are. So let's just go ahead and save all. And then I'm going to go ahead and just see if I can just run it real quick. Bun run dev. Run it. Something failed. Why did it fail? Oh, they must not be async functions. Okay. So let me just go ahead and go back here and just tell it. And then at web. So what I did was, oh my gosh, it went off the screen. Can I get this down here? Yeah, cool. Open in control panel. All right, let's go. So it's generating the code. Okay, so if I do at web, what's nice is it just goes out to the internet to just double check to see what the latest information is for this type of error. And it's kind of nice because then it just can help it along. So it says, thank you for providing the additional context in the Python example. I'll update the actions to include the timeset generation proper formatting. Okay, so I think it's trying to do it right now. Linter errors to improve the UI. Okay. I think that's it, right? If I hit that close composer. Still generating the files? Yeah. Cool. Chilling. What's good? Let's catch up with the fam. I've been a little behind on the comments right now. Oh, sweet. Oh my gosh. Explore Studios with the super sticker. Let's go. That's awesome. Thank you so much for the super chat. That's so awesome. Like, I think you're like the first one on the stream. That's so cool. I got the super chats thing. I really appreciate it. I think that's just amazing that y'all can join me on this journey here and kind of participate. So yes, loving these streams. Hey, definitely appreciate the love. I love everyone here. I think it's just so important to turn on the camera and start talking and to, I don't know everything, you know, that's the thing. Like, I don't like, dude, I'm learning with everyone else to build stuff with AI. And I feel like too many people are overconfident and like, you know, here's the 5 marketing tips you need to like make money, or like, here's the things that you make for AI. It's like, I get it, but like I've made $0, you know, and I think it's important to take you along the journey with me because I've made literally $0 with AI apps and whatever. And this is going to be my first time to try to make something publicly. And I don't care if somebody else copies the idea. Ideas are like no longer unique. So it's just about execution. You know, if you can execute and get people to like actually solve problems for real life, it doesn't matter because that just means I'm going to be able to scale up to solve bigger problems. So like, I just need to get used to this wheel of solving problems for people and doing it through code and using these AI tools and then sharing whatever I know. Because I mean, you see how long it just takes to work through ideas and stuff. And I think the secret unlock is using AI with multiple people. So that's going to be like the bigger things. Because like if you have multiple people attacking an idea and you're using AI, unstoppable team, you know? So I just need to get my rounds in doing the stuff, and I'm learning, you know, web development and stuff with you. So I'm going to go ahead and save all here. I'm just going to see if I can run the app because it looks like I made some more code changes. So I'm going to close this composer window and then rerun this app, hit refresh. Let's see if we can cook, my friends. All right, cool. So we're back up and running. And then I'm going to go ahead and select the video that I'm going to select the smaller video since I already know that this works with the large video. That way it just doesn't take up so much time. So it's like I think this is like an hour video, right? It literally cost me, I think 3 cents for every hour. So that's cool. I try to look up something on Amazon and to do this exact same thing, it's like 100 times the cost. Okay. So if I hit download transcripts, it doesn't do anything. Fudge. Did it not apply those changes? Command Shift I. Command I. Reapply. Save. I don't see the download button. Reapply. I'm just going to reapply all this stuff because it definitely cooked, but I don't see it, you know? All right. So is it still reapplying? I think it did. Okay. Save all, accept all. Let's go. All right. Run dev. Refresh. All right, let's go. Let's select this. Let's see how long this, 37 minutes. Okay, so we're doing 37 minutes and let's get it. Thank you for joining me. Let me get to some of the comments, I think. I also think it's a bit overwhelming for newbies and devs because it feels like there's a lot you can do and you don't even know where to start. And I think that's the beauty of the whole process. Yes, there's a lot that you can do. And sometimes it's really confusing and overwhelming. And I'm just kind of sharing as much as I possibly can. And, you know, I'm actually thinking of starting a community soon so that people can just join in and everyone can help each other. And I think the community for me is going to be more important to have people who are leaders in their various aspects, like a leader in design, a leader in a certain programming language. So that way it's just easier to kind of facilitate conversations and things. So let me hit the download text button. Let's see if this works. Yo, this is crazy. Actually, like I see it flying. Yo, y'all ready to make some money here? Sheesh, let's go. Yo, Explore Studios, you're gonna be the first to use my app because I'm gonna just slide in my DMs on X. I'm gonna hook you up because they got x.com. Let's see. Because Explore Studios came out through with that super sticker. So yeah, I definitely, yeah, you're going to be the first to use my app for sure. So if you just go to my profile and you just send me a DM, you know, I'll hook you up. Like, cause I want people to use this app. Yo, we got this. All right. This is crazy. Okay, let's download the VTT file and let's see how that cooks, my friends. Sheesh, let's go. Oh, come on. That's nuts. All right. Dang, I don't think this is actually... It put everything in 5 seconds. But at least we got the transcript. Yo. All right, so check this out. I'm going to show you something real quick before we get into this. So I'm going to go Claude, and I'm going to show you where I'm already thinking here, where we're going to go with this app. So check this out. I'm going to put myself over here. And so... I have a project that will turn your actual transcript into a SEO friendly blog post. So literally just paste in the transcript here and I just say cook. Watch this. Let's see. Let him cook. Like, this is crazy, right? That we're like literally cooking. This is a blog post, by the way. This is right? Like, look at this. A full-on blog post. So this is where we're going, by the way. So I'm going to hook up this app eventually. And once you get the transcripts generated, eventually you're going to do a blog post. So this analyzes the entire contents of this stream. So this analyzed my entire live stream of that whole transcript, and it broke it down into these different topics and stuff. And so it uses multiple AI models and like constraints and like relevant keywords for SEO optimization. And then like does the theme things and even gives me titles. Craft AI prompts like a pro. Insights from an ex-Apple engineer. Yo, this cooks. And then the title evaluation, it does an evaluation of the transcripts for this title for the different people in the target audience. So this has a high appeal because it's both beginners and experienced. and then has like a metadata description that you put in underneath. Learn advanced prompting techniques from an ex-Apple engineer. Discover how to build free video transcriber app and leverage multiple AI videos models. And then this is the blog post, my friends. This is absolute fire. Fire. Look at that. Get out of here. And it even tells me about like content enhancement, like for images, external linking. So this is where we're going with this, by the way. So not only we're going to download this, make this download with transcripts app. I didn't want to overwhelm you. The next step, as my friend suggested, is that we're going to go and then take that into like this whole new level. So, but we have to start step by step. And that's why I thought, okay, let me start this stream off real gentle. I still need to ship one app and I still need to make $1. And technically I've made $1, like my first dollar here with the Explore Studios with that super sticker. So that's cool. So like, that's awesome for the thumbs up. So definitely appreciate that super chat. That's so cool. But we're going to like cook this a little bit further and just kind of giving you a preview of where we're going to be headed. And I'm just so excited right now that this even works as a download button. So I wanted to get the .srt file and make sure to see what this looks like. So let's see. All right. So the .srt file is clearly broken right now because it just put everything from 0 to 5 seconds. And so the next step is going to be giving it the documentation for how I grab the word level, word precision timestamps, because that's something that the API does offer. And we should be able to implement this. It's really cool. But so far, we got like the buttons and stuff working, which is really cool. So let me just kind of catch up with that a little bit on the chat. And yeah, that's so cool, right? It's so amazing. Yeah. Bravo. Totally agree. We're early in the AI ship and have to learn collectively and find different solutions and different strategies. So yeah, let's make some money, my friends. Brad, what's going on? Thank you for joining. So great to see different people here. How would a multi-person AI product look like? That seems like an interesting problem to solve. Great app. We'll try to build it. Yeah, if you guys can build it, like, let's just build together. I don't care if we're building the same thing. It's just kind of really cool. So it feels like the consumer internet just started taking off. Just crazy time. Hit accept. Oh, I think I have to hit accept. That was the issue I had earlier with my prompts and stuff. The prompts are very useful. Yes. Yeah. Let's just, keep sharing here. So transcript is here. Download the dear SRT files. So I've hit accept, saved all. Yeah, save all. Okay, cool. And so I want to give it the API documentation. So I think it's in here. And then there's word level timestamps in Vision, I think. Vision, not Vision, speech. So let's go in here. Speech. Timestamps. Okay, so, that's what I need to do. Is just give it this. And what I think I'll do is that since this stuff is implemented, I'm just going to create a new notebook. So that way it doesn't get too confused. And I'm just going to give it like another task to do. So in here, see, it already has this generated. And so I feel like we're good here. I'm just gonna, give it a new notebook. So I'm gonna say word level timestamps and then create. So what's not really clear to me is if it actually has access to this. So what I'm gonna do is open up a new private window in Safari, and I think it should have access to Grok speech endpoint. Okay, so what I'm gonna go ahead and do right now is go to the open cursor settings, and then down here into models, if I scroll down, in features? Yeah, so cursor settings, features, in here, into documentation, I'm gonna go ahead and add a new doc, and I'm just gonna give it that link. So this is for the speech to text stuff. And I can say Grok speech text and confirm. And so that's gonna cook. All right. And then here, it still says it's indexing. So here's one I did for server actions, and I hit this little read button, and it actually not only did that, but I grabbed 4 additional pages in the indexing. And this one's currently indexing right now. So this will tell us when it indexes. And when it's done, we could just do the @ file. So that way I don't have to copy all the documentation and put it in there. And so that'll be kind of that thing. That'd be really cool. So that way, so right now we're trying to fix the transcripts so that we get the word level accuracy, which would be so amazing. And let it do its thing. All right, let's go. Could we have radio buttons to analyze text and generate blog post? Yes. Yes, Martin. Everything is possible. And I think I like this feature request because this is something eventually that I will eventually get into. I think for me, what I was thinking was, let me just kind of chat with you and kind of toss this idea around because we're sort of building this together. It's kind of fun. What I was thinking was that when you, I want to keep it as simple as possible and not have too many options for the user. And that's to me where it gets really confusing. I just want to say, select your transcript and just cook, right? So once I have the transcripts already processed, now we can present the user with different options. And so we can say hey, do you want to do a blog post, a meeting summary, or actions? But I kind of want to gently guide the user in. And I'm just kind of talking about this more from a design theory perspective. I used to work a lot in user interaction, testing and design and prototyping and all these different types of things. So when you give the user too much choice, even in Apple's design documents, they'll say, just kind of simplify things and make things a little bit obvious. And then just keeping it simpler and kind of guiding them along the way and showing them kind of where they're at in the progress is extremely helpful, and just giving small little hints to kind of where they're at in this process to achieve their outcome. We should be able to give that to them. So the good thing is that while it's processing, you saw it takes a little bit of time to do some stuff. So maybe during that period of time, we can kind of sneak that in as a, hey, while it's, people don't know it's processing, they just select their options. And when they click done, it just seems like it's already, instantly finished. So that's kind of another way to stack these types of things. But this is something really good to cook on and explore and check out a little bit further. So this is a really good idea. I like that you bring these up. So good news is our speech to text has been indexed. And so this documentation shows us there's 26 pages in this whole Grok Cloud thing that got indexed. Oh, cool. So it even tells us about the models. That's amazing. Open. Cool. Actually, I think it indexed the entire thing in here, even for the AI SDK. Go. That's actually awesome. So that's cool. And so I'm going to close this private window for now. Cool. So we got Grok speech to text in here. All right. So I'm going to go back to the composer view now. So we want word level timestamps. So I'm going to say @Grok. No. How do I @mention files? But then I want to @mention documentation. So documentation. I can only do files here, huh? I guess I would have to do it at the prompt level. So this will just be just the way where I dump thoughts. Okay, so I want to use the Grok API to grab the word level timestamps and fix the .srt. Let's see. I think where am I having this SRT stuff generated? I think it's an SR action, right? Let me just kind of pull this back down and review the code real quick. So I'm going to review the code, SRT. Okay. So this function says generate subtitle files. And this is actually where it does the subtitle generation. So I think this is kind of where it's all doing the hiccup. So this is where it makes this false assumption. And this is kind of where we want to fix it. So Command Shift I, and let's say, and this is in the actions, I think, in actions. Yeah, okay. So I want to use the Grok API to grab the world level timestamps and fix the actions. I think specifically the, whoops. Oh no, what happened? Command Shift I. Okay, hit the X real quick. And then go here, generate subtitles function. The in actions. Because the app is only generating one giant timestamp for the file. Okay, cool. So I want to use the Grok API to grab the world level timestamps and fix the generate. Okay, so that's kind of where I'm going with this. So I hit use in Composer now. And so I want to then create, let's see, use an AI chat. I'm going to hit a new plus for the Composer window, and I'm going to go up here and hit this little use in Composer thing, I think. Okay, so yeah. So that's how it pulls in the notebook. Okay, cool. And then this is also where I think I want to pull in the documentation. So I type in Grok. No. Okay. So I guess I could only put it into the notepads. And then so I want to type in @Grok. Yeah. So this is where I reference my speech to text API. Please reference the API in @Grok speech to text. I'm going to remove this here real quick. Speech to text. Okay. Please reference the API in Grok speech to text. So, please reference the API in Grok speech to text so that I can get word level timestamps for accuracy. Please fix the, I think it's the generate subtitles function in actions. And then I think that's it. So we should be able to cook. But before I do that, do you remember we're using Git Tower and we have to check in our code, friends. So we should do that as often as possible so that, Tower quit. No. Okay. Let me reopen this bad boy. Reopen, please. Okay. Yeah, send it, please. Please send it. Okay. So it's loading my commits. That's interesting. Yo. Yeah, it totally crashed. Huh, Grok. Or no, Tower. Okay, transcribe Grok. Okay, here we go, cool. So just, it's always really important before we make changes to check our code in. I feel like the more, check your code in often as possible, because we're gonna make some changes that will possibly break things. And that way I at least know I have a working version of something so far. So download buttons added, Trent, the SRT files not too big, need fixing. Okay, cool. So I'm gonna go ahead and commit, Command Shift U to push this back up to the head. So that way, okay. So I'm gonna go ahead and hide that for now. All right. So we have this stuff saved, and we're just going to go ahead and now let Klotz on it, or let cursor do its thing. So we're going to hit enter. And so now that it's all doing its thing, so now it's referencing this documentation, and now it's going to try to get that working for us. Sick. Let's go. And so what's nice is in the cursor rules, it has an idea of how I'm going to do my Next.js stuff, and that's kind of what's going on there. Any suggestions for a free option to Tower? Yeah, actually, I think Git Perplexity. I'm going to do that right now. Git Tower alternatives. I should do free alternatives. So I'm gonna let that do its thing there. So there's Git Kraken client. I think that works on all of them. Looks like it's free. Yo, dude, this is kind of hot, not gonna lie. See it in action, let's go. That's interesting. Yo, we might have to switch to Git Kraken. This looks so cool. Not gonna lie, I really like this a lot. Okay, I'm gonna put this up in the chat because y'all need to know about this. This is so cool. Martin, that's a really good point about checkpoints. And that's something that I need to know about. I have no idea how to use them. Yes, I need to figure out what that is. Yo, Git Kraken is cracking. I like this. It's free? Is it free? Let's see. Okay, 1 seat, $6 per month. All right. No. Y'all trying to do the free trip. Let's go. Because it's totally free. Git Tower, free alternatives. But this looks already pretty hot. I like this Git Kraken thing. Yes. I'm going to ask Perplexity as well about the cursor IDE checkpoints with new 0.40 update, and I'm going to hit Pro. So what's nice about the Perplexity Pro that I have is the fact that it's going to go search YouTube videos and all these different things, and people are already talking about this update, and so people are going to say, it's going to tell us a little bit about, not directly. I don't see this checkpoint thing. Yeah, it's not mentioned. Dang. Is there any version? What about 0.41 checkpoints? Cursor. Tell me about that. No, I'm curious about this. So that, thanks all. Yeah. I was just No. It's not about the Googling. So like, to me, whenever someone asks a question, that's a really good, like, let me Google that for you. I don't like that whole thing. It's because people don't know, and you kind of have to learn together. If I knew, I would have just told you. But if I don't know, I'm using Perplexity. I don't even use Google. I use Google, then I give up because it's like, it's not as good as Perplexity. And then what's nice is that we can kind of learn together a little bit of, like, to me, it's this, it's sort of a side quest, but I think it's important to just continually be doing these types of things, because that's what we're doing as a community, as people, is just like learning together and then sharing what we got. Because like somebody may know something and the other ones don't. And I'd say never be afraid to ask questions. I feel like the more curious you are, that's what we need right now in the world of AI. Just being curious, breaking things. So I don't see checkpoint, and we'll have to, where does it say? Yeah, I don't see check. Oh, shoot. Yeah, I'll have to look it up. If somebody's got a link, please drop it in the chat, and then I'll click it and I'll see if it makes sense. So I feel like the wheel in the middle panel's upper corner. So it's super, okay. Reset composer, floating view. Yeah, we'll get to it in a little bit. Yeah. So there's this little more options, composer, open panel. And then there is, yeah, I don't see. Maybe it's a beta feature I have to enable. Okay. But anyways, let's go ahead and kind of see what it did for us. All right. So what it did was it modified the function in actions to use word level timestamps. Hell yeah. Let's go. Nice. I like this. And then modified the function for accordingly for this, which is nice. And so how can we update the relevant parts of actions? Okay. All right. So let's just take a look. I'm just going to close this for a sec. Whoa. Hold on. What happened? Command I. Oh, it's interesting. Save all. Okay. So I have to, can I pop this out? I want to pop this out. Open composer as a pane. Yes. Oh no. Oh, I see. It keeps it in there. Funyuns. Come on. I don't want to. Okay. I don't. What if I want composer as a command I? Command shift I? Okay. Yo, this is low key confusing. Dang. I want it to pop out. Dang. Yo, okay. All right. Let me just kind of move this to the side. All right, so in actions, let's see. It still kept the endpoint, still kept these things, use server. And then what did we do here now? So added timestamp granularities. All right, so it creates a dictionary for the word and then still keeps this here. And then it gives a padding to start. Okay. So when I'm calling VTT, it passes this in. Okay. This looks like it should work. Just, yeah, so it's updating these as well for those timestamps options. Here's the last line if there's any. Okay, yeah, adds a little padding for that. Okay. And then did it do anything else? This function now groups words into lines based on character counts and natural line breaks and using actual start and end times for each subtitle. Love this. Cool. 42 characters or less. Yes. Okay. So that's because some of the code I had in there references these 42 characters or less and some of these other rules. So just FYI. Save all, accept all. So I think we're Gucci. We're Gucci fam. Let's go. Okay. So if everything is good, we should just be able to run it, right? Bun run dev. Y'all ready for this? Yeah. Let's go. Refresh. All right. So let's drop this video up on generate transcripts. Let's go. Let me move this right here. This video covers, oh, you know what? I can't see the URLs in my thing. Dang it. Okay, I have to probably open up a different window to manage the chat. Perplexity's so good. Yes, it is. Okay. It's, yo, did our thing error out? Yeah, it did error out. Why did transcript request fail? So let's debug this right now. So for those who are just tuning in, we're trying to see if we can build an app and make some money with AI, because that's what it's all about, right? Let's cook, my friend. So what happened here? Transcript request fail. Why? I thought we had this in the actions, right? Actions. Okay. Why did it fail? Transcription request failed. Oh. This worked before. Why did it fail? So what I'm literally doing here at the bottom in my composer view is I'm just telling it like, bro, this worked before. Why is it failing now? And so I'm hoping that it's gonna be able to pull up the history. And so one of the things that composer does, it knows everything about all of your commits that you've been doing, everything you've been doing in the IDE, like changes that you've been making. It tracks all those things in its context and it sends it up. And so what's nice about it is that you could just say, hey, this worked before, can you go fix it? And it's going to say, it's going to look at that error in our IDE at the bottom, and then it's going to send that back into context, as well as they have custom models that run in, this is my theory, just from what I've overheard, is that they have custom models that run in the IDE that are solely paying attention to these types of things. And then they rank, they ask the model, hey, what's this guy talking about? And they try to rank and grab the different context to feed that back into the model. So it should be smart enough to know. If not, we're gonna have to do some more working. But that's kind of one of the advantages of why I started, popping in the cursor and just developing further, because it just saves a lot of copying and pasting. So this worked before. Why is it failing now? Then once you analyze, please fix it. Cool. Okay, so it's basically saying that we passed in a type which doesn't provide type safety. And we're assuming the transcription option has a words property, which may not be the case. That's right. Oh, so what I also may need to do is give it additional documentation about in the Grok API, I think it's expecting like a JSON format to come back. So the response format, whenever we're doing word level timestamps, I think it's going to be expecting to receive. Yes. So this is probably the response format thing. And I need to check this to see what's going on here. So let me just Command F. Yeah. So I did verbose JSON, and it's probably result transcription response. And what's my transcription response? I'm telling it as a string. I think that's the problem. Yeah. So let me just go ahead and remind it that, hey, response format is this, and then let me just kind of give it that. I think that's kind of where it's tripping up on. FYI, and I'm just going to give it in the, like, response format is this, and then give it the text endpoint usage. Actually, I'm going to give it this. Text endpoint usage, optional request parameters, and then what else do I need to give it? So because basically it's supposed to be expecting a JSON file, I think, and it's set to text to return a text response. And then what's an example? JSON. Okay. Okay, optional log. Oh, I see. That's probably why I grabbed this transcribe.txt. But let me just go ahead and, did it accept this? Save all, accept. But before we do anything, let's just see if this is going to work. Because maybe it just works already. I don't even know what I'm doing. All right, let's go. I doubt it, but let's see. I have a feeling it's going to mess up. Generate. Let's go. So let me catch up on the chat. Dude, +1 for Git Kraken. One of the best branch visualizers I found. $6 well spent. That's what's up. What kind of app are you building? I'm building a transcription app, actually, to transcribe the videos using Grok. And so, yeah, it's obviously failing. And so I'm going to go ahead and give it this documentation. What else do I need to do? Transcription endpoint usage. I think that's kind of what we did. Did it do response format? JSON. Translation. Okay, transcription. Just making sure. Yeah. So I think that's it. And then instead of actions, I'm also going to give it the other side too. So transcription form, and I think we're good for context. And I'm going to hit submit. So it should be able to grab this error response. Yeah. So now it's going to update this to do this, to do the thing. Let's see. Okay, so now it's doing things in a segment. That's great. So it has a start number, end number, perfect. Okay, this looks like it's going to be actually working for us. Let's go. It's even simpler. I love simple. Got rid of all this complicated code. Yes. All right. Well, not complicated, but mo better. Is it mo better? All right. And then we have transcription form. What else did you update in transcription form? Let's get see. Let's see how you're handling. Oh, this is probably like one of my pet peeves right now, is the fact that when you hit this to the side, you can't see the composer. So like I have to do the song and dance. Okay. So what does it do? So lastly, to pass the entire results into generate files. That's right. That's what we wanted to do. Yes. Okay. So save all, accept all. And I think we should be Gucci. Are we Gucci, my friends? Let's run it. Command C. I'm gonna do Command K to clear out my thing. Bun -- bun run dev. And then let's go back to our transcriber and let's compile the app. Select video. Run it. Generate transcripts. Yo. Okay, I think it's working. Yo. Are we gonna ship it? Is this how we're gonna make our first dollar on the internet? Let's go. Let's go. Okay. Oh, whoa. Look at all this response format. Let's go. Yo, this is so hot. I don't know. I get so turned on when seeing like terminal stuff. Like, yo, this is fire. Absolute fire. Bruh. It literally, That's no mistake, my friends. This is my excitement. I'm so hyped right now. I'm so hyped. Like, we're like this close to shipping. Like, this is crazy. So it's now able to get these word level timestamps, even telling me the tokens that it's using. Let's go. And it knows that part of the time. Let's get this. Let's go. Look at that big ass text. Like, nah, this is too big. But let's just chill, Ray. Chill. I need to chill right now. We need to chill. I can't chill right now. I really can't chill. Jimmy, let's go. Yeah, this is I like shipping apps. This is fun. All right, let's download it. We got to do the first test. Download that TXT. Okay, who's gonna get happy with me? All right, I feel like we need like less chill music. We need more like, you know, really like gritty. Yeah, we need this right now. Oh, let's go. Okay, part 1, let's go. Okay, are you riding with me? Let's go, VTT. Let's hit it. Let's go. Sheesh, let's go. Hey. Wow, look at this. This is gorgeous. Wow. I think it's basically chunking it every 5 seconds. I'll take this. I'll take this right now. Sheesh, let's go. Oh my God, this is congrats. Sheesh. Yes. We got this app. These tools have changed the entire game. Let's go. Okay, so the last one, let's go download SRT. Let's get it, my friends. Sheesh, look at this. Yo, I could throw this into a YouTube video right now and just we're done. Yo, this is absolute bonkers right now. What? Yo. Yeah, this is so cool. I mean, this is what it's all about, shipping. Holy moly. Okay. Dang, look at these lines, bro. We go. Peace. I feel like that's how I should end the stream, just saying peace. Hey. Okay. Do it, upload them now. Yeah. All right. So, dang. Okay. So, I got to get some. Wow. Okay. So, yeah, we got the app. It's working. And then guess what? We have to commit this. Otherwise we're toast, you know what I mean? Like if I don't commit it, then we're not in the game right now. So let's just kind of review the commit real quick. So I'm going to go ahead and stage all. So actions. This is what it did. It said it basically updated the form request to do the verbose JSON format. And then we did a console log just so that we can debug it, which is nice. I like that Cursor did this for us because Cursor is trying to really help itself in some funny way. And I think the AI tries to do this in general because you're going to ask it anyways to debug these things. That I actually appreciate that it does this type of thing. Let's see. Okay, so let's take a look here in the function of split lines into text. Just under here, it rewrote yo, what's cooking, bro? Like, I haven't been so hyped watching myself in a very long time. And it's really amazing to kind of look back. This is 4 months ago. For those who are just following along, I had to take a break because my dog needed to go for a walk. So this was like Claude Sonnet and Chill session, and we cooked 4 months ago. And so that was the beginning of RayTranscribes. And so that was basically me making an app live on this live stream using those early versions of Cursor. And now the whole field keeps changing super fast. So there's people who are using Windsurf, Cursor, there's Bolt, there is V0 that is still there. That's evolved so much. And you're seeing how much the interfaces has changed. So if you're just joining in, I'm basically continuing my marathon live stream. We're at 6 hours and 13 minutes. And I was basically playing that video because that's a little bit of context of kind of where this is all started. And so right now we're at 3,959 people who are watching on X right now. And we have 17 people who are on YouTube who are watching. So definitely thank you for tuning in. This is just a little bit of history of how I built RayTranscribes as an app and the evolution. So right now, what I'm actually in the middle of doing is a couple of things. So first of all, let me just kind of give you a quick recap and rewind. Let me just kind of take away this video so that we can kind of focus here. That's amazing that I'm so glad I have these previous live streams to kind of take you through the process here of what we've been doing. So it started all off the beginning of the stream. If you were watching here, we basically thought hey, it'd be a cool idea to see if we can make basically like a TikTok clone. So what inspired this whole thing was this really popular and viral app called WikiTalk. And so WikiTalk, what it is basically Wikipedia. You can flick up and just browse all kinds of Wikipedia articles just from your phone, just TikTok style. So if you want to like it or something, you can like it, and it has all your likes and everything all saved. It's awesome. So this became viral like on Hacker News and everything. And I thought, well, since the code is open source and public, why don't I do this? Because I want to make an app to help me learn. And I want to help me like get YouTube videos. They're 3 hours long. I want to just get the snippets of these topics and just show them on here. So that way I can flick and scroll and see, you know, if I'm learning something about LLMs, I want to know that specific topic and then just kind of scroll through it. And then like the ones I'm interested in, I can like or whatever. And that way it kind of curates my own learning journey. So I can go back to later times and reference things, or get like 30 to like 3-minute snippets on things. Because sometimes you're just waiting and you just want to kind of reabsorb something or see something from a different way. So I thought we would do that, and I architected an app earlier today. So that was like 6 hours ago that we did that. And so we basically have launched this thing called Learning Talk. And what Learning Talk is something that I actually already deployed live using Vercel. So let me refresh. RayFernando.ai kind of kept notes here. So it's WikiTalk frontend.vercel.com. And so what it is basically, it goes right to that point of the YouTube snippet here. And then let me kind of minimize myself. And it goes right and starts playing the video basically immediately. And so if I turn the audio on here, that audio thing persists just like it does like on
what it thinks the digit
Instagram and stuff.
Well, the task goes.
You measure the amount of water that a city uses in
turn off the audio here. So yeah, so we basically just took the code and we used Cursor to basically update it and say, hey, I want to do this, but for YouTube videos. And so if you notice each of these things, it goes to a certain snippet in the YouTube video. So this prototype we built, we wanted it so that when it scrolls through, it would scroll through to the specific time that's relevant for that specific topic and for that specific video. And so the way that we were architecting that was by using TLDraw. And I was kind of, talking about this out loud. And it's like, this is my app. I want to get the transcript and timestamps from these YouTube videos that people upload. They'll just give me the YouTube URL. And then from there, I want to use an AI endpoint. So we've basically distilled down that Google Gemini right now is the best use case for this. And we did a bunch of prompting and testing. And we found out if we send it the transcript, we should be able to get some transcript with topics and timestamps back. And one of the things that we learned, for those who are just tuning in, is that you can OpenAI, if you go to platform.openai.com, if you go to generate, you should be able to generate a prompt. And in RayFernando, on my blog here, for this live stream, I show you the first prompt that we did and how we wanted to extract the timestamps. And so by putting it into OpenAI's little generate here, hit update, what it did was actually generate this beautiful refined prompt. And it gave us like these steps. And these are very important for the language model to actually learn and extract information and keep that going for you. And so once it did that, this is kind of what we're using now as the main sauce to identify topics. And so it can get the transcript and output like the themes for the video, any like complexity level, like beginner or whatever, and also give us a summary of each section. And so what's really useful is then we now feed that back into our app. And so we should be able to scroll and in our app, get that all situated. And so within that, we have basically our database of how everything's going to work out. And so that's just the beginnings of the app that we just built today, which is like getting an existing app that is already viral online, right? So like, why recreate the wheel? People already know this, they're talking about it. And so why don't we just add something that's novel on top of it? So that's using Git. And earlier today, we got that stuff and connected it with Cursor. And I showed you how to create a Git account, or not a Git account, how to link it up to your Git profile. So if you haven't gone to GitHub, you can actually use that. And that's how we connected it all. It's all done through Cursor. It's really, really fast, super easy. And once you kind of get going, you can see how powerful it is. And then we just went to Vercel and literally just said, hey, grab that project that's already on GitHub and just deploy. And then 15 seconds later, it was already up with a URL and running. And that's kind of what you're seeing now. So wikifrontend.vercel.app. And that's us trying to build out this learning thing. So that was kind of that was going on there. And then what we wanted to do next was to go and see if we can update this prompt here. So this was a template from V0. It says prompting is all you need. And somebody made this really cool like component that you can be able to slide into an app. And so I just thought, hey, I want the text to say something funny or clever. I frequently say stuff like let me cook or some other Gen Z slang. And then like it just made this. It just produced the code that we needed in this pixel map, used the existing stuff that was in here and just produced this. And then I thought, wait, I can take this and then add it to my app, RayTranscribes, so that when it's generating its transcripts, it can just show this cool game while it's doing the thing. So that's kind of where we sort of ended up very recently. And at the same time, I also wanted to drop the price on my app. So my app, if you go to RayTranscribes.com, let's see, is this currently running? Yeah. So RayTranscribes.com, it currently is $99 because I was trying to work with some initial people to get this kind of off the ground. And so I was able to kind of get it off the ground and running with what we have so far. And I've discovered more places where I can actually host the model and have it running on a server. So if I get enough people paying, it basically kind of covers itself. So the initial people who gave me the money, I think it was like 4 people or something like that, were able to help me kind of get started with this so I can get some infrastructure going to have this stuff hosted and try to put something out there. So those people will, who are paying the founder's fee are basically going to get the new AI app features. And so what I am doing is actually I'm lowering the price to $6.99 a month. And so within that, let me see if I can show you kind of what that looks like. So if we go here, let me go ahead and run the app on, let's see, is it PNPM dev? Okay. So here I have the app and I'm going to go ahead and show you what this looks like. So this is what we did earlier in the stream. And this is kind of what I'm going to finish up so we can ship this and you can actually do this subscribe type of thing. So if I refresh, so we updated the pricing now to $6.99. And I haven't published these changes yet, but this is going to be like a founder pricing. So because you're in early, and because the founders who helped me out earlier, for like the first 4 of those guys, have been able to kind of get this so that I can offer to you as a service. And basically, not only do you get early access, but you get unlimited transcription hours, which is absolute bonkers. People pay hundreds a month just to do this type of thing. And this is really, really fast, which is really awesome. And so most people would pay at least $30 a month for this. And, you know, I'm just going to just say like, let's, you know, because of the people who've been able to help me, I want to turn this into a utility and I want as many people to use this as much as possible. So I'm going to save you $100 a month easily if you're going to use this for a lot of hours. And let me know if there's bugs or issues because I want to fix them. And that's kind of where we're going with this. So if you, at this price, this is the only offer I have right now. Later on, I'm going to add AI features and blog posts and like meeting transcriptions and anything else that you want. That will come later, just be based off of demand and stuff. So we're going to get ready to launch this. Right now, the pricing is still reflecting using the old payment link from actual, not PayPal, but Stripe. So I'm going to update that right now so that we can go ahead and go live with that without further ado. But if you wanted an open source free version, I do have that available. My GitHub repo is called the MLX Subtitled Video Generator. It's basically how this all kind of got started because of demand for this product. So yeah, we're going to go ahead and basically get that going there. So to do that, I'm going to go ahead and go back into Cursor. And I actually just have a Stripe link as a constant in Mono files here. And I'm just going to go ahead and update that. So I think that should be pretty easy to do if I just do this here. Yeah, so I think that should now link me to the new version. So let's go back into here and then just go back to localhost 3001 and then pre-order. Yo, cool. $6.99 per month. Awesome. So what happens in the next, whoever like pays for this, basically in 12 hours, what I will do is I'll basically onboard you. So I'll let you get access to the app. And then once you do that, you just go back to RayTranscribes and you go to log in, and then you'll be able to log in and your account will be approved. So I'll basically match up what you have on Stripe with that's on there. So whatever the email is, I'll do the onboarding. And then I'll actually, what's nice is that the email comes from Clerk, and they'll send you the email saying, hey, you're ready to onboard, and please, create your account. And you can just go ahead and create your account there. So that's going to be awesome. So this is basically, I'm just testing all my links just to make sure that they all work and point to the right places. So that way you're not left stranded if you click a link and you're trying to get in. So yeah, all the links look pretty good. I think I'm ready to just ship this thing. So I'm going to go back into Cursor and go ahead and push this, and this should be able to go live on RayTranscribes. So let's go ahead and just hit this here. Cool. Updated payment link. Go ahead and sync the changes, and we should see it build, and we should be able to cook. Let's see, Vercel. Yeah, RayTranscribes.com. I think RayTranscribes. Is it not hosted here? I think it's hosted maybe on. Well, it's hosted here on Vercel. Cool. Yeah. Domains. Okay. I think it's on Cloudflare, to be honest. I forget. So, okay. So that should be going live now to there. That'd be cool. Yeah. And then what's nice about it is I'm also doing it so that you can cancel at any time. So if you feel like you don't get the value, or you feel like it's not really right for you, just cancel. Just email me and let me know, like, hey, I tried it. It doesn't really work for my use case, or whatever. Just, I'm using it. I'm not using it anymore. I want to come back later. Or I want to come back when these new features get added. Whatever you want. I just want this to be available for you if you feel like this is something that you want to use. It's probably the best price. And it's, to me, I think it's actually the fastest video transcriber that's actually out there right now in the market. No one has anything as fast as this that I've seen, where you literally can drag like hours of content and just let it cook like that. This is really crazy. So, I mean, I'll show you again the demo. Yeah, Fernando, RayTranscribes.com. Yeah, this will just probably go live in like a couple of minutes. So if we log in, I'll show you real quick. Select a video, and we're going to go ahead and select one that's like, this is 28, so a 28-minute video live stream. So we're going to do that. So I'm going to go to Turbo. I'm going to do chill mode, like Turbo is really fast, but just generate transcripts. So we just do Turbo. And so you see here, it's processing. This is a 28-minute video. So we've already processed it. Now we're just going to go ahead and generate the transcripts. So that could just be sent directly back to us. And then we can do whatever we want with it. So boom, we have all of these transcripts already ready to go. That's pretty awesome. And so it's super fast, super simple. You can just get the text file or the SRT file and open it up and take a look. So like the SRT files will look like this. And so this is what you would use on YouTube if you're a video creator. Or if you're posting videos on X, you can actually use that, and you'll see the little words go across, which is nice. It's formatted exactly so that 42 characters go across the screen. It's also pretty common for some other formats. Sometimes YouTube may take days or may not even process your video, so you'll have them up before YouTube even processes them. So that's how fast it is. It's super crazy. And then the text file, you can hit copy here. You can go to like something like Claude, and this is something I'm planning to add in the future. It's like how to do these like cool translations. So like generate a blog post, make a blog post. And then, so I just do like this. And what it's going to do is going to take those transcripts, and like that was from like my 28-minute video, and do an analysis, and then generate a blog post, which is pretty cool. So here we are, like a whole blog post. You can turn this into a newsletter. There's just many use cases that you can use for this. And now the price is super approachable at $6.99 a month. I feel like that's just ridiculously easy, and you don't have to worry about any hours. Literally, it's just like use it as much as you need to. It's there for you, and it's really, really fast, and I really like it a lot. I use it all the time. And so these features will be coming later with a different offering, and you get to get in right now as a founder's price. So that's kind of, that's what's up. Hey, you're the Twitter guy. What does that mean? Lu Chen Li. Yeah, let me know what's up. You probably found me through some other friends, or I don't know what up. So like, yeah, RayFernando.ai. So let me check my X account. I'm probably blowing up. I haven't been on there for so while. Like I got a lot of, I was walking, I was checking different things. Dude, Ian, built a basketball court using Cursor. Oh my God, bro. Bro, let me in. I'm streaming this live right now. So I don't know if you know Ian. So Ian is actually one of the developers who works on Cursor, and like he is a goat. So when I met the Cursor team, there were only 6 people that like in like early August or something like that. Ridiculously small team. And he's one of 2 people who works on the composer. So that's like the thing that you use to like compose the chat. That's the user interface, like him and this other guy named Baltazar, or Balta. And so those 2 like make the app, the UI that you see and all that stuff that we're seeing. And when I say crack, that's like an understatement. These boys like crack. Crack to the second power, third power. Yeah. 03. Yeah. Man. So yeah, let's see. Can I play with this? Oh man, dude. Let's go. Bruh. Okay. Hey, this thing cooks. Oh my gosh. Space jump. So I have to go get the ball. Let's go. Do Chef Curry with the pot, boy. Oh my God, I make the ball every time. Bruh, this is a cheat code. Okay, I feel like I'm Steph Curry right now. I gotta have, R for rebound, and then I do H. Sheesh. R for rebound, H, let's go. This is too fun, actually. R for rebound, let's go. H. This is actually really fun. So we can actually see this code. This is his GitHub repo. Yo, okay. Star. Did he fix it or did he make this? Built it. Yeah, he built it. Sheesh. Promised to make. Yeah. Oh, okay. So I don't know if you know this as well. So another big update is that Cursor is getting a straight up glow up, and this is actually a sneak preview from their design stuff. So it's gonna look like this. The agent's gonna change it up a little bit, yeah, it's gonna be probably a lot better experience than you're used to. This is like they're just gonna change these little subtle things to kind of make it a little bit more intuitive, because sometimes some of the stuff is really hard to find. If you have any problems, I would definitely tweet at them, publish in the forums, and just give your feedback, because they're trying to collect feedback right now as much as possible to make your experience really, really good. So definitely make sure you do that. So yeah, that's a little bit about Ian working for the Cursor fam, and that's kind of what they do. So yeah, this is a really cool project. So all it is just HTML and JavaScript. Yeah, I got to check that in a bit. All right, so we got to get back to shipping my app. So let me refresh. Let's see, RayTranscribes.com. Okay, refresh. Did my app not go through? I gotta check to see where am I putting this app right now? Did I not? I think I know what's happening. I think I changed cloud providers, and I had the DNS routed to a different project. So I need to fix that because it's not working, right? So let's just see this. pm run build and see. This probably has a build error. Okay. I might switch to Cursor today. I love Windsurf, but I think I spent like $70 in the past 2 weeks. Usage and flow credits seem way wrong. Yo, man, that's crazy. Yeah, I would hit them up and just I think you have hit them up. I don't know if they got back to you. Yeah, Cursor's cool. I mean, once you go over the fast credits, you basically then start entering this the slow credit stuff. But yeah, I would definitely check it out. And I don't know if there's a free trial if you haven't done Cursor yet. So the usage and flow credits seem way wrong. Yeah, I don't understand kind of what's going on there. Because you could spend quite a bit of money just doing that type of stuff. So yeah, so it looks like it does build. Yeah, I'll have to trace this up in a little bit so that we can kind of start playing with this RayTranscribes. And then, all right, so we had this all finished here. What I was also trying to do was trying to integrate this cool like loading thing into my app, and I don't think it's going in right now. So that's going to be a thing for another day. All right, so kind of wrapping things up a little bit. So we have Asset Eternity UI. I was telling you a little bit about that. We got the GitHub project for the video generator. We're working on this, getting this live, so that way that you can get to this on the stream. And then, yeah, so this is kind of where we're at with the first app. So the first app, which was our version of like WikiTalk, but doing it for videos. So that's kind of where we're at right now. The steps that we need to do next here, so on the next live stream, is to actually start to have an agent or something go through a topic autonomously, go through the YouTube API and go search for certain topics, and then start to bring them in and try to like preload my database with a bunch of these short form videos, and then try to see if we can have some type of decision tree so that it can understand and start learning about topics and people kind of organically. So basically sort of building our own YouTube algorithm, if you kind of think about it. And when you're doing that, you're basically trying to understand trends, and you'll be understanding topics of things that you don't really know about. And just because you'll be able to measure lots of things like, how long's their watch time? Is this topic relevant? Of people who are watching this topic, what else do they watch, right? We're basically sort of going to build that by hand for ourselves, but focused on specifically learning. So that's a very different algorithm than building something for like maximum. Well, it's kind of the same thing. It's sort of aligned. So YouTube wants you to stay on their platform, whether you're entertaining or whether you're learning. So that way you can, spend more, or that way you're valuable to advertisers, basically, So like the more eyeballs they have, the more eyeball hours they can serve, and that's how they make money. So yeah, if you want to check this stuff out, RayFernando.ai, make sure you check out RayTranscribes.com. So that way we can get you on that new pricing plan. So that's $6.99. So you can do the transcription things, and then I'll be able to get you onboarded. We're going to do that for a limited time. So that way, we can keep cooking and stuff. So I'm going to fix my links for that. Cursor.com, if you want to check that out. RayFernando.ai, I have the post for the live stream up here. So that's going to be basically available. You can just hit this little thingy guy here. And that's going to have pretty much like all the prompts and things that we're kind of talking about here. So yeah, as you can see, it's already getting kind of late here. It's 5:50, and I actually have to get some food and stuff. So, yo, Raz Mike, what's going on, man? Yeah, we out here basically just coding all day, bro. It's 6 hours, 36 minutes. Sounds like Flowwise and AN Flow for all that extra stuff. Yeah. Also, yeah, that's what's up, man. So we got 420. Oh, let's go. 4,204 people watching live. So we got 4,184 on X. And then we got 20 people who are watching on YouTube. So they got that 420. Yeah, that's what's up. So 6 hours. This is what we do, bro. This is how we do all day. We just lock in, bro. Lock in. Nah. I'm just playing. Nearly 2 a.m. here, bro. Yeah. Okay. So Sir Robin, like you get the MVP of the stream because, boy, you've been on for like, I don't know, hours, bro. You said you were supposed to go to sleep like 4 hours ago. Yeah. Dude, this has been awesome. We've been really cooking super hard, and I can't wait to get this integrated into my app so that way you can see it on the loading screen. The first priority for me, though, is going to be making sure that $6.99 thing goes live for RayTranscribes, so that way you can get the real hookup price, and then I can fix this like light mode, dark mode thing. But yeah, basically we just launched like the fastest transcriber in the world, where you can just drag those big ass video, do the processing just like that. To be honest, I'm not even sure that I even want this as far as like a waiting thing, because it's so fast. It's like by the time I load this up, your stuff is done transcribing. So I could use this for something else. So let me cook on this for a little bit and figure out where I want to put this, because I think it's going to be really, really fire. So if you have any questions, definitely feel free to follow me, RayFernando1337 on X. So RayFernando1337 is the profile there. Follow me there. We talked a lot about Truth Torch as well. So make sure, share the truth. You can paste your text in and kind of figure out what these people are really up to. These crazy ass people that are doing stuff right now. You can kind of analyze these things And it kind of tells you the tone and all this stuff. And this is all comes from prompting, which we were talking about earlier, using the prompting techniques with OpenAI. Just one prompt can basically make your app. This is what we got. It's a free app, truthtorch.ai. Hit me up. Let me know about some feedback and stuff. Also got, RayTranscribes.com, which we're going to be cooking with, and that new price to be updated very, 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 very soon. And then other than that, you know why it's not actually shipped right now is because I haven't merged it to the main branch. I just realized this. Let's do this right now before I get off. Let's go. I'm such a funny guy. I'm a funny guy, guys. Okay, so we're gonna go back to cursor. What just happened? Oh, no. I need to do this and then do this. So, okay, so I think I know what happened. So, cursor. So I have so many windows up. So I have a back end that's there and there. And then this app is here. And then where is my other app? I think that's it. So I'm going to open a new cursor window then. Oh, it's actually minimized. So let me go ahead and get that. So I want to get that up for you because this is going to be really crazy. Crazy. All right, we have this here. Git tower dot. All right, so I have this feature that's currently on a branch. And what I've done was I've made all these changes to the Stripe links. And then I want to merge this now into the feature branch, into the main branch. So in order for me to do that, I should probably commit these changes. So I'm going to go into here, and then I should be able to just go to GitHub. Whoops. View changes. Yeah. Oh, okay. No. So let's go GitHub. And then RayTranscribes. There we go. All right. So here we go. All right. So it says I pushed 16 minutes ago, and then we should be cooking here. So compare. So ship new and refactor UI. So in here, we did a lot of changes actually. So make my head smaller just so you can see. I commented some stuff out. I updated the copy for the new pricing model, and then updated the features list as well. And then I also updated the Stripe link. Yeah, let's get this. Let's get this, man. So let's create the PR, and then probably in a couple of minutes, it should be live. So open. So it's checking right now to make sure the branch is going to be chill. And then I'm just going to go ahead and merge it. User confirm the merge. All right. So now if we go back in here, why do I have pull requests? Oh, bumping versions. All right, cool. So yeah, I think in probably a couple minutes, this thing will actually be live. So that'd be there for us. Yeah. And then talked about the YouTube timestamp generator because of all of the people who were doing that stuff there. We're gonna be able to do those types of things. All right, cool, man. Let me also catch up with the comments. Y'all been chilling with me, super loyal. Thoughts on Pair AI close editor? I haven't looked at it for a long time. What's going on with Pair AI? Do you know? Let's just see what's going on. Pair AI. So let's just see. I don't know what the deal is or what the whole thing is. Just kind of catching up because, to be honest, once I've started using Cursor and Windsurf, I keep going back and forth between the both, and the one I still keep going back to is Cursor because of just how consistent it is and how fast it keeps getting, especially with the agent. So in my workflow, you're seeing me go from chat using R1, and it's able to reference all these files and think through things. I copy the output, and then I move it over to Composer. I enable the agent mode, and I make sure Claude Sonnet is enabled with that 2024 October date. Paste in the R1 output, and we just let it cook. You're seeing how much stuff we've changed just from that process alone. Super powerful. So yeah, I'm kind of curious to see what they've been up to because they started July 2024. In January of 31, Okay, it's been 9 days since they posted. Bro, they're cooked. Bro, they're so cooked. O3 Mini, okay. Open source AI editor. And these guys are funded, right? Wow. It's open source, okay. 8% founding engineer, please apply. Oh my gosh. January 22nd was the last update. DeepSeek R1. I don't see much from these guys. Bro, are you sure they're still like alive? I think these are probably their founders or something. The open source AI editor. Make refactors and bug fixes directly. So creator, Aider. So it's using Aider for the creator. Always have an update information. So they try to do like a perplexity search thing. Okay. What's the pricing like? Free for the intern. Bring your own API key. $15 a month for early bird. 10x engineer yearly. Okay. What does this guy say then here? February 8th. Talking about meme coins, live coding startup, Saturday night, exhausted. Okay, so he's coding and stuff. That's chill. Okay, wow. Yeah, unfortunately the rappers have a moat. I don't see a lot of like, yeah. Yeah, if you can give me like the TLDR, this other account just has nothing. Like, I'm good, bro. I'm good. Like, I'd rather hang out with the homies with the MIT graduates. Transcribes.com. Okay. Are we live yet? Yo, we're live. Let's hit it. Let's hit it. Okay, we're live. We're live. We're live. Okay, so check it out. So we're finally live. RayTranscribes.com. And we got the new $6.99 pricing. Used to be $69, used to be $99. Now you're getting the early access for $6.99 a month. Maybe I should put that, $6.99 a month. So at the very top it says early access, $6.99 a month. And you get to try the app and you get to be in because you're going to save hundreds of dollars literally going through this. And there are going to be limited spots because I'm going to keep kind of increasing the price as we go. And what I'm doing though, I'm trying to keep this like to be like a utility. So that way you can use it as much as possible. We've transcribed a lot of stuff and some other people who use it for podcasting have actually really enjoyed using this. So you get early access. I'm going to take you to the Stripe link and you just fill in your details. And then within 12 hours, basically if you sign up right now, I'm going to get you through the onboarding super fast. So that way you can start working with this. So dashboard.clerk.com. And then basically what I'll do is I'll basically send an invite link to you through email for you to sign up. And I think we do have a sign up already. Let's go. Okay, so balances, customers. All right, so yeah, big shout outs to Bob who just signed up right now. So let me go ahead and I'm going to email you the access link and that way you can get in. So there we go. So that's awesome. Got my first sign up live. Like that's how we do it. Push this thing live. And yeah, so Bob, I'm going to send you a quick email right now so you can try the app. So I'm going to go ahead and go to my users. I'm doing this offline so that we can like I'm trying to protect people's privacy and stuff like that. So I hit invite users, I give you the email and then hit invite user and boom. Now, Bob, you should see an email coming from me. I think it should be my domain name for you to sign up and create your account. So then you'll go through the create account flow. Let me know if there's anything broken. I doubt it, but I just did this the other day. And then you should be able to get the early access and then just drag your video in and transcribe it. You're going to be good to go. Obviously, hit me up if you have any feature requests, Bob. Really appreciate you kind of doing your thing. So how about get to the point of any video? I like this. I like like drag it in and say like the point of this video is this, and then like here's your transcript. I like that a lot. I really do like that a lot. Bob, thank you so much for subscribing. I got you there. Check your email. Let me know if you didn't get it, because you should have it by now. I just sent it out. So if you're getting early access right now through RayTranscribes.com, basically I have the new pricing up. It's $6.99. It's literally the insanely fastest video transcription service ever. We made this live on stream. So if you've been watching for the last like 6 hours, you got glimpses of what I was building like 4 months ago. I kind of revived it again. And thanks to all the founders who started off on the earlier pricing, because they've been able to help me get bootstrapped a little bit to get this project off the ground. And, you know, I just thought on a Super Bowl day, why don't we just code? I'd rather create economic value and give economic value than, you know, be a consumer right now. And you're going along with the ride, and I really appreciate that. So definitely appreciate that. So yeah, thanks for the sign up. Yeah, I am so thankful and like super blown away that like the people want to like participate in this and kind of help out. And then if you do find this valuable, obviously tell a friend and stuff. So this is kind of what I'm working with here. Yeah, RayTranscribes. We literally just pushed this app live. We were using Cursor to kind of add some features and do some things there. You know, still working on this like basically YouTube, TikTok type of thing, where basically you can take any topic and it'll just completely go right to the exact area of that topic. And we're going to continue that with our prompting expertise here as that runs here. So I think when I was using the O3 mini model on high, it did not get the details that we really wanted. It was able to process the video, but you see like it did it in smaller chunks and it didn't even finish. Like I'm paying a lot of money for the O3 thing. So we ended up determining that AI Studio was like from Google was probably the best bet to do this type of thing. So yeah, that's kind of that there. We tried these different prompts here. And man, we cooked today. Oh my God, our first sign up. Thank you, Bob. This is so cool. I'm so hyped about, yeah, like this is actually really happening. So, dang. Yeah. I'm blown away. I'm so blown away. So like, it's really cool how we've come a long way with this type of stuff. And I want to, hopefully this encourages you to start building with AI, because you can do a lot. You can provide a lot of utility, find the problems, make an offer, put something out there, and let's iterate and cook together. So thank you so much for tuning into this mega stream. We're at 6 hours and 51 minutes. I wonder if I should stay for 7 hours. It's 6:06, but I got to get some food. So we have 4,301 people who are currently watching. Absolute bonkers. I hope the game was as good as it promised. I don't even know what the score is. Score of Super Bowl game. Oh, is it such a blow? That's probably why people start. 0 to 24? Bro, did they even show up? 0. What? This is insane. Okay, that's so funny actually. Yeah. That is wild. So, yeah. Thank you so much. I appreciate everyone tuning in. We made it if you made like the MVP of the stream, definitely goes out to a couple of folks. So Bob, thank you for being my first customer. This is really awesome. You're like my first customer at this new price at the $6.99 a month. You're going to be like, you're hopefully loving the service. If not, give me the feedback. Let me know what I can change. I like your get to the point feature, which is really, really awesome. So definitely appreciate that. Big shout outs to Hertzfeld Labs, who is the like super chat of the day as well. So he was supporting the stream on YouTube. If you're a subscriber, you can actually join to become a member. And just, you can also do a super chat. So that's also really awesome. It supports the stream. My goal right now is to work with like using this money that comes in is to try to see if I can hire an editor. So with this money, I'll basically hire an editor so that way they can cut up my live streams and provide content and stuff for you. So I'd rather just be delivering content like this, freestyling. Obviously, all my streams are not going to be this long. It's not going to be like this, like intense. But I'm planning to do more live streams throughout the week so that that way I can deliver a lot of value to you. And then the other part of it is like, if I have an editor that I hire using the money from all the people who subscribe, that can help me as far as like, with content planning. And then as you bring up topics, I could just start to just record the video. I hand it off to the editor. I could even do it live so that way you see everything. And then the editor will just kind of chop it up and make shorts and clips and all these types of things. So that's kind of where we're going with this. I just started this channel like less than a year ago, and I'm just so blown away by everyone's love and attention and wanting to like participate in this and subscribe and tell other friends and share with that. So where I come from is like, I'm trying to share as much as possible. I used to be an engineer at Apple for 12 years. And so now I'm basically trying to share back everything I know as I'm going through this new AI journey. I've had a bout with long COVID for many years, and actually that's kind of why I had to leave Apple. And I didn't really leave. I was actually forced out because I wasn't able to recover in time. And I have at that time, I was a very high pressure job with, you have to deliver in every little detail or else, millions of people lose data or all kinds of crazy stuff. So obviously like the right thing is for me to do is just kind of take care of my health, And so that's kind of where I've been. And now that I've been bouncing back, it's just been such a pleasure to just be able to deliver this type of value for you and just share as I go. And with AI moving so fast, if I were to just sit down and record and edit, like by the time I publish the video 2-3 weeks later, like the news is already gone. Like the AI has already improved. You've just seen from 4 months ago, that cursor video, how much cursor has changed, right? Like if I did a tutorial walkthrough, it would sort of be outdated because there's like a lot of stuff that's changed now. So I just like to want to roll live. And then if I get editor to cut that stuff up, so your support actually means a lot to me. It's good. It just goes directly right into YouTube. Everything's just going to be rolled right into itself. So that means I'll be able to hire an editor, other folks. If you're interested in editing for me, please let me know. Like reach out, send me your portfolio, let me show me your stuff that you've done. Because I want to have someone who's really into AI and also kind of knows this stuff to like edit and chop up the right bits to share so that you can learn a lot better. So yeah, I'd rather be turning on the camera live. It's hard for someone who works the weekends to tune in for the whole thing. So I want to definitely do that for you. And then also try to build some AI apps to help me with this making of the shorts and stuff that are actually going to be useful for you. So that's going to be coming soon. As you see, we're doing WikiTalk, which is basically that person's Wikipedia, and then we're flipping it over to Learn Talk. So we're just trying to do a video version of that. So instead of flipping through Wikipedia, we're going to do video. So that's going to be really fun. So it all starts somewhere. All this code builds up. I don't know what this journey looks like, but I definitely appreciate everyone who's been able to hop in and just kind of be there. I mean, there's some day one people who've been there so much. So definitely like super, super love and appreciate that. Yeah. Alberto, you've been there for a long time. I think you've been checking in and out for the stream for the last couple of days. So for the last couple of hours, and that's been pretty wild. So I appreciate that. All right, kids, I think it's almost 7 hours. So I'll probably stay on maybe a couple more minutes and answer any questions for people who's got some stuff. And then, I'll do the last 3 minutes to dedicate like an overview, and I'll show you kind of how I organize my bookmarks on Twitter. So that way you can kind of get some insight on how I find news and kind of stay up on top of things. So I have a bookmarks folder, and every time I see something interesting, I just put it into Weekly AI. And so this basically ends up becoming my weekly newsletter. And so this may turn into an AI app as well. Everything I do is just going to turn into an AI app, just a small little thing. You never know who can benefit, but it's stuff. These are tools I use anyways. And I figure if I make this, then my interns can use them too, or anyone can use them, whoever I hire, because they could just go through it. So in Twitter, one of the most important things when you do bookmarks is adding folders. So I have one for fire repos, and these are really, really cool. So I just started this today because I see so many repos online. I had to make a Discord for it so that I could just put all my repos in. And then I have some stuff for like YouTube video ideas to talk about. So like cursor rules is one of the things that I want to talk about. And then I also have something for design. So design is like my favorite one. And I see such cool stuff from designers that barely have any followers. And like, y'all, like, this is how you tune your algorithm for you. You basically you bookmark it, you reply, you retweet, and then the algorithm keeps showing you more of this stuff. So like, don't like all the fight stuff that you watch out there. Don't like the political stuff unless you really want to. But that's not the brain rot that I'm trying to get into. I'm trying to get into this. I'm in the design and everything, like cool AI stuff. Look at this guy. he had 1,900 followers, and then I retweeted and like I said, y'all must follow this guy because he's cracked. And dude, it's almost got like 2,000. So if you do make good stuff, I'll send it to me or I'll find you somehow, or the algo will bring you to me. It's just too good. I mean, like, how do you like look at this video? Like, this is cool for iOS, right? Like the folder concept. I like that this stuff is kind of coming back, if you know what I mean. So look at this. You can scroll with your hand, select a folder or something, and just do something with it. So that's so beautiful. Stuff like this is kind of what we need to like rethink things. I also kind of like this UI, which was interesting. It's like, have you had enough time to make things happen? So it says, bro, log in. So these types of stuff are kind of like what's in my design section. I literally made an app in V0 just off this design pane. This was so fire. I was like, I need this as an app. I loved it so much. I made a comment. I was like, bro, these vibes are immaculate. And then I think I hit him back with like the app in V0. If not, I'll show you that real quick. I'll show you the V0 app I did because it was just too good. I was like, this thing is goated. So library, let's see. The sales action bar, fork of water button, mobile business view. I made some, no, this is not it. Prompting is all you need. Visual learning app. Let's see, visual to email sorter. This is something different that I want to show you that we may also build in the future, but basically a way to prioritize emails. So this is kind of like, I want to have email not be so crazy just as far as inbox. I just want it to be so super simple. And so the way I thought about it was kind of like this. It's like, I want it so, can I full screen this? Yeah. And I'll turn this into like a mobile view. So on my phone, I just want it so like this little check mark button at the bottom. I'm going to make this a little bit smaller, a little bit bigger. Okay. Yeah. So I want it so that all I have to do is just like push this little button on the side and it's going to flick through all of my opportunities, deleted, must handle, inbox. So just by hitting this button, because you know, if you have a finger and like all you do is just like, it's like this with your phone and you're just kind of like just hitting the bottom right. Like that's all I want to do with my email. I just want to go like flick between the inbox, must handle today. Can I ghost it for 48 hours? What are my opportunities? And then like what's deleted in case I deleted something by accident. So like, I don't really need to see the inbox as soon as it loads. I just need to be like, Ray, you must handle these today. And then the AI like O3 Mini or O1 Pro can go through these large volumes of email and then actually write why I actually must see this. And then over time, it should be able to index like all of my interactions in my contacts on my Mac and all these different computers, and then reprioritize and say, okay, you have to handle these, or you can handle them certain other emails like in 48 hours. So I say can ghost because you just get so much stuff. And then opportunities are people who want to invite you for speaking engagement or any type of stuff like that. This is the email client that I want to build. And I actually built this in V0. Like this as a UI is actually functional. It's a prototype. It works. Now I just need to hook it up and figure out the data part. I have these ideas all the time. This is the power of AI, like of literally just prompting. And I think I share this. So if you want to build this live, let me know. I'll send you the code. Show me what you can cook with. If you cook with this, like, let's go build. Like I already did the UI. Y'all got to come in with some sauce. All right. So this is live and this is public right now. So you can go ahead and get this link and just start cooking with this. So let me see if I can get this link. So copy link. I'm going to put this down right here, put this into the chat so that way y'all can cook with this. Cause this is some serious sauce, bro. Like do something with this. Let's cook. Like I'm serious. Yeah, this is so wild. So who offers a white label DeepSeek? Okay. I just learned about a thing called Fireworks AI and then Lightning AI. So there are a couple of folks. So Lightning AI is basically a way for you to take AI models and deploy them on the cloud in like basically your own infrastructure to a Google Cloud provider, Amazon, wherever cloud provider you want to. You can get the models and load them up and pay for whatever the fees are that you pay. They make it super easy so that way you don't have to configure like clusters and do all types of extra configurations for those types of stuff. So that's Lightning AI. They do that. It can cost you quite a bit of money because it costs like, I don't know, it's like at least 8 H100s can be like tens of dollars an hour. I mean, it'll be like over $300K a year to host it. So just FYI, if you want to do something where you pay per use for like tokens, that's probably your best bet. And they call that serverless, and that's through fireworks.ai. So fireworks.ai actually has a tier now, and I think they've lowered the price for DeepSeek. So if we go to DeepSeek, DeepSeek is now $3 for input. Let me move my head. So DeepSeek is now $3 for input, $8 for output. It used to be $8 input, $8 output. And this is the full model, and this is hosted in North America. So that's kind of some sauce there for you. So let me just show you the real quick of what that looks like. So this is something that I use for Greg's podcast that I did with Greg Eisenberg. If you want to check that out, I'll show you a little bit in a bit. So DeepSeek.com is here as an app on your Mac and PC, and DeepSeek.app as well. If you go to do anything like you're saying, DeepSeek.com, data containers in China, data containers in North America, Fireworks, Grok, and so forth. Grok has the distilled model, so it's not the full model. It performs differently, but I find Fireworks that has the full model to be really good. It's pretty awesome. So that's just a FYI. So yeah, in this case, that's what also Cursor is also using Fireworks as well for their backend. So they're literally, when I ask DeepSeek, all those requests are going to Fireworks, and they're coming back into the app. I was using Ollama before to host that. So if you go to youtube.com and then you look up like RayFernando DeepSeek, I did this podcast with Greg Eisenberg called Build Anything. And so this was 11 days ago. Dang, it already has 68,000 views. Let's go. So in here, I'll kind of get... Basically, I described the entire workflow of everything you need to get started with this whole thing. So has a cheat sheet as well, has a good overview, has you like connected with these Ollama models as well, and then how to get connected using Open Web UI so that you can basically have your own ChatGPT interface as well. So I take you through the steps. This is a complete walkthrough. You have like a 51-minute, really good video. Let me put this also in here as well so that you can chat. And I'm also going to put it in my Notion page on Ray Fernando. So this would go into the show notes here. And then we also have, I'm going to put my V0 link as well. So that way y'all can cook with this. So V0, this one, I think is this one here. Copy link. And then Notion. So what's going on here is if you go to RayFernando.ai, the notes are going to be in here at the very bottom. So if I refresh or do a force refresh, you'll see it kind of load up here at the bottom, and that's kind of where you can get some of those resources. Also, yeah, I plan to have a newsletter. I was supposed to drop it today. I need to record it. But I was basically going through my Twitter workflow. So yeah, that's kind of a little bit of a high level of how I use Twitter, or I call it X actually. I say Twitter just so that people know what I'm talking about. To go through my bookmark. So in Weekly AI, this is kind of what's happened this last week. So Grok, which I use for an endpoint, has taken a $1.5 billion investment. $1.5 billion from Saudi Arabia. This is nuts. This is massive. So they're going to start expanding like crazy. Cursor rules. There's something going on here with V0 and exposing the reasoning process. So that's kind of something we may have seen a little bit when I was cooking. So many releases this past week. OpenAI, Mistral, Pika Labs, Google Studio. Alex Volkov does a show called Thursday AI. If you don't know, this pod is popping and there's just so much really good information. There's like too much almost. You know what I mean? But like, that's how I stay up to date on what's going on. So Copilot, Unsloth AI, so much sauce. Like, how is it relevant to you? I don't know. Like, I'm still trying to actually digest it. That's kind of why I haven't published anything yet. There's also this really cool project called Whisk. And this is something that I want to play around with when it does launch. But basically, it's just a way for you to organize and discover your recipes. And I thought, man, this is really cool. I want to talk about this in my newsletter. And then this is also Ray Kurzweil, who predicted the current AI timeline accurately 20 years ago. And like, this is just really interesting. So this is a post from this account, and I thought, like, I got to review that. Aoni was also talking about the real-time text-to-speech, which is going to be really amazing. Storm, as far as a paper, Grok's new inference time with distilled llama 70B. Like, so you're able to generate apps with the new DeepSeek distilled model, like in instant time. By the way, this video is not sped up. This is actually in real time. Like, badonkers, right? I'm going to try to, oh, come on. Okay. So yeah, that's actually it in real time, which is, if you could think about it, it's like bonkers. So it says create the earth in 3JS plus HTML, and that's it. That's how fast it is. Yeah, that's a speed. I don't even know. There should be a place for me to test this out. Try now on Grok. Yeah, there should be a project that has that up. But yeah, that's kind of what I'm doing with. Bro, we cooked 7 hours and 9 minutes. Let's go. I made it to 7 hours mark. So we are up and just basically wrapping it up. So RayFernando.ai, if you're doing that, check out RayTranscribes.com, RayTranscribes.com, and sign up because I just launched the new $6.99 a month tier. And this is basically just to get early access. So I, as a founder, are going to get you access. You can use this as much as you want. You're going to save hundreds of dollars an hour, $100 a month, just because all these services easily charge you $30 a month or more to use their platforms. And it's kind of like, dude, let's open up the floodgates and let's get cooking. So I think, well, this is kind of what I'm working with there, with that type of thing. And then that's all we got, folks. So shout out to Local Union. Shout outs out to Don Vito Codes. What's going on, man? So we're just wrapping up the stream. It's like a real mega stream. I think people who are watching the Super Bowl game seem to be disappointed because if you were rooting for the Kansas City Chiefs, that's 0 all across the board. I think that whoever's watching now is probably just like hoping they score 1 point to have something to talk about. That's embarrassing. So yeah, I do like sports. I grew up playing sports, but I just not really into the game this year, and I have no reason to. I have more reason to go build. Look what we did in 7 hours. Amazing, right? So thank you so much for tuning into it. I appreciate all the support, all the subscribers. Y'all are real ones. 4,445 people locked in, loaded this Sunday. Y'all are the real ones. So without you, I wouldn't be able to do what I'm doing. And I'm going to continue these live streams. Do more often. I'm going to try to do at least 3 times a week. Once a week is kind of my goal, but trying to do 3 times a week. They're not going to be as long as this. They're probably going to be like 30 minutes to an hour, maybe a little bit longer. But I do want to have some consistency. So I want to have some morning ones, and then I want to have some weekend ones too. So that way you can rock with me and I launch features and stuff. Let me know in the comments, obviously, what type of stuff you want to see. Shoot me a DM at RayFernando1337. I got you. Check out, RayFernando.ai. Subscribe to the newsletter. I got you on that. And this is how we cook, fam. So thank you so much. Have a wonderful evening. Stay safe. Stay warm. And I'll see you very, very soon. All right, y'all. Peace.